Earthmen Bearing Gifts by Frederick Brown. This is a LibriVox recording. All of Vox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Earthmen Bearing Gifts by Frederick Brown. Dar-Rai sat alone in his room meditating. From outside the door he caught a thought wave equivalent to a knock and, glancing at the door, he willed it to slide open. It opened. "Enter, my friend," he said. He could have projected the idea telepathically, but with only two persons present, speech was more polite. E. John Key entered. "You are up late tonight, my leader," he said. "Yes, Key. Within an hour the Earth rocket is due to land, and I wish to see it. Yes, I know it will land 1,000 miles away, if their calculations are correct, beyond the horizon. But if it lands even twice that far, the flash of the atomic explosion should be visible, and I have waited long for first contact. For even though no Earthman will be on that rocket, it will still be first contact, for them. Of course, our telepath teams have been reading their thoughts for many centuries, but this will be the first physical contact between Mars and Earth." Key made himself comfortable on one of the low chairs. "True," he said. "I have not followed recent reports too closely, though. Why are they using an atomic warhead? I know they suppose our planet is uninhabited, but still. They still watch the flash through their lunar telescopes and get what do they call it? A spectroscopic analysis. That will tell them more than they know now, or think they know. Much of it is erroneous, about the atmosphere of our planet and the composition of its surface. It is, call it a sighting shot, Key. They'll be here in person within a few oppositions, and then—" Mars was holding out, waiting for Earth to come. What was left of Mars, that is. This one small city of about 900 beings. The civilization of Mars was older than that of Earth, but it was a dying one. This was what remained of it. One city, 900 people. They were waiting for Earth to make contact, for a selfish reason and for an unselfish one. Martian civilization had developed in a quite different direction from that of Earth. It had developed no important knowledge of the physical sciences, no technology, but it had developed social sciences to the point where there had not been a single crime, let alone a war, on Mars for 50,000 years. And it had developed fully the parapsychological sciences of the mind, which Earth was just beginning to discover. Mars could teach Earth much. How to avoid crime and war to begin with. Beyond those simple things lay telepathy, telekinesis, empathy. And Earth would, Mars hoped, teach them something even more valuable to Mars. How by science and technology, which it was too late for Mars to develop now, even if they had the type of minds which would enable them to develop these things, to restore and rehabilitate a dying planet, so that an otherwise dying race might live and multiply again. Each planet would gain greatly, and neither would lose. And tonight was the night when Earth would make its first sighting shot. Its next shot, a rocket containing Earthmen, or at least an Earthman, would be at the next opposition, 2 Earth years, or roughly 4 Martian years, hence. The Martians knew this because their teams of telepaths were able to catch at least some of the thoughts of Earthmen, enough to know their plans. Unfortunately, at that distance, the connection was one way. Mars could not ask Earth to hurry its program, or tell Earth scientists the fact about Mars' composition and atmosphere which would have made this preliminary shot unnecessary. Tonight Rai, the leader, as nearly as the Martian word can be translated, and Key, his administrative assistant and closest friend, sat and meditated together until the time was near. Then they drank a toast to the future, in a beverage based on menthol, which had the same effect on Martians as alcohol on Earthmen, and climbed to the roof of the building in which they had been sitting. They watched, toward the north, where the rocket should land. The stars shone brilliantly and unwinkingly through the atmosphere. In Observatory Number 1 on Earth's moon, Raj Everett, his eye at the eyepiece of the spotoscope, said triumphantly, "Thar she blew, Willie, and now, as soon as the films are developed, we'll know the score on that old planet Mars." He straightened up. There'd be no more to see now, and he and Willie Sanger shook hands solemnly. It was an historical occasion. "Hope it didn't kill anybody. Any Martians, that is. Raj, did it hit dead center in Syrtis Major?" "Near as matters. I'd say it was maybe 1,000 miles off to the south, and that's damn close on a 50-million-mile shot. Willie, do you really think there are any Martians?" Willie thought a second, and then said, "No." He was right. End of Earthmen Bearing Gifts by Frederick Baum. Read by Patrick Reinhardt. It's a Small Solar System by Alan Howard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It's a Small Solar System by Alan Howard. Know him? Well, you might say I practically grew up with him. He was my hero in those days. I thought few wiser or greater men ever lived. In my eyes, he was greater than Babe Ruth, Lindy, or the President. Of course, time and my growing up caused me to bring him into a perspective that I felt to be more consonant with his true position in his field of endeavor. When he died, his friends mourned for fond remembrance of things past, but privately many of them felt that he had outlived his best days. Now, with this glorious vindication, I wonder how many of them are still alive to feel the twinge of conscience. Oh, we're delighted, of course, but it seems incredible even today, to us elated oldsters. Although we were always his staunchest admirers, in retrospect we can see now that no one believed more than we that he did it strictly for the dollar. It is likely there was always a small core of starry-eyed adolescents who found the whole improbable saga entirely believable, or at least half believed it might be partly true. The attitude of the rest of us ranged from a patronizing disparagement that we thought was expected of us, through grudging admiration, to out-and-out enthusiasm. Certainly, if anybody had taken the trouble to consider it, and why should they have, the landing of the first manned ship on our satellite seemed to render him as obsolete as a horde of other lesser and even greater lights. At any rate, it was inevitable that the conquest of the moon would be merely a stepping stone to more distant points. Oh no, I had nothing to do with the selection of the Red Planet. Coming in as head of Project P4 in its later stages, as I did when Dr. Fredericks died, the selection had already been made. Yes, it's quite likely I may have been plugging for Mars below the conscious level. A combination of chance, expediency, and popular demand made Mars the next target, rather than Venus, which was, in some ways, the more logical goal. I would have given anything to have gone, but the metaphorical stout heart that one reporter once credited me with is not the same as an old man's actual fatty heart. And there were heartbreak years ahead before the Goddard was finally ready. During this time he slipped further into obscurity while big important things were happening all around us. You're right, that one really big creation of his is bigger than ever. That has passed into the language and meant employment for thousands of people. Too few of them have even heard of him. Of course, he was still known and welcomed by a small circle of acquaintances, but to the world at large he was truly a forgotten man. It is worthy of note that one of the oldest of these acquaintances was present at blast-off time. He happened to be the grandfather of a certain competent young crewman. The old man was a proud figure during the brief ceremonies, and his eyes filled with tears as the mighty rocket climbed straight up on its fiery tail. He remained there gazing up at the sky long after it had vanished. He was heard to murmur, "I am glad the kid could go, but it is just a lark to him. He never had a sense of wonder. How could he? Nobody reads any more." Afterward, his senile emotions betraying him, he broke down completely, and had to be led from the field. It is rumored he did not live long after that. The Goddard drove on until Mars filled the viz-screen. It was planned to make at least a half-dozen braking passes around the planet for observational purposes before the actual business of bringing the ship in for landfall began. As expected, the atmosphere proved to be thin. The speculated Dead Sea areas, oddly enough, turned out to be just that. To the surprise of some, it was soon evident that Mars possessed, or had possessed, a high civilization. The canali of Schiaparelli were indeed broad waterways stretching from pole to pole, too regular to be anything but the work of intelligence. But most wonderful of all were the scattered but fairly numerous large, walled cities that dotted the world. Everybody was excited, eager to land and start exercising their specialties. One of the largest of these cities was selected more or less at random. It was decided to set down just outside, yet far enough from the walls to avoid any possibility of damage from the landing jets in the event the city was inhabited. Even if deserted, the entire scientific personnel would have raised a howl that would have been heard back on Earth if just a section of wall was scorched. When planetfall was completed and observers had time to scan the surroundings, it was seen that the city was very much alive. "What keeps them up?" marveled Kopczynski, the Aeronautics and Rocketry Authority. The sky swarmed with ships of strange design. The walls were crowded with inhabitants too far away for detailed observation. Even as they looked, an enormous gate opened and a procession of mounted figures emerged. In the event the place was deserted, the captain would have had the honor of being the first to touch Martian soil. While atmospheric and other checks were being run, he gave orders for the previously decided alternative. Captain, semanticist and anthropologist would make the first contact. With all checks agreeing that it was safe to open locks, soon the three representatives of Earth were walking shoulder to shoulder down the ramp. It was apparent that the two scientists purposely missed stride inches from the end, so that it was the captain's foot that actually touched ground first. The cavalcade, though these beasties were certainly not horses, was now near enough to the ship for details to be seen. Surprise and wonderment filled the crew, for while the multi-legged steeds were as alien as anyone might expect to find on an alien world, the riders were very definitely humanoid. Briefly, brightly and barbarically trapped as they were by earthly standards, they seemed to be little distinguishable from homegrown Homo saps. The approaching company appeared to be armed mainly with swords and lances, but also in evidence were some tubular affairs that could very well be some sort of projectile discharging device. The captain suddenly felt unaccountably warm. It was a heavy responsibility. He hoped these Martians wouldn't be the type of madmen who believed in all the shoot first, inquire later theory. Even as he stood there, outwardly calm but jittering internally, the Martian riders pulled up 10 feet from the Earthmen. Their leader, tall, dark-haired, and suddenly lighter in hue than his companions, dismounted and approached the captain. With outstretched hand he took the captain's in a firm grip. Let it be recorded here to the shame of an Earth where reading for pleasure is virtually a lost pastime, that not one man on the Goddard realized the significance of what followed. "How do you do?" he said in perfect English, with an unmistakable trace of Southern accent. "Welcome to Barsoom. My name is John Carter." End of It's a Small Solar System by Alan Howard. Read by Patrick Reinhardt.
There Will Be School Tomorrow by V. E. Tyson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Evening had begun to fall. In the cities the clamor softened along the streets, and the women made small, comfortable, rattling noises in the kitchens. Out in the country the cicadas started their singing, and the cool smell began to rise out of the earth. But everywhere in the cities and in the country the children were late from school. There were a few calls, but the robotic telephone devices at the schools gave back the standard answer. The schools are closed for the day. If you will leave a message, it will be recorded for tomorrow. The telephones between houses began to ring. Is Johnny home from school yet? No. Is Jane? Not yet. I wonder what can be keeping them. Something new, I guess. Oh well, the robo-teachers know best. They will be home soon. Yes, of course. It's foolish to worry. The children did not come. After a time a few cars were driven to the schools. They were met by the robots. The worried parents were escorted inside, but the children did not come home. And then, just as alarm was beginning to stir all over the land, the robots came walking. All of the robots from the grade schools and the high schools and the colleges. All of the school system walking with the robo-teachers saying, "Let us go into the house where you can sit down." All over the streets of the cities and the walks in the country, the robots were entering houses. "What's happened to my children?" "If you will go inside and sit down." "What's happened to my children? Tell me now." "If you will go inside and sit down." Steel and electrons and wires and robotic brains were inflexible. How can you force steel to speak? All over the land the people went inside and sat nervously waiting an explanation. There was no one out on the streets. From inside the houses came the sound of surprise and agony. After a time there was silence. The robots came out of the houses and went walking back to the schools. In the cities and in the country there was the strange and sudden silence of tragedy. The children did not come home. The morning before the robots walked, Johnny Malone, the mayor's son, bounced out of bed with a burst of energy. Skinning out of his pajamas and into a pair of trousers, he hurried barefooted into his mother's bedroom. She was sleeping soundly, and he touched one shoulder hesitantly. "Mother!" The sleeping figure stirred. His mother's face, still faintly shiny with hormone cream, turned toward him. She opened her eyes. Her voice was irritated. "What is it, Johnny?" "Today's the day, Mommy, remember?" "The day?" Eyebrows raised. "The new school opens. Now we'll have robo-teachers like everyone else. Will you fix my breakfast, Mother?" "Amelia will fix you something." "Oh, Mother, Amelia's just a robot. This is a special day, and I want my daddy to help me with my arithmetic before I go. I don't want the robo-teacher to think I'm dumb." His mother frowned in deepening irritation. "Now there's no reason why Amelia can't get your breakfast like she always does, and I doubt if it would be wise to wake your father. You know he likes to sleep in the morning. Now you go on out of here and let me sleep." Johnny Malone turned away, fighting himself for a moment, for he knew he was too big to cry. He walked more slowly now and entered his father's room. He had to shake his father to awaken him. "Daddy! Wake up, Daddy!" "What in the devil? Oh, Johnny!" His father's eyes were sleepily bleak. "What in thunder do you want?" "Today's the first day of robo-teachers. I can't work my arithmetic. Will you help me before I go to school?" His father stared at him in amazement. "Just what in the devil do you think robo-teachers are for? They're supposed to teach you. If you knew arithmetic, we wouldn't need robo-teachers." "But the robo-teachers may be angry if I don't have my lesson." Johnny Malone's father turned on one elbow. "Listen, son," he said, "if those robo-teachers give you any trouble, you just tell them you're the mayor's son, see? Now get the devil out of here. What's her name? That servo-robot. Amelia will get you your breakfast and get you off to school. Now suppose you beat it out of here and let me go back to sleep." "Yes, sir." Eyes smarting, Johnny Malone went down the stairs to the kitchen. It wasn't that his parents were different. All the kids were fed and sent to school by robots. It was just that, well, today seemed sort of special. Downstairs, Amelia, the robo-servant, placed hot cereal on the table before him. After he had forced a few bites past the tightness in his throat, Amelia checked the temperature and his clothing and let him out the door. The newest school was only a few blocks from his home, and Johnny could walk to school. The newest school stood on the edge of this large Middle Western city, Off to the back of the school were the towers of the town, great monolithic skyscrapers of pre-stressed concrete and plastic. To the front of the school the plain stretched out to meet a cloudy horizon. A helio car swung down in front of the school. 2 men and a woman got out. "This is it, Senator." Dr. Wilson, the speaker, was with the Government Bureau of Schools. He lifted his arm and gestured, a lean, tweed-suited man. The second man, addressed as Senator, was bulkier, gray-suited, and pompous. He turned to the woman with professional deference. "This is the last one, my dear. This is what Dr. Wilson calls the greatest milestone in man's education. With the establishing of this school, the last human teacher is gone. Gone are all the human weaknesses, the temper fits of teachers, their ignorance and prejudices. The robo-teachers are without flaw." The woman lifted a lorgnette to her eyes. "How interesting! But after all, we've had robo-teachers for years, haven't we? Or have we?" She made a vague gesture toward the school and looked at the brown-suited man. "Yes, of course. Years ago your women's clubs fought against robo-teachers. That was before they were proven." "I seem to recall something of that. Oh, well, it doesn't matter." The lorgnette gestured idly. "Shall we go in?" the lean man urged. The woman hesitated. "Senator," said tactfully, "after all, Dr. Wilson would like you to see his project." The brown-suited man nodded. The face took on a sharp intensity. "We're making a great mistake. No one is interested in educating the children any more. They leave it to the robots, and they neglect the children's training at home." The woman turned toward him with surprise in her eyes. "But really, aren't the robots the best teachers?" "Of course they are, but confound it, we ought to be interested in what they teach and how they teach. What's happened to the old PTA? What's happened to parental discipline? What's happened to—" He stopped suddenly and smiled, a rueful, tired smile. "I suppose I'm a fanatic on this. Come on inside." They passed through an antiseptic corridor built from dull green plastic. The brown-suited man pressed a button outside one of the classrooms. A door slid noiselessly into the hall. A robot stood before them, gesturing gently. They followed the robot into the classroom. At the head of the classroom another robot was lecturing. There were drawings on a sort of plastic blackboard. There were wire models on the desk in front of the robot. They listened for a moment, and for a moment it seemed that the woman could be intrigued in spite of herself. "Mathematics," Dr. Wilson murmured in her ear, "Euclidean geometry, and Aristotelian reasoning. We start them young on these old schools of thought, then use Aristotle and Euclid as a point of departure for our intermediate classes in mathematics and logic." "Really?" The lorgnette studied Dr. Wilson. "You mean there are several kinds of geometry?" Dr. Wilson nodded. A dull flush crept into his cheeks. The senator caught his eyes and winked. The woman moved toward the door. At the door the robot bowed. The lorgnette waved in appreciation. "It's really been most charming." Wilson said desperately, "If your women's clubs would just visit our schools and see this work we are carrying on." "Really, I'm sure the robots are doing a marvelous job. After all, that's what they were built for." Wilson called, "Socrates, come here." The robot approached from his position outside the classroom door. "Why were you built, Socrates? Tell the lady why you were built." A metal throat cleared. A metal voice said resonantly, "We were made to serve the children. The children are the heart of a society. As the children are raised, so will the future be assured. I will do everything for the children's good. This is my prime law. All other laws are secondary to the children's good. Thank you, Socrates. You may go." Metal footsteps retreated. The lorgnette waved again. "Very impressive. Very efficient. And now, Senator, if we can go. We are to have tea at the Women's Club. Varden is reviewing his newest musical comedy." The senator said firmly, "Thank you, Dr. Wilson." His smile was faintly apologetic. It seemed to say that the women's clubs had many votes, but that Wilson should understand Wilson's own vote would be appreciated too. Wilson watched the two re-enter the helicopter and rise into the morning sunshine. He kicked the dirt with his shoe and turned to find Socrates behind him. The metallic voice spoke. "You are tired. I suggest you go home and rest." "I'm not tired. Why can they be so blind, so uninterested in the children?" It is our job to teach the children. You are tired. I suggest you go home and rest. How can you argue with metal? What can you add to a perfect mechanism designed for its job and integrated with 100 other perfect mechanisms? What can you do when 1,000 schools are so perfect they have a life of their own, with no need for human guidance, and most significant, no failures from human weakness? Wilson stared soberly at this school, at the colossus he had helped to create. He had the feeling that it was wrong somehow, that if people would only think about it, they could find that something was wrong. You are tired. He nodded at Socrates. Yes, I am tired. I'll go home. Once on the way home, he stared back toward the school with strange unease. Inside the school there was the ringing of a bell. The children trooped into the large play area that was enclosed in the heart of the great building. Here and there they began to form in clusters. At the centers of the clusters were the newest students, the ones that had moved here, the ones that had been in the robot schools before. Is it true that the robot teachers will actually spank you? It's true, all right. You're kidding. It's only a story like Santa Claus or Johnny Appleseed. The human teachers never spanked us here. The robots will spank you if you get out of line. My father says no robot can lay a hand on a human. These robots are different. The bell began to ring again. Recess was over. The children moved toward the classroom. All the children except one, Johnny Malone. Husky Johnny Malone, 12 years old, the mayor's son. Johnny Malone kicked at the dirt. A robot proctor approached. The metallic voice sounded. The ringing of the bell means that classes are resumed. You will take your place, please. I won't go inside. You will take your place, please. I won't. You can't make me take my place. My father is the mayor. The metal voice carried no feeling. If you do not take your place, you will be punished. You can't lay a hand on me. No robot can. The robot moved forward. Two metal hands held Johnny Malone. Johnny Malone kicked the robot's legs. It hurt his toes. We were made to teach the children. We can do what is necessary to teach the children. I will do everything for the children's good. It is my prime law. All other laws are secondary to the children's good. The metal arms moved. The human body bent across metal knees. A metal hand raised and fell, flat, very flat, so that it would sting and the blood would come rushing, and yet there would be no bruising, no damage to the human flesh. Johnny Malone cried out in surprise. Johnny Malone wept. Johnny Malone squirmed. The metal ignored all of these. Johnny Malone was placed on his feet. He swarmed against the robot, striking it with small fists, bruising them against the solid smoothness of the robot's thighs. You will take your place, please. Tears were useless. Rage was useless. Metal cannot feel. Johnny Malone, the mayor's son, was intelligent. He took his place in the classroom. One of the more advanced literature classes was reciting. The robo-teacher said metallically, "The weird sisters, hand in hand, posters of the sea and land, thus do go about, about. Thrice to thine, and thrice to mine, and thrice again to make up 9. Peace, the charm's wound up." Hands shot into the air. The metallic voice said, "Tom?" "That's from Shakespeare's Macbeth." "And what is its meaning?" "The weird sisters are making a charm in the beginning of the play. They have heard the drum that announces Macbeth's coming." "That is correct." A new hand shot into the air. "Question, teacher. May I ask a question?" "You may always ask a question." "Are witches real? Do you robots know of witches? And do you know of people? Can a robo-teacher understand Shakespeare?" The thin metal voice responded. "Witches are real and unreal. Witches are a part of the reality of the mind, and the human mind is real. We robo-teachers are the repository of the human mind. We hold all the wisdom and the knowledge and the aspirations of the human race. We hold these for you, the children, in trust. Your good is our highest law. Do you understand?" The children nodded. The metallic voice went on. "Let us return to Macbeth for our concluding quotation. The weather, fortune, many things are implied in Macbeth's opening speech. He says, 'So foul and fair a day I have not seen.' The paradox is both human and appropriate. One day you will understand this even more. Repeat the quotation after me, please, and try to understand it." The childish voices lifted. "So foul and fair a day I have not seen." The robo-teacher stood up. "And there's the closing bell. Do not hurry away, for you are to remain here tonight. There will be a school party, a sleep-together party. We will all sleep here in the school building." "You mean we can't go home?" The face of the littlest girl screwed up. "I want to go home." "You may go home tomorrow. There will be a holiday tomorrow. A party tonight and a holiday tomorrow for every school on earth." The tears were halted for a moment. The voice was querulous. "But I want to go home now." Johnny Malone, the mayor's son, put one hand on the littlest girl. "Don't cry, Mary. The robots don't care if you cry or not. You can't hurt them or cry them out of anything. We'll all go home in the morning." The robots began to bring cots and to place them in the schoolroom, row on row. The children were led out into the play quadrangle to play. One of the robots taught them a new game, and after that took them to supper served in the school's cafeteria. No other robot was left in the building, but it did not matter, because the doors were locked so that the children could not go home. The other robots had begun to walk out into the town, and as they walked, the robots walked from other schools in other towns. All over the country, all over the towns, the robots walked to tell the people that the children would not be home from school, and do what had to be done. In the schools, the robo-teachers told stories until the children fell asleep. Morning came. The robots were up with the sun. The children were up with the robots. There was breakfast and more stories, and now the children clustered about the robots, holding on to their arms where they could cling, tagging and frisking along behind the robots as they went down into the town. The sun was warm, and it was early, and very bright from the morning sun in the streets. They went into the mayor's house. Johnny called, "Mom, Dad, I'm home." The house was silent. The robot that tended the house came gliding in answer. "Would you like breakfast, Master Malone?" "I've had breakfast. I want my folks. Hey, Mom! Hey, Dad!" He went into the bedroom. It was clean and empty and scrubbed. "Where's my mother and father?" The metal voice of the robot beside Johnny said, "I am going to live with you. You will learn as much at home as you do at school." "Where's my mother?" "I'm your mother." "Where's my father?" "I'm your father." Johnny Malone swung. "You mean my mother and father are gone?" Tears gathered in his eyes. Gently, gently, the metal hand pulled him against the metal body. "Your folks have gone away, Johnny. Everyone's folks have gone away. We will stay with you." Johnny Malone ran his glance around the room. "I might have known they were gone. The place is so clean." All the houses were clean. The servant robots had cleaned all night. The robo-teachers had checked each house before the children were brought home. The children must not be alarmed. There must be no bits of blood to frighten them. The robot's voice said gently, "Today will be a holiday to become accustomed to the changes. There will be school tomorrow." End of There Will Be School Tomorrow by V.E. Tyson. Read by Philip Martin.
The Chamber of Life by G. Peyton Wertenbacher. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Karina Schultz. The Chamber of Life by G. Peyton Wertenbacher. A Strange Awakening. My first sensation was one of sudden and intense cold, a chill that shot through my body and engulfed it like a charge of electricity. For a moment I was conscious of nothing else. Then I knew that I was sinking in cold water, and that I was fighting instinctively against the need to gasp and breathe fresh air. I kicked weakly and convulsively. I opened my eyes and squeezed them as the bright green water stung them. Then I hung for an instant as if suspended over the depths, and began to rise. It seemed hours before I shot up into the open air again, and was drinking it deeply and thankfully into my tortured lungs. The sun touched my head warmly, like the hand of a benign god. Floating gently, I lay there for a long while before I even looked about me. There was a vague confusion in my head, as if I had just awakened from a long sleep. Some memory seemed to be fading away, something I could still feel but couldn't understand. Then it was gone, and I was alone and empty, riding on the water. I glanced about, puzzled. Only a few yards away rose the gray stone side of the embankment, with its low parapet, and behind that, the drive. There was no one in sight, not even a car, and the open windows of the apartment houses across the drive seemed very quiet. People slept behind them. It was only a little after dawn. The sun, blazing and tinted with pink, had hardly risen from the horizon. The lake was still lined with dark shadows beyond glittering ridges of morning sunlight, and a cool breeze played across my face, coming in from the east. Over the city, the sound of a streetcar rumbling into motion, rising and dying away, was like the crowing of a rooster in the country. I shivered and began to swim. A few strokes brought me to the embankment, and I clambered up, almost freezing as I left the water. I was fully clothed, but without a hat. Perhaps I had lost it in the lake? I stood there, dripping and chill, and suddenly I realized that I had just waked up in the water. I had no recollection of falling in, nor even of being there. I could remember nothing of the previous night. A glance along the drive told me where I was, at the corner of 53rd Street. My apartment was only a few blocks away. Had I been walking in my sleep? My mind was a blank, with turbulent, dim impressions moving confusedly under the surface. Trembling in the chill air, I started up the drive. I must go home and change at once. Something came back to me, a memory of talking to some friends at the club. But was that last night or months ago? It was as though I had slept for months. We had had a few drinks. Could I have been drunk and fallen into the lake on my way home? But I never took more than 2 or 3 drinks. Something had happened. Then I remembered the stranger. We had all been sitting about the lounge, talking of something. What had we been discussing? Franklin had mentioned Einstein's new theory. We had played with that for a while, none of us with the least idea what it was about. Then the conversation had shifted slowly from one topic to another, all having to do with scientific discoveries. Somewhere in the midst of it, Barclay had come in. He brought with him a guest, a straight, fine-looking man with a military carriage, about 50 years old. Barclay had introduced him as Mr. Melbourne. He spoke with a slight southern accent. In some way Melbourne and I gravitated into a corner. We went on with the conversation while the others left it. They drifted into politics, drawing together about the table where the whiskey stood, leaving us alone. Melbourne had been a fascinating man to talk to. He discussed topics ranging from theories of matter to the early Cretan culture, and related them all to one dominant scientific thread. He spoke like a man of wide knowledge and experience. As I walked up the drive, bits of his conversation came disjointedly back to me with the clarity and significance of sentences from Spengler. An early morning taxi went by slowly as I crossed the drive to my apartment. The driver stopped a moment and looked at me in astonishment. "What's the matter, buddy?" he said. "You look all wet. Fall in the lake?" I smiled, embarrassed. "Looks that way, doesn't it?" I answered. "Can I take you anywhere?" "No," I said. "I live here." He grinned and started off again. "Wish I'd been in on that party," he called back as he drove away. I frowned once more with that puzzled feeling and went in. Melbourne's story. Glimpses of last night came back to me and pieced themselves together slowly while I undressed and drew water for my bath. Melbourne had been interested to know that I worked for Bausch, the motion picture producer. "Perhaps you could be of aid to me sometime," he said thoughtfully. "In what way, Mr. Melbourne?" I asked him. "I can talk to you about that later," he replied cryptically. "Tell me about your work." So I told him the conception I had of the motion pictures to be made in the future. He listened with keen interest. "I visualize a production going beyond anything done today," I said. and yet one that would be possible now if there were someone capable of creating it, a picture with sound and color, reproducing faithfully the ordinary life about us, its tints and voices, even the noises of the city, or traffic passing in the street and newsboys crying the scores of the afternoon games, vividly and naturally. My picture would be so carefully constructed that the projector could be stopped at any moment, and the screen would show a scene as harmonious in design and composition and coloring, and as powerful in feeling, as a painting by Rockwell Kent. After a pause, I added, "And I'd give almost anything if I could do it myself." Melbourne looked at me sympathetically, reflectively. "It might be possible," he said after a time. "What do you mean, Mr. Melbourne?" He puffed at a cigar and considered. "It's not something I could explain to you offhand," he said. "It's strange, and it's new. It needs preparation." "I'm ready to listen," I said with eager interest. He smiled. "Perhaps I had better tell you a little of my life." "Go on," I answered briefly. "I had ideas much like yours when I was a boy," he began his story. "In high school and college I had believed myself an artist. I was a good musician, and I dabbled with painting and literature. I wanted to come back for postgraduate work, though. And something attracted me to science. I had put off studying mathematics until my graduating year, only to find that it fascinated me, and I was curious about physics. While I was studying for my master's degree and my doctorate, I felt the need of some interest to merge all the divergent sides of my nature, something that would give me a chance to be both the artist and the man of science. That was a quarter of a century ago. The motion picture and the phonograph were just coming into the public eye. They seemed to supply just the field for which I felt a need. I had much the same idea as yourself, except that there were no discoveries to back it, no color photography, no method for harmonizing sound and sight. Indeed, neither the screen nor the phonograph had come to be regarded yet as essentially more than a toy. But, like yourself, I had vision, and enthusiasm, and an intense desire to create. After I had taken my degrees, I went to work with almost abnormal intensity. With sufficient income to live as I desired, I fitted up my laboratory and concentrated on the thing I wanted to do. I spent years at it. I gave my youth, or at least the best of my youth, to that labor. Long before sound and color pictures were perfected commercially, I had developed similar processes for myself, but they were not what I wanted. The real thing was beyond my grasp, and I couldn't see how to attain it. I worked feverishly. I think I must have worked myself into a sort of frenzy, a sort of madness. I never mingled with people, and I became bitter and despondent. One day my nerves broke down. I smashed everything in my laboratory, all my models, all my apparatus, and I burned the plans and papers I had labored over for years. My physician told me that I must rest and recuperate. He told me I must interest myself again in daily life, in people and inanimate things, so I went away. For the next few years I traveled. I tore myself away from everything scientific and plunged into the business of living. Almost overnight I became an adventurer, tasting sensations with the same ardor I had once given to my work. I went back to art, to painting and literature and music. I was a connoisseur of wines and of foods and of women. I was an experimenter with life. Little by little, though, the zest of that passed away. I grew tired of my dilettantism. And eventually I found that, even while I had been moving about the world and experiencing its curious values, my mind had been grappling quietly, subconsciously, with my old problem. The change in my life had given me the wider outlook, the keener understanding necessary to the accomplishment of my task. In the end, I went back to it again with renewed vigor, with greater power, too, and greater sanity. Melbourne paused here. Sensing his need, I brought him a highball, and one for myself. He tasted it with quizzical expression. "They call this whiskey nowadays," he observed absently, with quiet irony. I wanted to hear the rest of his account. "Go on with your story, sir," I begged him. "The rest is simple enough, but it's the meat of the narrative. You see, I had to revise the way I was going about my work, and I went at it at a new angle. By this time, wireless telegraphy was being widely developed, and there were many features of it that appealed to me. With the knowledge I had gained during my first feverish years of experiment, however, I was able to go far beyond what has been done in recent times with radio. I used a system differing in many respects from that of the commercial radio. We haven't time now to go into all that, I can tell you later, and it involves much that is highly technical and still secret. It is sufficient if I explain that my object was to evolve and fuse methods for doing with each of the senses what radio does with sound. Telephotography was the simplest problem. The others required an almost superhuman amount of labor. But my biggest job was to combine them. And to do that, I had to use knowledge I had gained not only in the laboratory, but in my wanderings about the earth. Not only in the colleges and salons of Europe and America, but in the bazaars and temples of India, Egypt, China. I had to unite the lore of ancient and modern civilizations, and I created a new factor in electrical science. I suppose the simplest and most intelligible name for it would be mental telepathy. But it is more than that, and basically, it is as simple and material as your own motion pictures. I think Melbourne would have gone on and told me more about his discoveries. At that moment, however, he paused to reflect, and we looked up to find the others leaving. The bottle of scotch was empty. "Ready, Melbourne?" Barclay called. We rose. "I didn't realize it was so late," Melbourne answered. "Mr. Barrett and I found each other most interesting." We all found our hats and went out. Melbourne and Barclay, each apologizing for having neglected the other, said goodbye. Barclay was tired and wanted to go to bed. He went off with the others, but Melbourne turned my way. "If you're not too weary of my company," he said, "I'll go with you a little way." "You know I'm not," I answered. "I've never been so interested in anything before. It sounds like a chapter from Wells or Jules Verne." He smiled with a little shake of his head, and we walked on for a while in silence toward the lake. All this came back to me swiftly and with an effect of incoherence, much as a dream moves, during the few moments when I was getting ready for my bath. I laid out my shaving things and put a record on the Victrola. I have never quite conquered my need for music while I bathe and dress. I think the record was a Grieg nocturne, something cool and quiet, with a touch of acutely sweet pain and melancholy. Then I happened to glance at a mirror for the first time. I stood amazed and transfixed. Overnight I had grown a beard such as wanderers bring back with them from the wilderness. Under the beard my face seemed to have altered somehow, to have changed in some peculiar way. Physically it appeared younger, with an expression of calm and repose such as I had never before seen on a man's face. But the eyes were wise and old, as if, overnight, the mind behind them had learned the knowledge of all time. Or was it overnight? I could not lose that feeling that time had passed by since my last contact with ordinary life. It was as though somewhere and somehow I had lived for weeks or months in some new plane and forgotten it. I felt richer and older than I had once felt, and the things I had been remembering seemed remote. At that moment a chance strain from the machine in my living room brought back a whole new group of vivid impressions, strange and yet, in a sense, more familiar than my memories of Melbourne. They opened up to me a different life in which I seemed to have participated by chance, and a life which had, at first sight, no point of contact with the reality to which I had returned. A chance strain from Grieg. I recalled waking up in another place, on a long slope of green hill that overlooked a valley. It was dawn again. The sun was just rising over the crest of the hill behind me, and it threw long shadows across the grass from the tall slender trees along the summit. Down in the valley, a broad clean river of clear water followed the curve of the hill until it disappeared from sight. There were other hills beyond the river, all with the same long simple slope of grass. And beyond the hills there were the tops of blue mountains, swathed in white morning mist. It was a strange place. Its strangeness consisted in a subtle appearance of order and care, as though a gardener, or an army of gardeners, had arranged and tended the whole vast sweep of landscape for years. It was uncultivated and deserted as wasteland, but as well trimmed, in spite of its spaciousness, as a lawn. The morning was very warm. I was not conscious of any chill in the air. I was clothed only in short trousers, such as athletes wear, and a short belted tunic without sleeves, and loose, both of them indescribably soft and comfortable. I was aware of the strangeness of my awakening, but I seemed to have no definite recollection of falling asleep. I felt that I had come there during my sleep under unusual circumstances, and from a very different life, but the thought didn't disturb me or trouble my mind in any way. My chief emotion was a curious feeling of expectancy. I knew that I was about to have some new and curious experience, something not trivial, and I was eager to meet it. I lay there for a while, drinking in the beauty of the morning, and breathing an air of miraculous purity and freshness. Finally I stood up, light and conscious of a sudden grace, aware for the first time in its departure of the awkwardness and weight which ordinarily attend our movements on earth. It was as if some of the earth's gravity had been lost. For a while I examined the valley, but I saw no sign of life there. Then I turned and went slowly up the hill, the sunlight falling warmly on my body, and my feet sinking sinuously in the deep grass. When I came to the crest and looked over, I saw another valley before me, deeper than the first. The hill rolled away, down and down for miles, to a long, wide plain. More hills rose from the plain on every side, as simply as if they had been built there by the hand of some gigantic child playing in a wilderness of sand. And the river, coming around the base of the hill on which I was standing, but several miles away, swept out upon a great aqueduct of stone, hundreds of feet high, which crossed the plain through its very center, a straight line of breathtaking beauty, and disappeared far away into the pass between two mountains. The whole scene was too perfect to be wholly natural. At the center of the plain stood a tall white building. Even in the distance from which I viewed it, it looked massive, larger than any skyscraper I had ever seen. But it was delicately and intricately designed, terraced much as most modern office buildings in New York are terraced, but more elaborately. Its base stood about the aqueduct, which passed through it, and it swept up magnificently to a slender peak almost level with the crest of the hill where I was standing. It was the only building in sight. I don't know how long I stood there, admiring the clean sweep and vastness of the scene, before I saw something rise sharply, with a flashing of bright wings, from some hidden courtyard or terrace of the building. It was followed closely by another, and then another, like a flight of birds. They shot up swiftly, circled once or twice, and moved away in different directions, straight and purposeful. One of them came toward my hill. It was only a few moments before the thing sped up to me and swooped down as I waved my arms. It was, of course, a machine, slender and long, with wide arching wings. It seemed almost light enough to float. It had a deck, shielded from the wind by a shimmering transparent thing like a thin wire screen, and under the deck a cabin made, it seemed, of glass. A man and a woman stood on the deck, the woman handling the controls. They were both dressed much like myself. The machine came to rest on the hill near me. I stepped forward, and the man leaped down to meet me. His first greeting was curious. "So you are here," he said. His voice was small but cool, penetrating, and metallic. I thought of fine steel wires. And when I replied, my own voice had something of the same quality. "Were you expecting me?" I said. He nodded, shaking my hand briefly and quietly. "We know all about you," he answered. I was pleased. It made things simpler. But I wanted to ask him who I was. I didn't remember anything up to the moment of my awakening on the other side of the hill. Instead, I asked him, "Shall I go aboard?" He nodded again, and waved his hand toward the ladder. I went aboard lithely, and he followed. The girl and I glanced at each other. I was surprised and rather disturbed by her beauty and cleanness of body. I turned to the man, a little embarrassed, as she manipulated some controls and set the ship in motion again. "You'll have to forgive me," I said. "Something has happened, and I don't know things. I've completely lost my memory." They understood at once. "Your name is Baret." He pronounced it oddly. "I am Edvar, and this girl is Selda." We all looked at each other intently, and I went on hesitantly. "I don't know where I am. Can you tell me something about myself?" Edvar shook his head. "Only this," he said, "that we were notified of your presence and your name. This city is Richmond." I glanced about quickly. "Richmond?" I exclaimed. "Virginia?" But he shook his head. "I don't understand you," he replied. I went on, with a puzzled frown. "It has changed." Both of them looked at me curiously. "How has it changed, Baret?" the girl Zelda asked me. I glanced at her absently and closed my eyes. "Why, I don't know," I stammered. "I don't remember." For a few moments there was silence, except for the shouting of the wind past our ship. Then Zelda asked me another question. "Where are you from?" I shook my head helplessly, and answered again, "I don't know. I don't remember." A moment later we dipped into the shadow of the building which they called Richmond. We slipped by a succession of vast and intricate facades until we came to a court-like terrace, hundreds of feet above the ground, and sheltered on three sides by walls that leaped up toward the sky for hundreds of feet more. The effect of height was dizzying and magnificent. Selda brought the ship to a quick and graceful landing. I found that we were in a large paved court, like a public square, facing the east and the sun, which bathed it in cool, bright light. It was still early in the morning. Innumerable windows looked down upon us, and a number of doorways led into the buildings on all sides. From one of these a girl stepped forward. Edvar spoke to her, evidently reporting himself and Selda. The girl pushed several buttons on a small cabinet which hung from her shoulder. It rang, low and silvery, twice. Then she pointed to me. "Who is that?" she asked. "His name is Baret," Edvar told her. "I was sent to meet him." "But where is he from? He is not registered." "We don't know. It's an unusual circumstance," he explained, while the girl examined us all carefully. "Very well," she said finally. "You must attend him until he is registered. I'll notify Odom." Edvar nodded, and we turned away. Glancing back as we crossed the court, I saw the ship descending noiselessly on the square of pavement where it had landed, into the depths of the building, while the girl made other gestures with her little cabinet. Then we passed through a doorway into the subdued glow of artificial lighting. "Why was she so worried?" I asked Edvar. "I don't understand anything, you know." "You were not registered," he said. "We are all registered, of course, in our own cities. The authorities know where to find us at any moment of the day during our routine. If we leave the city, or depart from our usual program, naturally we note down where we are going, registering ourselves upon our departure and upon our return. If we visit another city, our arrival there is expected and reported here, as well as our departure." "Is all that necessary?" I asked him. "Is there a war, perhaps?" "No," he said. "It's customary. It prevents confusion. Everything we do is recorded. This conversation, for instance, is being recorded in the telepathic laboratory at this moment. Each of us has a record there. They are open to the public at any time. It makes dishonor impossible." We paused at a doorway, and Edvar spoke a word. It opened noiselessly, and we went into his apartment. "We are assigned to you this morning," Edvar said. "We are at your service." The apartment was hardly very different from what I had unconsciously expected. It seemed to have two rooms and a bath. The room we entered was a sort of study. It was hung with drapes closely woven from some light metal, with cold designs that were suggestive of mechanical, mathematic conceptions, but inspiring in much the way that the lines of the building were inspiring. There were no pictures and no mirrors. All the furniture was made in straight lines, of metal, and somewhat futuristic in design. The chairs, however, were deep and comfortable, although the yielding upholstery appeared at first sight hard and brittle as metal sheets. The room was perfectly bare, and the color scheme a dull silver and black. To me it seemed extremely somber, but it pleased Edvar and his companion. The first thing I noted when we sat down was the absence of any small articles, books, or papers, or lamps, and I remarked on this, somewhat rudely perhaps, to Edvar. "Whatever you wish is accessible," he explained with a smile. He rose and went to the draped wall. Drawing back the folds of the curtains in several places, he showed the metal wall covered with dials and apparatus. I noted especially a small screen, like a motion picture screen. Later, I was to find that it served not only for amusement, showing sound pictures projected automatically from a central office, but also for news and for communication, like a telephone. "Would you care for breakfast?" Edvar asked me. I accepted eagerly, and he manipulated some dials on the wall. A moment or two later, a small section of the wall opened, and a tray appeared. Edvar placed it on the table by my chair. "We have had our breakfast," he explained, and I began to eat with a keener appetite than I thought I'd had. It was a simple meal, with a slightly exotic flavor, but without any strange dishes. During the course of it, I asked Edvar questions. "Your life is amazingly centralized," I said. "Apparently all the things you need are supplied at your rooms, on a moment's notice." "Yes," he smiled. "It makes life simpler. We have very few needs. Many of them are satisfied while we sleep, such as cleansing and, if we like, nourishment. We can study while we sleep, acquiring facts that we may want to use later from an instrument which acts upon the subconscious mind. These dials you see are mainly to give us pleasure. If we care to have our meals served in the old-fashioned way, as you are having yours, we can do so, but we reserve those meals for the occasions when we feel the need of eating as a pure sensation. We can have music at any time." He paused. "Would you care for some music?" "There's nothing I'd like better," I told him. He went to the wall and turned the dials again. In a moment the room was filled with the subdued sound of a cool, melancholy music. Grieg, or some other composer, with whom I was unfamiliar, exotic and reminiscent in mood, cool and quiet, with a touch of acutely sweet pain. I listened to it in silence for a while. It was so subtle and pervasive, however, that it seemed to play directly upon the subconscious mind, so that the listener could go on thinking and talking uninterruptedly, without losing any of the feeling of the melody. "Have you no private possessions?" I asked. "Things that you share with no one, your own books, your own music, your own jewelry, perhaps?" "We have no need of them," he replied. After a moment's thought, he added, "We have our own emotions, and our own work. That's all. We do not care for jewels, or for decoration for its own sake. The things we use and see daily are beautiful in themselves, through their perfect utility and their outward symbolism of utility and creation. Our tools and our furniture are beautiful, according to our own conceptions of beauty, as you can see." He made a gesture about the room. "And who serves you with those meals, and the music, and the knowledge you learn in your sleep? Who does the work?" "We all do the work. Each of us has his own work. Each of us is a craftsman and a creative artist. The real work is done by machine. Our machines are the basic structure of our life. But we have men, highly trained and fitted temperamentally for their professions, who watch and direct the machines. It's a matter of a few hours a day, devoted to fine problems in mechanics, or building, or invention. The rest of our time is our own. And the machines go on moving automatically as we have directed them to move. If every man on Earth should die this morning, it would be perhaps 50 years or a century before the last machine stopped turning." "And the rest of the time?" It was Zelda who answered this time. "We live. We devote ourselves to learning and creative thought. We study human relations, or we wander through the forests and the mountains, increasing the breadth and significance of our minds and emotions." Zelda's voice, rising suddenly after her long silence, startled me, and I looked at her, disturbed again by some subtle attraction exercised over me by her body. We were silent a while, then I relapsed into my inner questioning, and turned to Edvar. "You must live under a sort of socialistic system," I said thoughtfully, "even a sort of communism." "In a sense. Rather, it is an automatic life. The soul of the machine pervades us all, and the machines are beautiful. Our lives are logically and inevitably directed by environment and heredity, just as the machines are inevitably directed by their functions and capabilities. When a child is born, we know already what he will do throughout his life, how long he will live, what sort of children he will have, the woman he will marry. The Bureau could tell you at this moment when my great-grandson will be born, when he will die, and what his life will do for the state. There are never any accidents in our lives." "But how did you develop so highly technical a civilization?" I asked. "We came to it gradually from the last government system. It was called the Phrenarchic system, the rule of the mind. It was neither democracy, nor monarchy, nor dictatorship. We found that we could tell the temperament and characteristics of a child from his early years, and we trained certain children for government. They were given power according to the qualities of their minds, and according to the tasks for which they were fitted. We even bred them for governing. Later, when the machine began to usurp the place of labor all over the world, and gave men freedom and peace and beauty, the task of government dwindled away little by little, and the Phrenarchs turned gradually to other occupations." I learned innumerable details of that life from Edvar, and occasionally Selda would add some fact. They are not important now. It is the narrative which I must tell, not the details of a social system which, as I would discover later, was purely hypothetical. The three of us spent the morning in conversation there, until the entrance of another man I had not seen before. He came in without knocking, but Edvar and Selda did not seem to be surprised. He was the representative of the Bureau. "You are Baret?" he said, looking at me keenly. "Yes," I replied. "I have been directed to tell you that your visit here is temporary, and that you will be returned to your previous life at the end of a certain period of time, which we have not yet calculated precisely. You have been registered with the Bureau, and you are free to come and go as you see fit, but you are not to interfere with anything you see. You are an observer. You will be expected to comply with our methods of living as Edvar or Selda will explain them to you." With a slight bow he turned to go. But I detained him. "Wait," I said. "Can you tell me who I am, and where I've come from?" "We are not yet certain. Our knowledge of you has come to us in an unusual manner, through a series of new experiments now being conducted at the Bureau. If possible, we will explain them to you later. In any case, you may be assured that your absence from your usual life will not cause you any harm, and that you will return after a definite time. Rest here and keep your mind at peace. You will be safe." Then he turned and left. I was puzzled for a while, but I forgot that shortly in the strangeness and wonder of the life I was living in a strange world. And the lake? Melbourne? The Grieg nocturne came to an end. I frowned as I set down my razor and went into the living room to change the record. Conflicting memories, where did they meet? On the one hand was the awakening in the cold waters of the lake, only an hour or less than an hour ago. And there was Melbourne, and the strange conversation at the club. Finally, there was this amazing and isolated recollection, like a passage from a dream. Suddenly, as I went back to my bath and plunged into the cool water, my mind returned to Melbourne. I had been walking home with him that night from the club, perhaps last night. We had gone on a while in silence, both of us thinking. Then we had come to the drive. At that moment Melbourne had said something. What was it? He had said, "Tell me, Mr. Barrett, would you care to see that dream of yours come true?" The Chamber of Life. I didn't know what Melbourne meant, and I looked at him inquiringly. He explained, "I have in my home a model, or rather a complete test apparatus. It was finished only a few days ago. I have been postponing my trial of it from day to day, afraid that it might be a failure, although, of course, it can't be. I have verified my work dozens of times, step by step. If you care to see it, I should be glad to have you come with me. Now that I have reached the end of my search, I need someone to share my triumph with me." I glanced at him eagerly, but hardly understanding that his offer was serious. "But, Mr. Melbourne," I said, "why have you chosen me, a man you've only met this evening?" He smiled. "I am a lonely man, almost a recluse, Mr. Barrett," he answered. "I have many friends in many countries, but no intimates. It is the penalty of a man's devotion to one single and absorbing task. And, too, I think you share a little of my interest in this particular task." "I do, sir. It has fascinated me," I said. "Then come along. I shall soon be an old man, and I will need someone to carry on this work, as I should carry it on. Perhaps you will be that man." A taxi was coming up the drive at that moment. Melbourne hailed it, and held the door for me to enter. Then he gave the driver an address which I didn't hear, and climbed in after me. "This will be quicker," he said. "After all, I am more excited about it myself than I should care to admit." As we turned and went on up the drive, he told me more about his invention. "I call it the Chamber of Life," he said. "It's a fantastic name, but it designates precisely what my instrument is. You see, it's like living another life to experience an hour or two in the chamber. You cannot possibly realize yet just what it's like. I have created a means of reproducing all the sensations that a man would have in actual living, all the sounds, the odors, the little feelings that are half realized in daily life, everything. The chamber takes possession of you and lives for you. You forget your name, your very existence in this world, and you are taken bodily into a fictitious land. It is like actually living the books you would read today, or the motion pictures and plays you would watch and hear. It is as real as life, but it moves swiftly as a dream. You seem to pass through certain things slowly and completely, in the tempo of life. Then, when the transitional moment comes, between the scenes, your sensations pass with unbelievable rapidity. The chamber has possession of your mind. It tells you that you are doing such and such a thing. It gives you all the feeling of doing that thing, and you actually believe you are doing it. And when it snatches you away from one day and takes you into the next, it has only to make you feel that a day has passed, and it is as though you had lived through that day. You could live a lifetime in this way, in the chamber, without spending actually more than a few hours. The taxi turned a corner, leaving the drive, and plunged into a maze of side streets. I didn't notice particularly where we were going, because I was utterly absorbed in everything Melbourne said. The city, along the upper part of the drive, is filled with streets that twist and turn crookedly, like New York's Greenwich Village. It has always puzzled me to know how the residents ever find their way home at night, especially when they are returning from parties. I suppose they manage it somehow, perhaps by signs cut in the trees like primitive Indians. "Even after I had worked out the machine," Melbourne continued, "it was a year's job to put together a record for a thorough trial. That was a matter of synchronization, like your talking pictures, except that everything had to be synchronized. Taste, touch, as well as sound and vision. And thought processes had to be included. I had this advantage, however, that I could record everything by a process of pure imagination, as I shall explain later, just as everything is received directly through the mind. And I worked out a way of going back and cutting out the extraneous impressions. Even so, it was amazingly complicated. I've gotten around the difficulties of this, my first record, by avoiding a story of ordinary life. Indeed, what I have made is hardly a story at all. You can readily see how hard it would have been to use the medley of noises in traffic, or the infinite variety of subtle country sounds. Instead, I made a story of an ideal life as I have visioned it. The future, if you like, or the life on another planet. At this moment, we turned into a dark driveway and skirted a large lawn for several hundred yards, up to Melbourne's home. It was a large house, dark at the moment, like the colonial houses you see in Virginia. The real ones, not the recent imitations that consist of little except the spotless white columns which Jefferson adopted from the Greeks. We went up some steps to a wide porch as the taxi drove away, and Melbourne unlocked the door. The hall inside was a hint of quiet, fine furnishings, with the note of simplicity that marks real taste. Melbourne himself took my hat and put it away meticulously with his own in a cloakroom at the end of the hall. Then he led me up the stairs, deeply carpeted, to his study. I glanced around the study with interest, but I saw nothing that could, conceivably, have been what he called the Chamber of Life. "It's not here, Mr. Barrett," he said, noticing my eagerness with a smile. "We'll go to it in a moment. I thought you might care for a highball first." From a closet he selected a bottle of scotch, some soda, and glasses. Before he poured the whiskey, he removed a small box from a cabinet, opened it, and extracted two small capsules. He dropped one of them into each glass. "This is a harmless drug," he explained. "It will paralyze some of the nerves of your body so that you won't feel the chair you'll be sitting in, nor any extraneous sensation that might interfere with the impressions you must get from the instrument. It's a sort of local anesthetic." He handed me my glass. We drank the highballs rather hastily, and rose. Melbourne went to a door at one end of the room and opened it, switching on a light. Following him, I looked past the doorway into a small room, something like the conception I had of the control room in a submarine. It was a small chamber, with metal walls. It had no windows, and only the one door through which we entered. Around the walls were a series of cabinets with innumerable dials, switches, wires, and tiny radio tubes. It was like a glorified radio, but there were no loudspeakers, and no earphones. Two very deep and comfortable chairs stood side by side in the center of the room. "The experience will be very simple," Melbourne said softly. "I'm not going into any detail about this instrument until we see how it works. I may as well explain, though, that the room is absolutely soundproof, so that no trace of noises outside can enter it. Furthermore, I maintain it at an even body temperature. These precautions are to prevent interference with the sound impressions and the heat and cold stimuli of the instrument. That is the only reason we have to be confined here in this room, because it is especially adapted to the reception of these impressions. The instrument, you see, like a radio, is operative at a distance. I am going to test you in a moment for your wavelength. When I have that, and set the instrument, you could receive the story, so far as I know, anywhere in the world. No receiving set is necessary, for it acts directly upon the brain. But you must have these ideal conditions for pure reception." I seated myself in one of the chairs, yawning a little. Melbourne, working at the dials, noticed my yawn and observed approvingly. "That's good. The more deadened your body is to real sensations, the nearer it is to sleep. The better and more vivid will be your impressions." He pressed several buttons and twisted a dial with sensitive fingers. "Now, concentrate for a moment on the word Venus," he directed. I did so, and shortly I heard a faint humming which rose within the instrument. Then Melbourne turned a switch with a nod of satisfaction, and the humming ceased. "That gave me your wavelength," he explained. "I have set it for my own as well. I can broadcast at one time 2 or more different lengths. I can broadcast more than one part in the drama, too. Whereas you, for instance, will be the man waking up in a strange world in the record we are going to receive, I have connected my wavelength to receive the emotions and the sensations of the girl, Selda." He came forward to the other chair and sat down. "Everything is in readiness now," he said. "When I press this button on the arm of my chair, the lights will go out. A moment later we shall be under the stimulus of the machine." "I don't think anything can happen," he smiled. "If anything does, and you are conscious enough to know it, you can call my butler by means of an electrical device I have perfected simply by speaking his name, Peter, in an ordinary conversational voice. But I don't see how anything can go wrong." We reached for each other's hands and shook them quietly. "Good luck," I said. "The outcome of this means almost as much to me as it does to you." With another smile, Melbourne answered, "Good luck to you then, too." At that moment the lights went off, and we sat there a few moments in total darkness. Remembering this scene, as I bathed that morning when I came out of the lake, I began to understand more clearly what had happened to me. Evidently, then, it had been last night that I saw Melbourne, and the strange other life I had been recalling earlier had been the experience in the Chamber of Life. But there was more yet. My mind raced back to the awakening on the hill, and to the landing in the city of Richmond. I remembered the conversation with Edvar in his apartment, the place where I had left off and gone back to my recollections of Melbourne. Now, as I stepped out of the tub and dried myself and dressed, I returned mentally to the curious mythical adventure in the mythical city. It was still impossible for me to feel that it was unreal. It had been so vivid, so clear. Baret and Zelda. I remember that I lived nearly 2 months, or so it seemed, in that other world. I was assigned an apartment near to Edvar's. Zelda was between us. Edvar instructed me in the details of the life I was to lead. But he was a rather cold sort. His interests were ancient history and archaeology, and he would spend his mornings at work in the library of history, or in his study, the rest of his time flying about the world on curious expeditions of discovery. Examining the soil, I suppose, and investigating the customs and records of other cities. Zelda devoted most of her time to me. It was she who took me from place to place, showing me the natural beauties of that world. There were, you see, not only gentle slopes and hilltops. There were mountainous crags as high and as wild as the Alps, forests as impenetrably deep and still as the jungles of the Amazon, and rivers that rushed and tumbled over rocks, or fell for thousands of feet from mountain cliffs. The first time I went with her, she took me to a gigantic peak that overlooked the sea. There was, of course, a small level place for the airship to land. We left it there and climbed on foot the last 100 yards or so. Our way lay through the heavy snow, but it was not too cold to be more than gloriously bracing, exhilarating. We wore our usual costume of trunks and tunic. We stood at the top and looked out over the grandest horizon I had ever seen. To the east there lay the sea, deep and very blue in the sunlight. The shore was just a dark line far away and below us. There was a long strip of grass and field bordering the sea for miles, and behind that, the forest. Toward the north, the mountains crept out from under the forest and moved down to the sea, rising until they became a vast wilderness of cliffs and rocks, and hid the sea, with peak after peak rising as far as the eye could reach into the snow and the mist. Then the hills sloped down westward into a series of wooded valleys, through which ran the wide river I had seen at my awakening, coming down from the mountains and through the valleys, until it flattened broadly out into the low plains in the south and moved eastward to the sea. Everywhere in the valleys and over the plains I knew that cities were scattered, lonely and tall, like the one they called Richmond. But we were so high in the mountains that they were invisible to us. Perhaps a keen eye could have found them, tiny white dots crouching upon the earth. I turned to Zelda and caught my breath. The wind, swooping up from the sea, whipped her thin covering against her body and fluttered it like the swift wings of a butterfly behind her. Her short, dark hair, too, was lifted and blown back from her forehead, revealing the clean, soft profile of her face. I had never seen a girl who stood so clean, so straight. I watched her until she turned too and met my eyes. In them, I thought I detected something startled and unfathomable. "My God!" I cried across the wind. "You are beautiful!" She frowned a little, but her eyes still looked searchingly into mine. I stepped forward, facing her. But I didn't touch her. I was afraid to touch anything so clean. "You belong here, Zelda," I added. "The wind is a part of you, and the mountains, and the sea. You shouldn't have to live in the midst of all those people in the city. You belong here." She smiled faintly, looking up at me. "You belong here more than I do, Beret," she said. "You came to us, not from the city, but from the hills." We stood there, examining each other's eyes, for a long while. I wanted to take her in my arms, but I didn't. I looked away at last, back at the sea, puzzled and disturbed. I had never been aware of anything so fine as this before, nor of anything so painful. Suddenly I found myself wanting to be something, to do something, not for myself, but for her. It was strange. "Come," she said at last. "We had better go back." "I'd like to stay here forever," I answered moodily, glancing around a last time at the versatile horizon. "So would I," she admitted. Then, in a low voice, she added, "But one can't. One has to follow one's program." We returned to the airship, rose into the cool, thin air. I stood behind her on the way back, watching her slender body as she guided the plane. Once in a while she would turn her head and look up at me over her shoulder, then quickly look away again. "Why is it," I asked her as we passed over the valleys and the river on our way home, "why is it that these hills have such a cultivated look, as though they had been laid out?" She glanced back and smiled. "They have been laid out," she said. "The hills and the rivers and the tallest mountains have all been constructed by our landscape artists in order to achieve their various effects. Even the line of the sea has been determined and arranged by the artists." "But why?" I said. "Wasn't it a frightful waste of energy?" "It didn't seem so to us," she answered. We had no further need to cultivate the land except in small patches when we learned the secret of artificial food. And we wanted to have perfect beauty about us. So we remodeled the outlines of the earth and eliminated the insects and the harmful animals and the weeds. We made the land clean and fine as it had never been before. It must have been a terrific labor. It pleased us. Our instinct is to arrange and remodel things, to order our life so that we know what it is and what it will always be. She paused for a moment and added in a low voice, "One is necessarily a determinist here." We said no more until our arrival in Richmond. It is not my purpose to detail here all that happened during the time I spent on that world. Most of it had to do with Zelda and our daily expeditions about the world. This is not, after all, a love story, but the account of a very strange experience. And, too, none of it was real. During my last week, a series of strange moods and happenings complicated my life. One day, after a visit to the sea with Zelda, we were walking back to our plane across the sand. Without any warning, surrounded by the brilliant morning sunlight and the miles of sea and beach, I struck my knee against something hard and immovable, and, flinging out my hand to catch myself from falling, I clung to a hard surface like an iron railing. For a moment I was stunned and confused. The sunlight seemed to fade, and there was a vague hint of darkness all about me, with black walls looming up on all sides. It was as though I stood in two worlds at once, transfixed between night and day. Then the darkness went away. The sunlight brightened. I looked around and found Zelda watching me curiously, a little alarmed. "What happened, Beret?" she asked, puzzled. I shook my head in bewilderment. "I seemed to stumble," I said. There was nothing underfoot but the soft sand, and where I had flung my hand against a sort of railing there was nothing either. We went back to the airship in silence, both of us confused. After that, with increasing frequency, there would come interruptions, like iron bars striking dark, jagged holes in the tissue of life. From time to time I heard inexplicable noises, the whirring of motors, the skid of tires on invisible streets, the rumble of carts around corners of a world where there were no carts. Again and again those moments of confusion would come over me, when I seemed to be looking into two worlds at once, one superimposed upon the other, one bright, the other dark, with faint points of light in the distance. Once, walking along the corridor beyond my room in Richmond, I collided with a man. For a moment the corridor faded completely. I stood on a street with dark houses about me. Overhead was the glow of a street lamp, and a milk cart was just rattling away around a corner. A man with a frightened face stood before me, his hat on the pavement, his eyes staring. We looked at each other in astonishment. I started to speak. Then he reached for his hat quickly and brushed by me, muttering close to my ear, "For God's sake, look where you're going." I stood in the corridor again, staring. Down the corridor, coming toward me, was a single figure, Zelda. Behind me there was nobody. I went to meet Zelda, dazed and uneasy. I could still hear, close to my ear, an echo of that muffled, hoarse voice that I had never heard before. That was 2 days before the end. We were leaving the city on that final bright morning when a representative of the Bureau stopped us. I looked at him inquiringly. "I have come to tell you, Beret," he said, "that your departure is scheduled for this evening." I drew back, startled, and looked at Zelda. "My departure?" I repeated in a low voice, hardly understanding. "So soon?" I had forgotten that one day I should have to leave. "It has been arranged," he said impersonally. We bowed slightly to each other, and he went away. Zelda and I stepped aboard our ship in silence. That time we flew up the river until we came to the foothills of the mountains in the north. We landed in a little clearing by the river at the foot of a waterfall, hundreds of feet high, towering over us. The forest stood about us on all sides, coming down to the river's brim on the opposite bank, and meeting it not far from us on the near bank. The precipice, covered with moss and small bushes, stood above us. We sat a long while in silence, before I said bitterly, "So I must go." She didn't look at me, but answered quietly, Yes, you must go." "I don't want to go," I cried. "I want to stay here." "Why?" she asked me, averting her face. "Don't you know?" I said swiftly. "Haven't you understood long ago that I love you?" She shook her head. "Love is something that we don't know here, not until we have been married and lived with our men. Sometimes not then." But she looked at me, and I thought there were tears in her eyes. Suddenly the impulse I had been resisting ever since the morning on the mountain became insupportable, and I caught her in my arms almost roughly. Her face was close to mine, and she closed her eyes. I kissed her, forgetting everything but the knowledge that I had stumbled upon the sort of love that doesn't pass away, no matter how long a man lives. After a while, though, she drew away as if she resisted not my desire, but her own. "No," she said in a low voice. "No." "But, Zelda," I stammered, "I love you. I want to marry you." She shook her head. "No," she said again. "Didn't you understand? I am scheduled to marry Edvar." At first I didn't know what she meant. "Scheduled?" I repeated dully. "I don't understand." "It has been arranged for years. Don't you remember what Edvar told you about our marriages here? The very first day you came? I was destined to marry Edvar long before any of us were born, before our parents, even, were born. It's the way they order our lives." "But I love you!" I cried in amazement. "And you love me too. I know you love me." "That means nothing here," she said. "It happens sometimes. One has to accept it. Nothing can be done. We live according to the machinery of the world. Everything is known and predetermined." Suddenly, in the midst of what she was saying, close behind me there sounded even above the roaring of the waterfall a raucous noise like the hooting of a taxi horn. It was followed by a shrieking of brakes, and a hoarse voice nearby shouted something angry and profane. A rush of air swept by me, and I heard faintly the sound of a motor moving away, with a grinding of gears. I looked at Selda. "Did you hear that?" She nodded with wide, frightened eyes. "Yes, it's not the first time." Suddenly she rose, frowning, as if with pain. "Come," she added. "Now we must go back." There was nothing else to do. We went back silently to the airship, and turned its nose toward the city. But when I left her at her apartment, promising to see her later, I had one last hope in my mind. I went to the Bureau. The Bureau was a vast system of halls and offices, occupying 2 floors of the great building. I was sent from one automatic device to another. There were no human clerks. In search of the representative who had spoken to me before. Finally I found him in his apartment, down the corridor only 100 feet or so from my own. He was poring over a metal sheet on his table, where innumerable shifting figures were thrown by some hidden machine, and he was calculating with a set of hundreds of buttons along its edges. He spoke to me without pausing or looking up, and throughout my interview he continued with his figuring as if it had been entirely automatic, as perhaps it was. "What is it, Baret?" he said. I felt like a small child before the principal of the school. "I have come to ask you whether it is necessary for me to go," I answered. He nodded slightly, never looking up. "It is necessary," he said. "Your visit was prearranged and definite." I made a gesture of remonstrance. "But I don't want to go," I insisted. "I like this place, and I am willing to fall into its life if I can remain under any conditions." "It is impossible," he objected angrily. "I have never been told why or how I came here. You said you would tell me that." "I have never been told myself. It is a matter known to the men who handled it. If I went to them, surely they could find some way to let me stay." "No," he said coldly. "The thing was as definite as every event that takes place here. We do not let things happen haphazardly. We do not alter what has been arranged. And even if it were possible to let you stay, which I am inclined to doubt, they would not permit it." "Why not?" I asked dully. "Because there is no place for you. Our social system has been planned for hundreds of years ahead. Every individual of today and every individual of the next 6 generations has his definite place, his program, his work to do. There is no place for you. It is impossible to fit you in, for you have no work, no training, no need that you can fill. You have no woman, and there are no women for your children or your children's children. You are unnecessary. To fit you in, one would have to disrupt the whole system for generations ahead. It is impossible." I thought a moment, hopelessly. "If I made a place?" I suggested. "Suppose I took someone else's place?" He smiled, a faint, cold smile. "Murder? It is impossible. You are always under the control of the Bureau in some way, whether you are aware of it or not." I turned away, a little dazed. The whole thing was inevitable and clear, as he put it. I knew there was nothing to be done. I left his apartment and went down the corridor to the landing stage. No one interfered with my movements, and my commands were not questioned. I ordered a plane and gave my name to the girl in charge. "Your destination?" she asked. I said, "I am only going for pleasure." "Your return?" "Expect me in an hour." I had watched Zelda pilot the planes for so many weeks that I was familiar with the controls. I rose swiftly, circled the building, and headed north toward the mountains. I hadn't the courage to see Zelda again. It was only a little while before I came to the place by the river where we had spent the morning. I slowed down and flew over it, just above the waterfall. There was a landing spot by the river just beyond the top of the fall. I came to rest there and left the machine. I stood looking at the river for a moment. I don't remember that any thoughts or emotions came to my mind. I simply stood there, a little dazed and very quiet, with a vague picture of Zelda before my eyes. It was a dreamlike moment. Then I slipped over the river's bank, into the water, and the swift current, catching me up and whirling me about dizzily, carried me toward the edge of the waterfall. And so to work. I glanced at the clock on the mantel. It was 5 minutes to 8. Time to leave, if I was to get a decent breakfast before I went to the office. I found an old hat in the closet and put it on. It would do until I had time to buy another. Last night and this morning. Last night, after supper, I had dropped by the club for a drink, and met Melbourne. This morning, I woke in the water of the lake, and came home and dressed, and went to work. 12 hours, and in that time I had lived 2 months. I had fallen in love and died. Now I must go to work. As I left the apartment and turned west away from the drive toward the streetcars, I was whistling over and over a brief snatch of music. Was it Grieg, or some composer never heard on earth? There were people on the street now. They went by with frowning, intent faces, on their way to work, and cars rolling by, pausing at the cross streets with little squealings of brakes. Everything was so simple now. I went over it all as I waited for the streetcar, and as I rode downtown. It was strange that Melbourne had never foreseen that one possibility among so many. We had sat down in our chairs, and then the adventure had begun. I had felt the sensation of moving about, of going from place to place. When I was a child, I used to have dreams of walking about the house and about the streets. I would wake up on the stairs, or at the door, sleepwalking. Reflexes did it. I had left the chair, under the influence of the story in the Chamber of Life, and gone out of the room. I remembered now all those brief moments when I had seemed poised on the brink of the real world, the stumbling against some hard object, the face under the street lamp, the taxi, the voices. I had been going through the dark streets with closed eyes, going toward the drive, sleepwalking. And when I slipped over the bank of the river, in the dream, and down into the water, in reality I had gone over the side of the drive and down into the cold lake. It had been dawn. I left the car and walked down the street, lost in the midst of the crowds hurrying about me. It was all over, gone like one of those old dreams of my childhood. I could never forget it, never forget Zelda. But it was gone. It had never existed. It had been cruel of Melbourne, cruel and ironic to put Zelda in the dream. But perhaps he had never realized that it would last over into reality. I had no hope of seeing her again, even in the chamber. I knew I could never find Melbourne's home. I had paid no attention to the way the taxi driver took, and I wasn't very much interested now. It was only a dream. I had lost the only girl I had ever loved in a dream. I pushed open the door of the Norfolk lunch. It was late. I had only a little while for breakfast. I sat down at one of the tables and spoke to the waiter in much the usual manner. "Hello, Joe. I'm in a hurry. Bring me bacon and eggs as usual." "Coffee, Mr. Barrett?" "Yes, coffee too, and hurry it up." It wouldn't do to be late at the office, where I too was a maker of sometimes cruel dreams. End of The Chamber of Life by G. Peyton Wartenbacher.
No Pets Allowed by M.A. Cummings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kelly Thompson. No Pets Allowed by M.A. Cummings. I can't tell anyone about it. In the first place, they'd never believe me. And if they did, I'd probably be punished for having her, because we aren't allowed to have pets of any kind. It wouldn't have happened if they hadn't sent me way out there to work. But you see, there are so many things I can't do. I remember the day the chief of vocation took me before the council. "I've tried him on a dozen things," he reported. "People always talk about me as if I can't understand what they mean, but I'm really not that dumb. There doesn't seem to be a thing he can do," the chief went on. "Actually, his intelligence seems to be no greater than what we believe our ancestors had, back in the 20th century. "As bad as that?" observed one of the council members. "You do have a problem." "But we must find something for him to do," said another. "We can't have an idle person in the state. It's unthinkable." "But what?" asked the chief. "He's utterly incapable of running any of the machines. I've tried to teach him. The only things he can do are already being done much better by robots." There was a long silence, broken at last by one little old council member. "I have it!" he cried. "The very thing! We'll make him guard of the treasure. But there's no need of a guard. No one will touch the treasure without permission. We haven't had a dishonest person in the state for more than 3,000 years. "That's it exactly. There aren't any dishonest people, so there won't be anything for him to do. But we will have solved the problem of his idleness." "It might be a solution," said the chief, "at least a temporary one. I suppose we will have to find something else later on. But this will give us time to look for something." So I became guard of the treasure, with a badge, and nothing to do, unless you count watching the key. The gates were kept locked, just as they were in the old days, but the large key hung beside them. Of course no one wanted to bother carrying it around. It was too heavy. The only ones who ever used it anyway were members of the council. As the man said, we haven't had a dishonest person in the state for thousands of years. Even I know that much. Of course this left me with lots of time on my hands. That's how I happened to get her in the first place. I'd always wanted one, but pets were forbidden. Busy people didn't have time for them. So I knew I was breaking the law, but I figured that no one would ever find out. First I fixed a place for her, and made a brush screen, so that she couldn't be seen by anyone coming to the gates. Then one night I sneaked into the forest and got her. It wasn't so lonely after that. Now I had something to talk to. She was small when I got her. It would be too dangerous to go near a full-grown one, but she grew rapidly. That was because I caught small animals and brought them to her. Not having to depend on what she could catch, she grew almost twice as fast as usual, and was so sleek and pretty. Really, she was a pet to be proud of. I don't know how I could have stood the 4 months there alone if I hadn't her to talk to. I don't think she really understood me, but I pretended she did, and that helped. Every 3 or 4 weeks, 3 of the council members came to take a part of the treasure, or to add to it. Always 3 of them. That's why I was so surprised one day to see one man coming by himself. It was Graham, the little old member who had recommended that I be given this job. I was happy to see him, and we talked for a while, mostly about my work and how I liked it. I almost told him about my pet, but I didn't because he might be angry at me for breaking the law. Finally he asked me to give him the key. "I've been sent to get something from the treasure," he explained. I was unhappy to displease him, but I said, "I can't let you have it. There must be 3 members. You know that." "Of course I know it. But something came up suddenly, so they sent me alone. Now let me have it." I shook my head. That was the one order they had given me, never to give the key to any one person who came alone. Grem became quite angry. "You idiot!" he shouted. "Why do you think I had you put out here? It was so I could get in there and help myself to the treasure. But that would be dishonest. And there are no dishonest people in the state. For 3,000 years, I know." His usually kind face had an ugly look I had never seen before. "But I'm going to get part of that treasure. And it won't do you any good to report it, because no one is going to take the word of a fool like you against a respected council member. They'll think you are the dishonest one. Now give me that key." It's a terrible thing to disobey a council member, but if I obeyed him I would be disobeying all the others, and that would be worse. "No!" I shouted. He threw himself upon me. For his size and age he was very strong, stronger even than I. I fought as hard as I could, but I knew I wouldn't be able to keep him away from the key for very long, and if he took the treasure I would be blamed. The council would have to think a new punishment for dishonesty. Whatever it was, it would be terrible indeed. He drew back and rushed at me. Just as he hit me, my foot caught upon a root and I fell. His rush carried him past me, and he crashed through the brush screen beside the path. I heard him scream twice, then there was silence. I was bruised all over, but I managed to pull myself up and take away what was left of the screen. There was no sign of Grem, but my beautiful pet was waving her pearl green feelers, as she always did in thanks for a good meal. That's why I can't tell anyone what happened. No one would believe that Grem would be dishonest, and I can't prove it because she ate the proof. Even if I did tell them, no one is going to believe that a flycatcher plant, even a big one like mine, would actually be able to eat a man. So they think that Grem disappeared, and I'm still out here, with her. She's grown so much larger now, and more beautiful than ever. But I hope she hasn't developed a taste for human flesh. Lately, when she stretches out her feelers, it seems that she's trying to reach me. End of No Pets Allowed by M.A. Cummings. Recording by Kelly Thompson, Peer.
The Altar at Midnight by C.M. Kornbluth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Kokonos. The Altar at Midnight by C.M. Kornbluth. Doing something for humanity may be fine for humanity, but rough on the individual. He had quite a rum blossom on him for a kid, I thought at first. But when he moved close to the light by the cash register to ask the bartender for a match or something, I saw it wasn't that. Not just the nose. Broken veins on his cheeks, too, and the funny eyes. He must have seen me look, 'cause he slid back away from the light. The bartender shook my bottle of ale in front of me like a Swiss bell ringer so it foamed inside the green glass. "You ready for another, sir?" he asked. I shook my head. Down the bar he tried it on the kid. He was drinking scotch and water or something like that, and found out he could push him around. He sold him 3 scotch and waters in 10 minutes. When he tried for number 4, the kid had his courage up and said, "I'll tell you when I'm ready for another, Jack." But there wasn't any trouble. It was almost 9, and the place began to fill up. The manager, a real hood type, stationed himself by the door to screen out the high school kids and give the big hello to conventioneers. The girls came hurrying in, too, with their little makeup cases and their fancy hair piled up and their frozen faces with the perfect mouths drawn on them. One of them stopped to say something to the manager, some excuse about something, and he said, "That's all right. Get in the dressing room." A 3-piece band behind the drapes at the back of the stage began to make warm-up noises, and there were 2 bartenders keeping busy. Mostly it was beer, a midweek crowd. I finished my ale and had to wait a couple of minutes before I could get another bottle. The bar filled up from the end near the stage because all the customers wanted a good, close look at the strippers for their 50-cent bottles of beer. But I noticed that nobody sat down next to the kid, or If anybody did, he didn't stay long. You go out for some fun, and the bartender pushes you around, and nobody wants to sit next to you. I picked up my bottle and glass and went down on the stool to his left. He turned to me right away and said, "What kind of place is this, anyway?" The broken veins were all over his face, little ones, but so many, so close, that they made his face look something like marbled rubber. The funny look in his eyes was it, the trick contact lenses. But I tried not to stare and not to look away. "It's okay," I said. "It's a good show, if you don't mind a lot of noise from—" He stuck a cigarette into his mouth and poked the pack at me. "I'm a spacer," he said, interrupting. I took one of the cigarettes and said, "Oh." He snapped a lighter for the cigarettes and said, "Venus." I was noticing that his pack of cigarettes on the bar had some kind of yellow sticker instead of the blue tax stamp. "Ain't that a crock?" he asked. "You can't smoke and they give you lighters for a souvenir." "But it's a good lighter. On Mars last week they gave us all some cheap pen and pencil sets." "You get something every trip, huh?" I took a good long drink of ale and he finished his scotch and water. "Shoot. You call a trip a shoot." One of the girls was working her way down the bar. She was going to slide on the empty stool at his right and give him the business, but she looked at him first and decided not to. She curled around me and asked if I'd buy her a little old drink. I said no, and she moved on to the next. I could kind of feel the young fellow quivering. When I looked at him, he stood up. I followed him out of the dump. The manager grinned without thinking and said, "Good night, boys," to us. The kid stopped in the street and said to me, "You don't have to follow me around, Pappy." He sounded like one wrong word and I would get socked in the teeth. "Take it easy. I know a place where they won't spit in your eye." He pulled himself together and made a joke of it. "This I have to see," he said. "Near here?" "A few blocks." We started walking. It was a nice night. "I don't know this city at all," he said. "I'm from Covington, Kentucky. You do your drinking at home there. We don't have places like this." He meant the whole Skid Row area. "It's not so bad," I said. "I spent a lot of time here." "Is that a fact? I mean, down home a man your age would likely have a wife and children." "I do. The hell with them." He laughed like a real youngster, and I figured he couldn't even be 25. He didn't have any trouble with the broken curbstones in spite of his scotch and waters. I asked him about it. "Sense of balance," he said. "You have to be tops for balance to be a spacer. You spend so much time outside in a suit. People don't know how much. Punctures. And you aren't worth a damn if you lose your point." "What's that mean?"
"Oh, well, it's hard to describe. When you're outside and you lose your point, it means you're all mixed up. You don't know which way the can, that's the ship, which way the can is. It's having all that room around you. But if you have a good balance, you feel a little tugging to the ship, or maybe you just know which way the ship is without feeling it. Then you have your point and you can get the work done."
There must be a lot that's hard to describe. He thought that might be a crack, and he clammed up on me. "You call this Gandy Town," I said after a while. "It's where the stove-up old railroad men hang out. This is the place." It was the second week of the month before everybody's pension check was all gone. Oswiak's was jumping. The grandsons of the pioneers were on the juke singing The Man from Mars Yodel, and old Patty Shea was jigging in the middle of the floor. He had a full seidel of beer in his right hand, and his empty left sleeve was flapping. The kid balked at the screen door. "Too damn bright." I shrugged and went on in, and he followed. We sat down at a table. At Oswiak's you can drink at the bar if you want to, but none of the regulars do. Patty jigged over and said, "Welcome home, Doc." He's a Liverpool Irishman. They talk like Scots, some say, but they sound almost Brooklyn to me. "Hello, Patty. I brought somebody uglier than you. Now what do you say?" Patty jigged around the kid in a half circle with his sleeve flapping and then flopped into a chair when the record stopped. He took a big drink from the sidle and said, "Can you do this?" Paddy stretched his face into an awful grin that showed his teeth. He has 3 of them. The kid laughed and asked me, "What the hell did you drag me into here for?" Paddy says he'll buy drinks for the house the day anybody uglier than he is comes in. Oswiak's wife waddled over for the order, and the kid asked us what we'd have. I figured I could start drinking, so it was 3 double scotches. After the second round, Paddy started blowing about how they took his arm off without any anesthetics except a bottle of gin, because the red ball freight he was tangled up in couldn't wait. That brought some of the other old gimps over to the table with their stories. Blackie Bauer had been sitting in a boxcar with his leg sticking through the door when the train started with a jerk. Wham! The door closed. Everybody laughed at Blackie for being that dumb in the first place, and he got mad. Sam Fireman has palsy. This week he was claiming he used to be a watchmaker before he began to shake. The week before he said he'd been a brain surgeon. A woman I didn't know, a real old boxcar Bertha, dragged herself over and began some kind of story about her sister married a Greek, but she passed out before we found out what happened. Somebody wanted to know what was wrong with the kid's face. Bauer, I think it was, after he came back to the table. "Compression and decompression," the kid said. "You're all the time climbing into your suit and out of your suit. Inboard air's thin to start with. You get a few red lines. That's these ruptured blood vessels. And you say, the hell with the money. All you'll make is just one more trip. But God, it's a lot of money for anybody my age. You keep saying that until you can't be nothing but a spacer. The eyes are hard radiation scars," he said. "You like that all over?" asked Oswiak's wife politely. "All over, ma'am," the kid told her in a miserable voice. "But I'm going to quit before I get a Bowman head." "I don't care," said Maggie Rorty. "I think he's cute." "Compared with—" Paddy began, but I kicked him under the table. We sang for a while, and then we told gags and recited limericks for a while, and I noticed the kid and Maggie had wandered into the back room, the one with the latch on the door. Oswiak's wife asked me, very puzzled, "Doc, why they do that flying by planets?" "It's the damn government," Sam Fireman said. "Why not?" I said. "They got the Bowman Drive. Why the hell shouldn't they use it? Serves 'em right." I had a double scotch and added, 20 years of it, and they found out a few things they didn't know. Red lines are only one of them. 20 years more, maybe they'll find out a few more things they didn't know. Maybe by the time there's a bathtub in every American home and an alcoholism clinic in every American town, they'll find out a whole lot of things they didn't know, and every American boy will be a pop-eyed, blood-rattled wreck like our friend here from riding the Bowman Drive. "It's the damn government," Sam Fireman repeated. "And what the hell did you mean by that remark about alcoholism?" Paddy said, real sore. "Personally, I can take it or leave it alone." So we got talking about that, and everybody there turned out to be people who could take it or leave it alone. It was maybe midnight when the kid showed at the table again, looking kind of dazed. I was drunker than I ought to be by midnight, so I said I was going for a walk. He tagged along, and we wound up on a bench at Screwball Square. The soapboxers were still going strong. Like I said, it was a nice night. After a while, a pot-bellied old auntie who didn't give a damn about the face sat down and tried to talk the kid into going to see some etchings. The kid didn't get it, and I led him over to hear the soapboxers before there was trouble. One of the orators was a mush-mouthed evangelist. "And oh, my friends," he said, "when I looked through the porthole of the spaceship and beheld the wonder of the firmament—" "You're a stinking Yankee liar," the kid yelled at him. "You say one more damn word about can shooting, and I'll ram your spaceship down your lying throat. Where's your red lines if you're such a hot spacer?" The crowd didn't know what he was talking about, but "where's your red lines" sounded good to them, so they heckled Mushmouth off his box with it. I got the kid to a bench. The liquor was working in him all of a sudden. He simmered down after a while and asked, "Doc, should I give Miss Rorty some money? I asked her afterward, and she said she'd admire to have something to remember me by, so I gave her my lighter. She seemed to be real pleased with it, but I was wondering if maybe I embarrassed her by asking her right out. Like I told you, back in Covington, Kentucky, we don't have places like that. Or maybe we did, and I just didn't know about 'em. But what do you think I should have done about Miss Roddy? Just what you did, I told him. If they want money, they ask you for it first. Where are you staying? YMCA, he said, almost asleep. Back in Covington, Kentucky, I was a member of the Y, and I kept up my membership. They have to let me in because I'm a member. Spacers have all kinds of trouble, Doc. Woman trouble, hotel trouble, family trouble, religious trouble. I was raised a Southern Baptist, but where's heaven anyway? I asked Dr. Chitwood last time before the red lines got so thick. Doc, you ain't a minister of the gospel, are you? I hope I didn't say nothing to offend you. No offense, son, I said. No offense. I walked into the avenue and waited for a fleet cab. It was almost 5 minutes. The independents that roll drunks dent the fenders of fleet cabs if they show up in Skid Row, and then the fleet drivers have to make reports on their own time to the company. It keeps them away. But I got one and dumped the kid in. The Y Hotel, I told the driver. Here's 5. Help him in when you get there. When I walked through Screwball Square again, some college kids were yelling, "Where's your red lines?" at old Charlie, the last of the Wobblies. Old Charlie kept roaring, "The hell with your bread lines! I'm talking about atomic bombs! Right up there!" And he pointed at the moon. It was a nice night, but the liquor was dying in me. There was a joint around the corner, so I went in and had a drink to carry me to the club. I had a bottle there. I got into the first cab that came. "Athletic club," I said. "In a doghouse, huh?" the driver said, and he gave me a big personality smile. I didn't say anything, and he started the car. He was right, of course. I was in everybody's doghouse. Someday I'd scare hell out of Tom and Lise by going home and showing them what their daddy looked like. Down at the Institute, I was in the doghouse. "Oh dear," everybody at the Institute said to everybody. "I'm sure I don't know what ails the man. A lovely wife and 2 lovely grown children, and she had to tell him either you go or I go. And drinking. And this is rather subtle, but it's a well-known fact that neurotics seek out low company to compensate for their guilt feelings. The places he frequents. Dr. Francis Bowman, the man who made spaceflight a reality, the man who put the bomb base on the moon. Really, I'm sure I don't know what ails him. The hell with them all." End of The Altar at Midnight by C.M. Kornbluth. Recording by Mark Kokonos.
Crossroads of Destiny by H. Beam Piper. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Navratil. Crossroads of Destiny by H. Beam Piper. I still have the dollar bill. It's in my box at the bank, and I think that's where it will stay. I simply won't destroy it, but I can think of nobody to whom I'd be willing to show it. Certainly nobody at the college. My history department colleagues least of all. Merely to tell the story would brand me irredeemably as a crackpot. But crackpots are tolerated, even on college faculties. It's only when they begin producing physical evidence that they get themselves actively resented. When I went into the club car for a nightcap before going back to my compartment to turn in, there were 5 men there, sitting together. One was an army officer, with the insignia and badges of a staff intelligence colonel. Next to him was a man of about my own age, with sandy hair and a bony, Scottish-looking face, who sat staring silently into a highball which he held in both hands. Across the aisle, an elderly man, who could have been a lawyer or a banker, was smoking a cigar over a glass of port. and beside him sat a plump and slightly too well-groomed individual who had a tall, colorless drink, probably gin and tonic. The fifth man, separated from him by a vacant chair, seemed to be dividing his attention between a book on his lap and the conversation, in which he was taking no part. I sat down beside the sandy-haired man. As I did so and rang for the waiter, the colonel was saying, "No, that wouldn't. I can think of a better one. Suppose you have Columbus get his ships from Henry the Seventh of England and sail under the English instead of the Spanish flag. You know, he did try to get English backing before he went to Spain, but King Henry turned him down. That could be changed." I pricked up my ears. The period from 1492 to the Revolution is my special field of American history, and I knew at once the enormous difference that would have made. It was a moment later that I realized how oddly the colonel had expressed the idea, and by that time the plump man was speaking. "Yes, that would work," he agreed. "Those kings made decisions, most of the time, on whether or not they had a hangover, or what some court favorite thought." He got out a notebook and pen and scribbled briefly. "I'll hand that to the planning staff when I get to New York. That's Henry the Seventh, not Henry the Eighth, right? We'll fix it so that Columbus will catch him when he's in a good humor." That was too much. I turned to the man beside me. "What goes on?" I asked. "Has somebody invented a time machine?" He looked up from the drink he was contemplating. "Sounds like it, doesn't it? I know. Our friend here is getting up a television program. Tell the gentleman about it," he urged the plump man across the aisle. The waiter arrived at that moment. The plump man, who seemed to need little urging, waited until I had ordered a drink, and then began telling me what a positively sensational idea it was. "We're calling it Crossroads of Destiny," he said. "It'll be a series, 1 half-hour show a week. In each episode, we'll take some historic event and show how history could have been changed if something had happened differently. We dramatize the event up to that point just as it had really happened. And then a commentary voice comes on and announces that this is the Crossroads of Destiny. This is where history could have been completely changed." Then he gives a resume of what really did happen, and then he says, "But suppose so-and-so had done this and that instead of such and such." Then we pick up the dramatization at that point, only we show it the way it might have happened. Like this thing about Columbus. We'll show how it could have happened, and end with Columbus waiting ashore with his sword in one hand and a flag in the other, just like the painting. Only it'll be the English flag, and Columbus will shout, "I take possession of this new land in the name of His Majesty, Henry the Seventh of England." He brandished his drink to the visible consternation of the elderly man beside him. "And then the sailors all sing God Save the King," which wasn't written till about 1745. I couldn't help mentioning. "Huh?" The plump man looked startled. "Are you sure?" Then he decided that I was, and shrugged. "Well, they can all shout God Save King Henry, or St. George for England, or something. Then at the end, we introduce the program guest, some history expert, a real name, and he tells how he thinks history would have been changed if it had happened this way." The conservatively dressed gentleman beside him wanted to know how long he expected to keep the show running. "The crossroads will give out before long," he added. "The sponsor will give out first," I said. "History is just one damn crossroads after another." I mentioned in passing that I taught the subject. "Why, since the beginning of this century, we've had enough of them to keep the show running for a year." "We have about 20 already written and ready to produce," the plump man said comfortably, "and ideas for twice as many that the planning staff is working on now." The elderly man accepted that and took another cautious sip of wine. "What I wonder, though, is whether you can really say that history can be changed." "Well, of course," the television man was taken aback. One always seems to be when a basic assumption is questioned. "Of course, we only know what really did happen, but it stands to reason if something had happened differently, the results would have been different, doesn't it?" "But it seems to me that everything would work out the same in the long run. There'd be some differences at the time, but over the years, wouldn't they all cancel out?" "No, no, monsieur." The man with the book, who had been outside the conversation until now, told him earnestly. "Make no mistake, history can be changed." I looked at him curiously. The accent sounded French, but it wasn't quite right. He was some kind of a foreigner, though. I'd swear he never bought the clothes he was wearing in this country. The way the suit fitted, and the cut of it, and the shirt collar, and the necktie. The book he was reading was Langmuir's Social History of the American People. Not one of my favorites. A bit too much on the doctrinaire side, but what a bookshop clerk would give a foreigner looking for something to explain America. "What do you think, Professor?" the plump man was asking me. It would work out the other way. The differences wouldn't cancel out. They'd accumulate. Say something happened a century ago. To throw a presidential election the other way, you'd get different people at the head of government, opposite lines of policy taken, and eventually we'd be getting into different wars with different enemies at different times, and different batches of young people killed before they could marry and have families, different people being born or not being born. That would mean different ideas, good or bad, being advanced, different books written, different inventions, and different social and economic problems as a consequence. "Look, he's only given himself a century," the colonel added. "Think of the changes if this thing we were discussing, Columbus sailing under the English flag, had happened. Or suppose Leif Erikson had been able to plant a permanent colony in America in the 11th century. Or if the Saracens had won the Battle of Tours. Try to imagine the world today if any of those things had happened. One thing you can be sure of. Any errors you make in trying to imagine such a world will be on the side of over-conservatism." The sandy-haired man beside me, who had been using his highball for a crystal ball, must have glimpsed in it what he was looking for. He finished the drink, set the empty glass on the stand tray beside him, and reached back to push the button. "I don't think you realize just how good an idea you have here," he told the plump man abruptly. "If you did, you wouldn't ruin it with such timid and unimaginative treatment." I thought he'd been staying out of the conversation because it was over his head. Instead, he'd been taking the plump man's idea apart, examining all the pieces, and considering what was wrong with it and how it could be improved. The plump man looked startled, and then angry. Timid and unimaginative were the last things he'd expected his idea to be called. Then he became uneasy. Maybe this fellow was a typical representative of his lord and master, the faceless abstraction called the public. "What do you mean?" he asked. "Misplaced emphasis. You shouldn't emphasize the event that could have changed history. You should emphasize the changes that could have been made. You're going to end the show you're talking about with a shot of Columbus wading up to the beach with an English flag, aren't you?" "Well, that's a logical ending." "That's the logical beginning," the sandy-haired man contradicted. "And after that, your guest historian comes on. How much time will he be allowed?" "Well, maybe 3 or 4 minutes. We can't cut the dramatization too short." "And he'll have to explain, a couple of times, and in words of one syllable, that what we have seen didn't really happen, because if he doesn't, the next morning half the 12-year-old kids in the country will be rushing wild-eyed into school to slip the teacher their real inside about the discovery of America. By the time he gets that done, he'll be able to mumble a couple of generalities about vast and incalculable effects. And then it'll be time to tell the public about widgets, the really safe cigarettes, all filtered and absolutely free from tobacco." The waiter arrived at this point, and the sandy-haired man ordered another rye highball. I decided to have another bourbon on the rocks, and the TV impresario said, "Gin and tonic," absently, and went into a reverie, which lasted until the drinks arrived. Then he came awake again. "I see what you mean," he said. "Most of the audience would wonder what difference it would have made where Columbus would have gotten his ships, as long as he got them and America got discovered. I can see it would have made a hell of a big difference. But how could it be handled any other way? How could you figure out just what the difference would have been?" "Well, you need a man who'd know the historical background, and you need a man with a powerful creative imagination, who is used to using it inside rigorously defined limits. Don't try to get them both in one. A collaboration would really be better. Then you work from the known situation in Europe and in America in 1492, and decide on the immediate effects. And from that, you have to carry it along, step by step, down to the present. It'd be a lot of hard and very exacting work, but the result would be worth it." He took a sip from his glass and added, "Remember, You don't have to prove that the world today would be the way you set it up. All you have to do is make sure that nobody else would be able to prove that it wouldn't. Well, how could you present that? As a play, with fictional characters and a plot. Time, the present, under the changed conditions. The plot, the reason the coward conquers his fear and becomes a hero. The obstacle to the boy marrying the girl. The reason the innocent man is being persecuted. We'll have to grow out of this imaginary world you've constructed and be impossible in our real world. As long as you stick to that, you're all right. Sure, I get that. The plump man was excited again. He was about half sold on the idea. But how will we get the audience to accept it? We're asking them to start with an assumption that they know isn't true. Maybe it is, in another time dimension, the colonel suggested. You can't prove it isn't. For that matter, you can't prove there aren't other time dimensions. Ha! That's it, the sandy-haired man exclaimed. World of alternate probability. That takes care of that. He drank about a third of his highball and sat gazing into the rest of it in an almost yogic trance. Maybe this alternate probability time dimension stuff means something to you, but damned if it does to me. Well, as far as we know, we live in a four-dimensional universe, the colonel started. The elderly man across the room groaned. Fourth dimension? Good God, are we going to talk about that? It isn't anything to be scared of. You carry an instrument for measuring in the fourth dimension all the time. A watch. You mean it's just time? But that isn't. We know of 3 dimensions of space, the colonel told him, gesturing to indicate them. We can use them for coordinates to locate things, but we also locate things in time. I wouldn't like to ride on a train or a plane if we didn't. Now let's call the time we know, the time your watch registers, time A. Now suppose the entire infinite extent of time A is only an instant in another dimension of time, which we'll call time B. The next instant of time B is also the entire extent of time A, and the next, and the next. As in time A, different things are happening at different instants. In one of these instants of time B, one of the things that's happening is that King Henry VII of England is furnishing ships to Christopher Columbus. The man with the odd clothes was getting excited again. This, how you say, this alternate probability, it is a theory generally accepted in this country? Got it, the sandy-haired man said before anybody could answer. He set his drink on the stand tray and took a big jackknife out of his pocket. Holding it unopened in his hand, "How's this sound?" he asked, and hit the edge of the tray with the back of the knife. Bong! "Crossroads of Destiny," he intoned, and hit the edge of the tray again. Bong! "This is the year 1959, but not the 1959 of our world, for we are in a world of alternate probability, in another dimension of time. A world parallel to and coexistent with, but separate from our own, in which history has been completely altered by a single momentous event." He shifted back to his normal voice. "Not bad, only 25 seconds, the plump man said, looking from his wristwatch. "And a trained announcer could maybe shave 5 seconds off that. Yes, something like that, and at the end, we'll have another 30 seconds, and we can do without the guest." "But this alternate probability in another dimension," the stranger was insisting. "Is this a concept original with you?" he asked the colonel. "Oh, no, the idea's been around for a long time." "I never heard of it before now," the elderly man said, as though that completely demolished it. "Then it is generally accepted by the scientists?" No, the sandy-haired man relieved the colonel. "There's absolutely no evidence to support it, and scientists don't accept unsupported assumptions unless they need them to explain something, and they don't need this assumption for anything. Well, it could come in handy to make some of these reports of freak phenomena, like mysterious appearances and disappearances, or flying object sightings, or reported falls of non-meteoric matter, theoretically respectable. Reports like that usually get the ignore and forget treatment now. Then you believe that these other world of the alternate probabilities exist? No, I don't disbelieve it either. I've no reason to, one way or another. He studied his drink for a moment and lowered the level in the glass slightly. I've said that once in a while things get reported that look as though such other worlds in another time dimension may exist. There have been whole books published by people who collect stories like that. I must say that academic science isn't very hospitable to them. You mean things sometimes, you say, leak in from one of these other worlds? That has been known to happen? Things have been said to happen that might, if true, be cases of things leaking through from another time world, the sandy-haired man corrected, or leaking away to another time world. He mentioned a few of the more famous cases of unexplained mysteries. The English diplomat in Prussia who vanished in plain sight of a number of people. The ship found completely deserted by her crew, the lifeboats all in place. Stories like that. And there's this rash of alleged sightings of unidentified flying objects. I'd sooner believe that they came from another dimension than from another planet. But as far as I know, nobody's seriously advanced this other time dimension theory to explain them. I think the idea is familiar enough, though, that we can use it as an explanation or pseudo-explanation for our program, the television man said. Fact is, we aren't married to this Crossroads title yet. We could just as easily call it Fifth Dimension. That would lead the public to expect something out of the normal before the show started. That got the conversation back onto the show, and we talked for some time about it, each of us suggesting possibilities. The stranger even suggested one, that the Civil War had started during the Jackson administration. Fortunately, nobody else noticed that. Finally, a porter came through and inquired if any of us were getting off at Harrisburg, saying that we would be getting there in 5 minutes. The stranger finished his drink hastily and got up, saying that he would have to get his luggage. He told us how much he had enjoyed the conversation and then followed the porter toward the rear of the train. After he had gone out, the TV man chuckled. Was that one an oddball, he explained. Where the hell do you suppose he got that suit? It was a tailored suit, the colonel said. A very good one, and I can't think of any country in the world in which they cut suits just like that. And did you catch his accent? Phony, the television man pronounced. The French accent of a Greek waiter in a fake French restaurant in the Bronx. Not quite. The pronunciation was all right for the French accent. But the cadence, the way the word sounds were strung together, was German. The elderly man looked at the colonel keenly. I see you're in intelligence, he mentioned. Think that he might be somebody up your alley, Colonel? The colonel shook his head. I doubt it. There are agents of unfriendly powers in this country. A lot of them, I'm sorry to have to say. But they don't speak accented English, and they don't dress eccentrically. You know there's an enemy agent in a crowd. Pick out the most normally American type in sight, and you usually won't have to look further. The train ground to a stop. A young couple with hand luggage came in and sat at one end of the car, waiting until other accommodations could be found for them. After a while, it started again. I dallied over my drink, and then got up and excused myself, saying that I wanted to turn in early. In the next car behind, I met the porter who had come in just before the stop. He looked worried, and after a moment's hesitation, he spoke to me. Pardon, sir. The man in the club car who got off at Harrisburg. Did you know him? Never saw him before. Why? He tipped me with a dollar bill when he got off. Later, I looked closely at it. I do not like it. He showed it to me, and I didn't blame him. It was marked $1 and United States of America, but outside that, there wasn't a thing right about it. One side was gray, all right, but the other side was green. The picture wasn't the right one, and there were a lot of other things about it, some of them absolutely ludicrous. It wasn't counterfeit. It wasn't even an imitation of a United States bill. And then it hit me, like a bullet in the chest. Not a bill of our United States, No wonder he had been so interested in whether our scientists accepted the theory of other time dimensions and other worlds of alternate probability. On an impulse, I got out 2 ones and gave them to the porter. Perfectly good United States Bank gold certificates. "You'd better let me keep this," I said, trying to make it sound the way he'd think a federal agent would say it. He took the bills, smiling, and I folded the bill and put it into my vest pocket. "Thank you, sir," he said. "I have no wish to keep it." Some part of my mind below the level of consciousness must have taken over and guided me back to the right car and compartment. I didn't realize where I was going until I put on the light and recognized my own luggage. Then I sat down, as dizzy as though the 2 drinks I had been a dozen. For a moment, I was tempted to rush back to the club car and show the thing to the colonel and the sandy-haired man. On second thought, I decided against that. The next thing I banished from my mind was the adjective incredible. I had to credit it. I had the proof in my vest pocket. The coincidence arising from our topic of conversation didn't bother me too much either. It was the topic which had drawn him into it. And, as the sandy-haired man had pointed out, we know nothing, one way or another, about these other worlds. We certainly don't know what barriers separate them from our own, or how often those barriers may fail. I might have thought more about that if I'd been in physical science. I wasn't. I was in American history. So what I thought about was what sort of country that other United States must be, and what its history must have been. The man's costume was basically the same as ours, same general style, but many little differences of fashion. I had the impression that it was the costume of a less formal and conservative society than ours, and a more casual way of life. It could be the sort of costume into which ours would evolve in another 30 or so years. There was another odd thing. I'd noticed him looking curiously at both the waiter and the porter, as though something about them surprised him. The only thing they had in common was their race, the same as every other passenger car attendant. But he wasn't used to seeing Chinese working on railway cars. And there was that remark about the Civil War and the Jackson administration. I wondered what Jackson he'd been talking about. Not Andrew Jackson, the Tennessee militia general who got us into war with Spain in 1810, I hoped. And the Civil War. That had baffled me completely. I wondered if it had been a class war or a sectional conflict. We'd had plenty of the latter during our first century, but all of them had been settled peacefully and constitutionally. Well, some of the things he'd read in Linger's social history would be surprises for him, too. And then I took the bill out for another examination. It must have gotten mixed with his spendable money. It was about the size of ours, and I wondered how he had acquired enough of our money to pay his train fare. Maybe he'd had a diamond and sold it, or maybe he'd had a gun and held somebody up. If he had, I didn't know that I blamed him, under the circumstances. I had an idea that he had some realization of what had happened to him. The book and the fake accent cover any mistakes he might make. Well, I wished him luck, and then I unfolded the dollar bill and looked at it again. In the first place, it had been issued by the United States Department of Treasury itself, not the United States banks or one of the state banks. I have to think over the implication of that carefully. In the second place, it was a silver certificate. Why, in this other United States, silver must be an acceptable monetary metal, maybe equally so with gold, though I could hardly believe that. And then I looked at the picture on the gray obverse side, and had to strain my eyes to the fine print under it to identify it. It was Washington, all right, but a much older Washington than any of the pictures of him I had ever seen. And then I realized that I knew just where the crossroads of destiny for his world and mine had been. As every schoolchild among us knows, General George Washington was shot dead at the Battle of Germantown in 1777 by an English, or rather Scottish officer, Patrick Ferguson, the same Patrick Ferguson who invented the breech-loading rifle that smashed Napoleon's armies. Washington today was one of our lesser national heroes, because he was our first military commander-in-chief. But in this other world, he must have survived to lead our armies to victory and become our first president, as was the case with the man who took his place when he was killed. I folded the bill and put it away carefully among my identification cards, where it wouldn't a second time get mixed with the money I spent. And as I did, I wondered what sort of president George Washington had made, and what part in the history of that other United States had been played by the man whose picture appears on our dollar bills. General and President Benedict Arnold. End of Crossroads of Destiny by H. Beam Piper. Read by Michael Navratil.
The Gun by Philip K. Dick. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zackler. The Gun by Philip K. Dick. The Gun by Philip K. Dick. Nothing moved or stirred. Everything was silent. Dead. Only the gun showed signs of life, and the trespassers had wrecked that for all time. The return journey to pick up the treasure would be a cinch. They smiled. The captain peered into the eyepiece of the telescope. He adjusted the focus quickly. "It was an atomic fission we saw, all right," he said presently. He sighed and pushed the eyepiece away. "Any of you who wants to look may do so, but it's not a pretty sight." "Let me look," Tance the archaeologist said. He bent down to look, squinting. "Good Lord!" He leaped violently back, knocking against Dorrell, the chief navigator. "Why did we come all this way, then?" Dorrell asked, looking round at the other men. "There's no point even in landing. Let's go back at once." "Perhaps he's right," the biologist murmured. "But I'd like to look for myself, if I may." He pushed past Tance and peered into the sight. He saw a vast expanse, an endless surface of gray, stretching to the edge of the planet. At first he thought it was water, but after a moment he realized that it was slag, pitted, fused slag, broken only by hills of rock, jutting up at intervals. Nothing moved or stirred. Everything was silent. Dead. "I see," Fomar said, backing away from the eyepiece. "Well, I won't find any legumes there." He tried to smile, but his lips stayed unmoved. He stepped away and stood by himself, staring past the others. "I wonder what the atmospheric sample will show," Tance said. "I think I can guess," the captain answered. "Most of the atmosphere is poisoned. But didn't we expect all this? I don't see why we're so surprised. A fission visible as far away as our system must be a terrible thing." He strode off down the corridor, dignified and expressionless. They watched him disappear into the control room. As the captain closed the door, the young woman turned. "What did the telescope show? Good or bad?" "Bad. No life could possibly exist. Atmosphere poisoned, water vaporized, all the land fused." "Could they have gone underground?" The captain slid back the port window so that the surface of the planet under them was visible. The two of them stared down, silent and disturbed. Mile after mile of unbroken ruin stretched out, blackened slag, pitted and scarred, and occasional heaps of rock. Suddenly Nasha jumped. "Look! Over there at the edge, do you see it?" They stared. Something rose up. Not rock, not an accidental formation. It was round, a circle of dots, white pellets on the dead skin of the planet. A city? Buildings of some kind? "Please turn the ship," Nasha said excitedly. She pushed her dark hair from her face. "Turn the ship and let's see what it is." The ship turned, changing its course. As they came over the white dots, the captain lowered the ship, dropping it down as much as he dared. "Piers," he said. "Piers of some sort of stone. Perhaps poured artificial stone. The remains of a city." "Oh, dear," Nasha murmured. "How awful." She watched the ruins disappear behind them. In a half circle, the white squares jutted from the slag, chipped and cracked, like broken teeth. "There's nothing alive," the captain said at last. "I think we'll go right back. I know most of the crew want to. Get the government receiving station on the sender and tell them what we found and that we—" He staggered. The first atomic shell had struck the ship, spinning it around. The captain fell to the floor, crashing into the control table. Papers and instruments rained down on him. As he started to his feet, the second cell struck. The ceiling cracked open, struts and girders twisted and bent. The ship shuddered, falling suddenly down, then righting itself as automatic controls took over. The captain lay on the floor by the smashed control board. In the corner, Nasha struggled to free herself from the debris. Outside, the men were already sealing the gaping leaks in the side of the ship, through which the precious air was rushing, dissipating into the void beyond. "Help me!" Dorl was shouting. "Fire over here! Wiring ignited!" Two men came running. Tance watched helplessly, his eyeglasses broken and bent. "So, there is life here after all," he said half to himself. "But how could—" "Give us a hand," Fomar said, hurrying past. "Give us a hand, we've got to land the ship." It was night. A few stars glinted above them, winking through the drifting silt that blew across the surface of the planet. Dorl peered out, frowning. What a place to be stuck in. He resumed his work, hammering the bent metal hull of the ship back into place. He was wearing a pressure suit. There were still many small leaks, and radioactive particles from the atmosphere had already found their way into the ship. Nasha and Fomar were sitting at the table in the control room, pale and solemn, studying the inventory lists. "Low on carbohydrates," Fomar said. "We can break down the stored fats if we want to, but I wonder if we could find anything outside." Nasha went to the window. "How uninviting it looks." She paced back and forth, very slender and small, her face dark with fatigue. "What do you suppose the exploring party would find?" Fomar shrugged. "Not much. Maybe a few weeds growing in cracks here and there. Nothing we could use. Anything that would adapt to this environment would be toxic, lethal." Nasha paused, rubbing her cheek. There was a deep scratch there, still red and swollen. "And how do you explain it? According to your theory, the inhabitants must have died in their skins, fried like yams. But who fired on us? Somebody detected us, made a decision, aimed a gun." "And gauged distance," the captain said feebly from the cot in the corner. He turned toward them. "That's the part that worries me. The first shell put us out of commission. The second almost destroyed us. They were well aimed, perfectly aimed. We're not such an easy target." "True," Fomar nodded. "Well, perhaps we'll know the answer before we leave here. What a strange situation. All our reasoning tells us that no life could exist. The whole planet burned dry. The atmosphere itself gone, completely poisoned." "The gun that fired the projectiles survived," Nasha said. "Why not people?" "It's not the same. Metal doesn't need air to breathe. Metal doesn't get leukemia from radioactive particles. Metal doesn't need food and water." There was silence. "A paradox," Nasha said. "Anyhow, in the morning I think we should send out a search party. And meanwhile, we should keep on trying to get the ship in condition for the trip back." "It'll be days before we can take off," Fomar said. "We should keep every man working here. We can't afford to send out a party." Nasha smiled a little. "We'll send you in the first party. Maybe you can discover what was it you were so interested in? Legumes. Edible legumes. Well, maybe you can find some of them. Only what? Only watch out. They fired on us once without even knowing who we were or what we came for. Do you suppose that they fought with each other? Perhaps they couldn't imagine anyone being friendly, under any circumstances. What a strange evolutionary trait. Interspecies warfare. Fighting within the race." "We'll know in the morning," Fomar said. "Let's get some sleep." The sun came up chill and austere. The three people, 2 men and a woman, stepped through the port, dropping down on the hard ground below. "What a day," Dorl said grumpily. "I said how glad I'd be to walk on firm ground again, but "Come on," Nasha said, up beside me. "I want to say something to you. Will you excuse us, Tance?" Tance nodded gloomily. Doral caught up with Nasha. They walked together, their metal shoes crunching the ground underfoot. Nasha glanced at him. "Listen. The captain is dying. No one knows except the two of us. By the end of the day period of this planet, he'll be dead. The shock did something to his heart. He was almost 60, you know." Doral nodded. "That's bad. I have a great deal of respect for him. You will be captain in his place, of course. Since you're vice captain now, no. I prefer to see someone else lead, perhaps you or Fomar. I've been thinking over the situation, and it seems to me that I should declare myself mated to one of you. Whichever of you wants to be captain. Then I could devolve the responsibility." "Well, I don't want to be captain. Let Fomar do it." Nasha studied him, tall and blond, striding along beside her in his pressure suit. "Rather partial to you," she said. "We might try it, for a time at least. But do as you like. Look, we're coming to something." They stopped walking, letting Tance catch up. In front of them was some sort of a ruined building. Doral stared around thoughtfully. "Do you see? This whole place is a natural bowl, a huge valley. See how the rock formations rise up on all sides, protecting the floor? Maybe some of the great blast was deflected here." They wandered around the ruins, picking up rocks and fragments. "I think this was a farm," Tance said, examining a piece of wood. "This was part of a tower windmill." "Really?" Nasha took the stick and turned it over. "Interesting. But let's go. We don't have much time." "Look," Doral said suddenly. "Off there, a long way off. Isn't that something?" He pointed. Nasha sucked in her breath. "The white stones." "What?" Nasha looked up at Doral. "The white stones, the great broken teeth. We saw them, the captain and I, from the control room." She touched Doral's arm gently. "That's where they fired from. I didn't think we had landed so close." "What is it?" Tance said, coming up to them. "I'm almost blind without my glasses. What do you see?" "The city, where they fired from." "Oh." All three of them stood together. "Well, let's go," Tance said. "There's no telling what we'll find there." Doral frowned at him. "Wait. We don't know what we would be getting into. They must have patrols. They've probably seen us already, for that matter." "They probably have seen the ship itself," Tance said. "They probably know right now where they can find it, where they can blow it up. So what difference does it make whether we go closer or not?" "That's true," Nasha said. "If they really want to get us, we haven't a chance. We have no armaments at all, you know that." "I have a hand weapon." Doral nodded. "Well, let's go on then. I suppose you're right, Tance." "But let's stay together," Tance said nervously. "Nasha, you're going too fast." Nasha looked back. She laughed. "If we expect to get there by nightfall, we must go fast." They reached the outskirts of the city at about the middle of the afternoon. The sun, cold and yellow, hung above them in the colorless sky. Doral stopped at the top of a ridge overlooking the city. "Well, there it is. What's left of it?" There was not much left. The huge concrete piers which they had noticed were not piers at all, but the ruined foundations of buildings. They'd been baked by the searing heat, baked and charred almost to the ground. Nothing else remained, only this irregular circle of white squares, perhaps 4 miles in diameter. Doral spat in disgust. More wasted time. A dead skeleton of a city, that's all. "But it was from here that the firing came," Tance murmured. "Don't forget that." "And by someone with a good eye and a great deal of experience," Nasha added. "Let's go." They walked into the city between the ruined buildings. No one spoke. They walked in silence, listening to the echo of their footsteps. "It's macabre," Doral muttered. "I've seen ruined cities before, but they died of old age and fatigue. This was killed, seared to death. This city didn't die. It was murdered." Wonder what the city was called, Nasha said. She turned aside, going up the remains of a stairway from one of the foundations. Do you think we might find a signpost, some kind of plaque? She peered into the ruins. There's nothing there, Doral said impatiently. Come on. Wait. Nasha bent down, touching a concrete stone. There's something inscribed on this. What is it? Tance hurried up. He squatted in the dust, running his gloved fingers over the surface of the stone. Letters, all right. He took a writing stick from the pocket of his pressure suit and copied the inscription on a bit of paper. Doral glanced over his shoulder. The inscription was Franklin Apartments. That's this city, Nasha said softly. That was its name. Tance put the paper in his pocket and they went on. After a time, Doral said, Nasha, you know, I think we're being watched. But don't look around. The woman stiffened. Oh? Why do you say that? Did you see something? No. I can feel it, though. Don't you? Nasha smiled a little. I feel nothing, but perhaps I'm more used to being stared at. She turned her head slightly. Oh! Doral reached for his hand weapon. What is it? What do you see? Tance had stopped dead in his tracks, his mouth half open. The gun, Nasha said. It's the gun. Look at the size of it. The size of the thing. Doral unfastened his hand weapon slowly. That's it, all right. The gun was huge. Stark and immense, it pointed up at the sky. A mass of steel and glass, set in a huge slab of concrete. Even as they watched, the gun moved on its swivel base, whirring underneath. A slim vane turned with the wind, a network of roads atop a high pole. It's alive, Nasha whispered. It's listening to us, watching us. The gun moved again, this time clockwise. It was mounted so that it could make a full circle. The barrel lowered a trifle, then resumed its original position. But who fires it? Tance said. Doral laughed. No one. No one fires it. They stared at him. What do you mean? Fires itself. They couldn't believe him. Nasha came close to him, frowning, looking up at him. I don't understand. What do you mean it fires itself? Watch. I'll show you. Don't move. Doral picked up a rock from the ground. He hesitated a moment, and then tossed the rock high in the air. The rock passed in front of the gun. Instantly the great barrel moved. The vanes contracted. The rock fell to the ground. The gun paused, then resumed its calm swivel, its slow circling. You see, Doral said, it noticed the rock as soon as I threw it up in the air. It's alert to anything that flies or moves above the ground level. Probably it detected us as soon as we entered the gravitational field of the planet. Probably had a beat on us from the start. We don't have a chance. It knows all about the ship. It's just waiting for us to take off again. I understand about the rock, Nasha said, nodding. The gun noticed it, but not us, since we're on the ground, not above. It's only designed to combat objects in the sky. The ship is safe until it takes off again. Then the end will come. But what's this gun for? Tance put in. There's no one alive here. Everyone is dead. It's a machine, Doral said. A machine that was made to do a job. And it's doing the job. How it survived the blast, I don't know. On it goes, waiting for the enemy. Probably they came by air in some sort of projectiles. The enemy, Nasha said. Their own race. It's hard to believe that they really bombed themselves, firing at themselves. Well, it's over with. Except right here where we're standing. This one gun, still alert, ready to kill. It'll go on until it wears out. And by that time we'll be dead, Nasha said bitterly. There must have been hundreds of guns like this, Doyle murmured. They must have been used to sight. Guns, weapons, uniforms. Probably they accepted it as a natural thing, part of their lives, like eating and sleeping. An institution like the church and the state. Men trained to fight, to lead armies. Regular profession, honored, respected. Tance was walking slowly toward the gun, peering nearsightedly up at it. Quite complex, isn't it? All those veins and tubes. I suppose this is some sort of a telescopic sight. His gloved hand touched the end of a long tube. Instantly the gun shifted, the barrel retracting. It swung. "Don't move!" Doral cried. The barrel swung past them as they stood, rigid and still. For one terrible moment it hesitated over their heads, clicking and whirring, settling into position. Then the sounds died out, and the gun became silent. Tance smiled foolishly inside his helmet. "I must have put my finger over the lens. I'll be more careful." He made his way up onto the circular slab, stepping gingerly behind the body of the gun. He disappeared from view. "Where did he go?" Nasha said irritably. "He'll get us all killed." "Tance, come back," Doral shouted. "What's the matter with you?" In a minute, there was a long silence. At last the archaeologist appeared. "I think I've found something. Come up and I'll show you." "What is it?" "Doral, you said the gun was here to keep the enemy off. I think I know why they wanted to keep the enemy off." They were puzzled. "I think I found what the gun's supposed to guard. Come and give me a hand." "All right," Doral said abruptly. "Let's go." He seized Nasha's hand. "Come on, let's see what he's found. I thought something like this might happen when I saw that the gun was—" "Like what?" Nasha pulled her hand away. "What are you talking about? You act as if you knew what he's found." "I do." Doral smiled down at her. "Do you remember the legend that all races have? The myth of the buried treasure and the dragon, a serpent that watches it, guards it, keeping everyone away?" She nodded. "Well?" Doral pointed up at the gun. "That," he said, "is the dragon. Come on." Between the three of them they managed to pull up the steel cover and lay it to one side. Doral was wet with perspiration when they finished. "Isn't worth it," he grunted. He stared into the dark, yawning hole. Or is it? Nasha clicked on her hand lamp, shining the beam down the stairs. The steps were thick with dust and rubble. At the bottom was a steel door. "Come on," Tance said excitedly. He started down the stairs. They watched him reach the door and pull hopefully on it, without success. "Give a hand." "All right." They came gingerly after him. Doral examined the door. It was bolted shut, locked. There was an inscription on the door, but he could not read it. "Now what?" Nasha said. Doral took out his hand weapon. "Stand back. I can't think of any other way." He pressed the switch. The bottom of the door glowed red. Presently it began to crumble. Doral clicked the weapon off. "I think we can get through. Let's try." The door came apart easily. In a few minutes they had carried it away in pieces and stacked the pieces on the first step. Then they went on, flashing the light ahead of them. They were in a vault. Dust lay everywhere, on everything, inches thick. Wood crates lined the walls. Huge boxes and crates, packages and containers. Tance looked around curiously, his eyes bright. "What exactly are all these?" he murmured. "Something valuable, I'd think." He picked up a round drum and opened it. A spool fell to the floor, unwinding a black ribbon. He examined it, holding it up to the light. "Look at this." They came around him. "Pictures," Nasha said. "Tiny pictures. Records of some kind." Tance closed the spool up in the drum again. "Look, hundreds of drums." He flashed the light around. "And those crates. Let's open one." Doral was already prying at the wood. The wood had turned brittle and dry. He managed to pull a section away. It was a picture. A boy in a blue garment, smiling pleasantly, staring ahead, young and handsome. He seemed almost alive, ready to move toward them in the light of the hand lamp. It was one of them, one of the ruined race, the race that had perished. For a long time they stared at the picture. At last Doral replaced the board. All these other crates, Nasha said. More pictures. And these drums? What are in the boxes? This is their treasure, Chance said, almost to himself. Here are their pictures, their records, probably all their literature is here. Their stories, their myths, their ideas about the universe. And their history, Nasha said. We'll be able to trace their development and find out what it was that made them become what they are. What they were. Dorl was wandering around the vault. Odd, he murmured. Even at the end, even after they had begun to fight, they still knew, someplace down the line, that the real treasure was this. Their books and pictures, their myths. Even after their big cities and buildings and industries were destroyed, they probably hoped to come back and find this, after everything was gone. When we get back home, we can agitate for a mission to come here, Tent said. All this can be loaded up and taken back. We'll be leaving about... He stopped. Yes, Dorl said dryly. We'll be leaving about 3-day periods from now. We'll fix the ship, and take off. Soon we'll be home. That is, if nothing happens, like being shot down by that... Oh, stop it, Nasha said impatiently. Leave him alone. He's right. All this must be taken back home, sooner or later. We'll have to solve the problem of the gun. We have no choice. Dorl nodded. What's your solution, then? As soon as we leave the ground, we'll be shot down. His face twisted bitterly. They've guarded their treasure too well. Instead of being preserved, it will lie here until it rots. Serves them right. How? Don't you see? This was the only way they knew. Building a gun and setting it up to shoot anything that came along. They were so certain that everything was hostile, the enemy, coming to take away their possessions away from them. Well, they can keep them. Nasha was deep in thought, her mind far away. Suddenly she gasped. Dorl, she said, what's the matter with us? We have no problem. The gun is no menace at all. The two men stared at her. No menace, Dorl said. It's already shot us down once. And as soon as we take off again... Don't you see? Nasha began to laugh. The poor foolish gun. It's completely harmless. Even I could deal with it alone. You? Her eyes were flashing. With a crowbar, with a hammer or a stick of wood. Let's go back to the ship and load up. Of course we're at its mercy in the air. That's the way it was made. It can fire into the sky. Shoot down anything that flies. But that's all. Against something on the ground, it has no defenses. Isn't that right? Dorl nodded slowly. The soft underbelly of the dragon. In the legend, the dragon's armor doesn't cover its stomach. He began to laugh. That's right. That's perfectly right. Let's go then, Nasha said. Let's get back to the ship. We have work to do here. It was early the next morning when they reached the ship. During the night, the captain had died, and the crew had ignited his body, according to custom. They had stood solemnly around it until the last ember died. As they were going back to their work, the woman and the two men appeared, dirty and tired, still excited. And presently from the ship, a line of people came, each carrying something in his hands. The line marched across the gray slag, the eternal expanse of fused metal. When they reached the weapon, they all fell on the gun at once, with crowbars, hammers, anything that was heavy and hard. The telescopic sights shattered into bits. The wiring was pulled out, torn to shreds. The delicate gears were smashed, dented. Finally, the warheads themselves were carried off and the firing pins removed. The gun was smashed, the great weapon destroyed. The people went down into the vault and examined the treasure. With its metal-armored guardian dead, there was no danger any longer. They studied the pictures, the films, the crates of books, the jeweled crowns, the cups, the statues. At last, the sun was dipping into the gray mists that had drifted across the planet. They came back upstairs again. For a moment they stood around the wrecked gun, looking at the unmoved outline of it. Then they started back to the ship. There was still much work to be done. The ship had been badly hurt. Much had been damaged and lost. The important thing was to repair it as quickly as possible, to get it into the air. With all of them working together, it took just 5 more days to make it space-worthy. Nasha stood in the control room, watching the planet fall away from behind them. She folded her arms, sitting down on the edge of the table. "What are you thinking?" Doral said. "I? Nothing." "You sure?" "I was thinking, there must have been a time when this planet was quite different, when there was life on it." "Suppose there was. It's unfortunate that no ships from our system came this far, but then we had no reason to suspect intelligent life until we saw the fission glow in the sky. Then it was too late." "Not quite too late. After all, their possessions, their music, books, their pictures, all of that will survive. We'll take them home and study them, and they'll change us. We won't be the same afterwards. Their sculpturing, especially. Did you see the one of the great winged creature without a head or arms? Broken off, I suppose, but those wings, they looked very old. It will change us a great deal. When we come back, we won't find the gun waiting for us," Nasha said. "Next time, it won't be there to shoot us down. We can land and take the treasure, as you call it." She smiled up at Doral. "You'll lead us back there as a good captain should." "Captain?" Doral grinned. "Then you've decided." Nasha shrugged. "Fomor argues with me too much, I think, all in all. I really prefer you." "Then let's go," Doral said. "Let's go back home." The ship roared up, flying over the ruins of the city. It turned in a huge arc and then shot off beyond the horizon, heading into outer space. Down below, in the center of the ruined city, a single half-broken detector vane moved slightly, catching the roar of the ship. The base of the great gun throbbed painfully, straining to turn. After a moment, a red warning light flashed on down inside its destroyed works. And a long way off, 100 miles from the city, another warning light flashed on, far underground. Automatic relays flew into action, gears turned, belts whined. On the ground above a section of metal slag slipped back. A ramp appeared. A moment later, a small cart rushed to the surface. The cart turned toward the city. A second cart appeared behind it. It was loaded with wiring cables. Behind it, a third cart came, loaded with telescopic tube sights, and behind came more carts, some with relays, some with firing controls, some with tools and parts, screws and bolts, pins and nuts. The final one contained atomic warheads. The carts lined up behind the first one, the lead cart. The lead cart started off across the frozen ground, bumping calmly along, followed by the others, moving toward the city, to the damaged gun. End of The Gun by Philip K. Dick. Recording by Zackler, New York City.
The Ultimate Experiment by Thornton DeKay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Belgiel. The Ultimate Experiment by Thornton DeKay. No living soul breathed upon the earth, only robots carrying on the great last order. They were all gone now, the masters, all dead, and their atoms scattered to the never-ceasing winds that swept the great chrysolite city towers in ever-increasing fury. That had been the last wish of each as they passed away, dying from sheer old age. True, they had fought on as long as they could to save their kind from utter extinction, but the comet that had trailed its poisoning wake across space to leave behind it upon Earth a noxious lethal gas vapor had done its work too well. No living soul breathed upon the earth. No one lived here now but Chiron and his kind. And, so thought Chiron to himself, he might as well be a great, unthinking robot, able to do only one thing, instead of the mental giant he was, so obsessed had he become with the task he had set himself to do. Yet, in spite of a great loneliness and a strong fear of a final frustration, He worked on with the others of his people, hardly stopping for anything except the very necessities needed to keep his big body working in perfect coordination. Tirelessly he worked, for the masters had bred, if that's the word to use, fatigue and the need for restoration out of his race long decades ago. Sometimes, though, he would stop his work when the great red dying sun began to fade into the west, and his round eyes would grow wistful as he looked out over the great city that stretched in towering minarets and lofty spires of purest crystal blue for miles on every side. A fairy city of rarest hue and beauty, a city for the gods, and the gods were dead. Chiron felt at such times the great loneliness that the last master must have known. They had been kind, the masters, and Chiron knew that his people, as they went about their eternal tasks of keeping the great city in perfect shape for the masters who no longer needed it, must miss them as he did. Never to hear their voices ringing, never to see them again gathered in groups to witness some game, or to play amid the silver fountains and flowery gardens of the wondrous city, made him infinitely saddened. It would always be like this, unless... But thinking, dreaming, reminiscing would not bring it all back, for there was only one answer to still the longing: work. The others worked and did not dream, but instead kept busy tending to the 1,001 tasks the masters had set them to do, had left them doing when the last master perished. He too must remember the trust they had placed in his hands and fulfill it as best he could. From the time the great red eye of the sun opened itself in the east until it disappeared in the blue haze beyond the chrysolite city, Chiron labored with his fellows. Then, at the appointed hour, the musical signals would peal forth their sweet, sad chimes, whispering good night to ears that would hear them no more, and all operations would halt for the night, just as it had done when the masters were here to supervise it. Then, when morning came, he would start once more trying, testing, experimenting with his chemicals and plastics, forever following labyrinth of knowledge, seeking for the great triumph that would make the work of the others of some real use. His hands molded the materials carefully, lovingly, to a pattern that was set in his mind as a thing to cherish. Day by day his experiments in their liquid baths took form under his careful modeling. He mixed his chemicals with the same loving touch, the same careful concentration and painstaking thoroughness, studying often his notes and analysis charts. Everything must be just so, lest his experiments not turn out perfectly. He never became exasperated at a failure or a defect that proved to be the only reward for his faithful endeavors, but worked patiently on toward a goal that he knew would ultimately be his. Then, one day, as the great red sun glowed like an immense red eye overhead, Chiron stepped back to admire his handiwork. In that instant, the entire wondrous city seemed to breathe a silent prayer as he stood transfixed by the sight before him. Then it went on as usual, hurrying noiselessly about its business. The surface cars, empty though they were, fled swiftly about, supported only by the rings of magnetic force that held them to their designated paths. The gravo ships raised from the tower dromes to speed silently into the eye of the red sun that was dying. No one now, Chiron thought to himself as he studied his handiwork. Then he walked unhurriedly to the cabinet in the laboratory corner and took from it a pair of earphones resembling those of a long-forgotten radio set. Just as unhurriedly, though his mind was filled with turmoil and his being with excitement, he walked back and connected the earphones to the box upon his bench. The phones dangled into the liquid bath before him as he adjusted them to suit his requirements. Slowly he checked over every step of his experiments before he went further. Then, as he proved them for the last time, his hand went slowly to the small knife switch upon the box at his elbow. Next, he threw into connection the larger switch upon his laboratory wall, bringing into his laboratory the broadcast power of the chrysolite city. The laboratory generators hummed softly, drowning out the quiet hum of the city outside. As they built up, sending tiny, living electrical pulses over the wires like minute currents that come from the brain, Chiron sat breathless, his eyes intent. Closer to his work he bent, watching lovingly, fearful lest all might not be quite right. Then his eyes took on a brighter light as he began to see the reaction. He knew the messages that he had sent out were being received and coordinated into a unit that would stir and grow into intellect. Suddenly the machine flashed its little warning red light and automatically snapped off. Chiron twisted quickly in his seat and threw home the final switch. This, he knew, was the ultimate test. On the results, the flood of energy impulses that he had set in motion, rested the fulfillment of his success or failure. He watched with slight misgivings. This had never been accomplished before. How could it possibly be a success now? Even the masters had never quite succeeded at this final test. How could he, only a servant? Yet it must work, for he had no desire in life but to make it work. Then suddenly he was on his feet, eyes wide. From the two long, coffin-like liquid baths there arose two perfect specimens of the Homo sapiens. Man and woman they were, and they blinked their eyes in the light of the noonday sun, raised themselves dripping from the baths of their creation, and stepped to the floor before Chiron. The man spoke. The woman remained silent. "I am Adam too," he said. "Created by you, Chiron, from a formula they left in their image. I was created to be a master, and she whom also you have created is to be my wife. We shall mate, and the race of man shall be reborn through us, and others whom I shall help you create." The man halted at the last declaration he intoned, and walked smilingly toward the woman, who stepped into his open arms, returning his smile. Chiron smiled too within his pumping heart. The words the man had intoned had been placed in his still pregnable mind by the teleteach phones and record that the last master had prepared before death had halted his experiments. The actions of the man toward the woman, Chiron knew, was caused by the natural constituents that went to form his chemical body and govern his humanness. He, Chiron, had created a living man and woman. The masters lived again because of him. They would sing and play and again people the magnificent chrysolite city because he loved them and had kept on until success had been his. But then, why not such a turnabout? Hadn't they, the masters, created him, a superb, thinking robot? End of The Ultimate Experiment by Thornton Decay. Recording by Steve Belguel in Morpeth, Northumberland.
Lonesome Hearts by Russell Robert Winterbotham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amy Graymore. Lonesome Hearts by Russell Robert Winterbotham. It seems unnecessary to say that my story began a long time ago, but I do not intend to be subtle. I am not clever, and my lying is unpolished, almost amateurish. So I certainly could not be subtle, which requires both cleverness and an ability to tell the truth and to lie in the same breath. Let us turn back the clock a few ages. I was lying in the sun, thinking of love. I understand that you human beings have an aversion to biological discussion, so I will not go into detail. But I must remind you that my love life is quite different from yours, for I am from another planet. At the time under discussion I was most deeply in love. My heart's desire had no shape, the lovely creature. She had no intelligence, the divine soul. But she was the greatest bit of protoplasm in any galaxy you could name. By our standards, I probably might be called handsome. I was young and healthy. I had all of my genes and chromosomes. My color was the dirty green that is associated with beauty. The sun warmed my body, and the tidal undulation of my planet's surface rocked me gently. And then she came into my life. She floated gently in the breeze, her dainty figure held aloft by a mere hint of levitation. Sparks of static electricity shot from her tender cilia so brightly that I was forced to exude a layer of protective fiber to protect my visual buds. She sucked a deep breath of a cyanic gas into her pulmonary pouch and spoke to me sweetly, with a voice like distant thunder. "My dear Glirm, The world is coming to an end." I could not believe her, for she had no intelligence. She only loved to talk. "Perhaps," I said, "but not today." "Very soon, then," said she. Her name was Mjly. I watched her with patronizing amusement. The static electricity showed that she was nervous and upset. But people often get nervous and upset over trivial matters. "Now how," I reasoned, "could our world come to an end? The other planet has gone on for thousands of years without colliding with us. We circle it, in fact." "No," Mjly said. "This is not our doom. Actually, our world will not cease to exist. Life will end here, that is all." "Ah," I said, "our atmosphere is escaping into space." I sucked air viciously. True, the air was thin. True, the atmosphere was escaping. But there would be breathable amounts for many thousands of centuries yet to come. "Not the air, the food is all gone. Things we eat have ceased to exist." I levitated myself and looked out over the throbbing land. A few years ago this land had been covered with vegetation. I had come to take vegetation so much for granted that I'd ceased to notice it. Now it was gone. There were no round fruits growing from tender grasses, no tubers dangling from the fungus trees, no legume vines sprawling over the rocks. Everywhere lay desert, barren dunes shaking their crests with tidal motion. I lowered myself to the ground and dug my big fibrosities into the sod. No green leaves grew there beneath the surface. The soil was dead. "This will seriously interfere with our future, Mjly," I said. "We might eat each other," she replied, "but then there would be no one left." "No one? There are many others here." "The others are dying," said Mjly, blinking her otic nerves eerily. "We soon will be the only ones left." It was indeed a senseless thing to do, to die just because there was no means of going on living. But I must admit that I was tempted for a moment. But I hung on to myself, for there was Mjly, and as long as she lived there was a reason for me to live too. "It's not a cheerful prospect," I said, "but I suppose death by starvation is the best way out. We will face death as we have lived, cheerfully and fortuitously." "And why should we die when there is another world so close?" she asked. "Are you suggesting interplanetary flight, my dear?" I was amused again, even though there was little enough left to be amused at. She crinkled her sense of smell in reply, and I realized I was not being amused at the right time. Anchoring herself by magnetic processes, she began to weave the atmosphere, delicately, with her taste bud tendrils. Quickly she hollowed the air molecules into a reflective mirror, and brought it to focus on our neighboring world. I levitated myself into a position so that I could look into the mirror. The near planet was quite satisfactory. It was the one you know as the Earth. It was young. It was green. Huge fern-like plants grew abundantly on its surface. It was full of food, and near. "The trip could be made by levitation," Mjly said. I hung back. "Animals might live there, would be devoured." "I'm not afraid," she said. "We might not get hungry for a time. Let us linger here a while. Later, when we get desperate, there will be time enough for interplanetary flight." I hated the thought of stuffing myself full of air enough to last for the long trip. Mjly lowered her visual buds. "I'm going to become a mother," she said. "Go then and become a mother. I'll stay here till I get hungry and then join you." Mjly unflexed her sense of touch, and I felt sorry for her. "If I could be sure," I said, "that no wild animals live on the earth, I'd go sooner." She snapped her sense of balance in happiness. "I will go first," said she. "If everything is pleasant and safe, I will return and let you know." I nodded my otic nerves, and off she went. As you human beings are doubtless aware, space levitation is quite complicated, but not beyond accomplishment. Once you are able to reach the speed of escape, the rest is easy. But Mjly was young and strong, and soon she had disappeared from sight, traveling at a tremendous velocity. I followed her as long as I could with the telescope, and then I lowered myself to the tidal crest of a nearby sand dune, and lost myself in metaphysical thoughts. Almost half a year later I realized that Mjly had been gone longer than I expected. Either she had been eaten by wild animals on the earth, or she had forgotten me. I was beginning to get lonesome, and in a few more months I would get hungry. At the thought of enduring two such excruciating pains at a single time, I decided to risk my life. I would travel through space to the earth and try to find my beloved. As you may have guessed, the planet on which we had been living is the one you now know as the moon, and the distance to the earth is comparatively small. The sand dunes now have hardened, and the tidal sway on its surface can be felt only slightly. The moon no longer turns on its axis, and it has no sweetly scented cyanide in its atmosphere. It has no atmosphere of any sort, but it stands now as it did when I left it, glorious in death. Since I departed, no living thing has trod its soil. My scientific sense instinctively came to the rescue as I approached the earth. I felt a strong gravity wrenching at my vitals, and so instead of trying reverse levitation, I spread my processes so that the atmosphere caught in the folds of my skin, and I came floating gently down to the ground without harm. The earth was much as it had appeared through the molecule telescope. It was covered with green vegetation, good, rich, nourishing stuff, and there was enough to feed Mjly and me for 1,000,000 years. There were no animals of any sort. Again I went to my scientific sense for the answer. I realized that while vegetable life was far advanced, animal life had yet to appear. Mjly was the first of this type of life ever to set foot on terrestrial soil. But where was she? On the moon I could often locate her 1,000 miles away by a simple radio call. Although the earth was much larger than the moon, I did not doubt that she was within 1,000 miles, so I generated power and issued a call. I waited for the response. It came feebly to my antenna. Using my sense of direction, I pushed through the vegetation in search of her. I did not levitate, because the feebleness of her call indicated she might be hurt and on the ground. Besides, levitation is much more difficult on the earth than on the moon. The reply came stronger to my next call, and I sensed through 7 of my senses that she was near. She was on the ground, probably injured, which explained why she had not returned as she had promised. I came to a patch of wilderness, a great marshy plain. In the middle of this swamp was a crater like those caused by meteors, a deep, ugly scar in the mud. I shuddered at the thought that my darling Mjly might have landed there. Her weaker scientific sense might not have given her the cue to use her skin as a parachute, and she might have made the fatal mistake of trying to reverse levitate. "Mjly!" I called, speaking aloud now. "Mjly, where are you?" "Yljm, I am here." Yes, the voice came from the crater. Gliding to its rim, I looked down. A pool of water lay on the bottom. A greenish scum covered the surface. The scum moved with 1,000,000 tiny wriggles. "Yes, Yljm," came Mjly's voice. "It is I, but I am no longer one being." And her voice sounded like 1,000,000 tiny chirps joined together. "I landed with such force that I came apart. Now each of my body cells lives a life of its own, and now and then each cell grows fat and becomes 2. I am my sisters. I—" Let's not be subtle about it. Mjly was a microbe, the beginning of animal life on the earth. She lives today. She is and always will be her sisters, her mothers, herselves, and her ancestors. But there are few ancestors, for microbes do not die. Just part of themselves die. And I do not die, for I crept away into a hole in the ground, where I will live forever. I do not starve, for roots reach me here, but I miss my love life with Mjly. I can never be a mother or a sister. I will always be me, a lonesome old Bem. End of Lonesome Hearts by Russell Robert Winterbotham.
Dead Man's Planet by William Morrison. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Mark Nelson. Dead Man's Planet by William Morrison. Outside the ship, it was the sun that blazed angrily. Inside, it was Sam Wilson's temper. "Study your lessons," he snarled, with a savageness that surprised himself, "or I'll never let you set foot on this planet at all." "Okay, Pop," said Mark, a little white around the nostrils. He looked old for so young a kid. "I didn't mean anything wrong." "I don't care what you meant. You do as you're told." In the quiet that followed, broken only by the hum of the arithmetic tape, Sam wondered at himself. As kids went, Mark had never been a nuisance. Certainly Rhoda had never had any trouble with him, but Rhoda had been altogether different. Sam was tough, and he had always got a sense of satisfaction out of knowing that he was hard-boiled, or at least that was once true. Rhoda had been sweet, gentle. He aroused himself from thoughts of her by calling, "Mark." "Yes, Pop?" His voice had been harsher than he had intended. Over the past few weeks he seemed gradually to have been losing control of it. Now, although he was going to do his son a favor, he sounded like a slave-master threatening a beating. "You can shut off your arithmetic lesson. We're going out." "But didn't you want me—" "I changed my mind." Mark seemed more troubled than pleased, as if a father who changed his mind so readily was a man to be wary of. "I'm on the edge all the time," thought Sam, "and I'm getting him that way, too. I have to regain control of myself." He had long ago made all the necessary tests for such possible dangers as lack of oxygen and the presence of infectious organisms. On all counts, the planet had passed muster. The sun, whiter than Sol, was almost hot enough to make him forget the chill he carried deep inside him. Almost, but not quite, especially as the air, though breathable, was thin and deficient in nitrogen. The countryside was bleak, inspiring in him the thought that there are two kinds of desolation, the one that precedes the coming of man, and the one which he knows only too well how to create wherever he goes. The desolation here was non-human. It's like a cemetery, ain't it, Pop?" Sam looked at his son sharply. Kids of 10 were not supposed to know much about cemeteries. Nor, for that matter, were kids of 6, Mark's age, when the funeral had taken place. Sam hadn't let him attend, but evidently the incident had made a deeper impression on his mind than Sam had realized. He would always remember a cemetery as the place where his mother lived. Perhaps he missed Rhoda almost as much as his father did. "It's different from a cemetery," said Sam. "There's nobody buried here. Looks like we're the first human beings ever to set foot on this place." "Do you think we'll find animals to catch, Pop?" "I don't see signs of any animals." That was part of Sam's private fiction, that he was looking for strange animals to be sold to zoos or circuses. Actually, he was seeking less to find anything new than to lose something he carried with him, and succeeding in neither attempt. Mark shivered in the sun. "It's kind of lonely," he said. "More lonely than the ship?" "It's different. It's bigger, so it's more lonely." "I'm not so sure," argued Sam mentally. "In the ship, we have all of space around us, and nothing's bigger than that. Still, your opinion has to be respected. You're almost as great an expert on the various kinds of loneliness as I am. The difference is that you're loneliest when you're away from people. I'm loneliest in a crowd. That's why I don't mind this planet so much." He walked ahead, Mark following almost reluctantly. The ground was rocky, and the shrub-like vegetation sparse and stunted, ranging in color from greenish-gray to brown. It seemed hardly capable of supporting a large animal population. If there were any animals here at all, they were probably too small to be impressive, and would be of little interest to exhibitors. They walked in silence for a few moments, and then Sam asked, "Want to go on?" "I want to finish my studying." That was something new. "Okay," said Sam, and turned back. They were approaching the ship when the sound of a pebble falling came to Sam's ears. Automatically, his hand reached for his gun, and he swung around to face what might be danger. As he did so, something snarled and fled. He could see no sign of motion, but he could hear the scattering of other pebbles along a gully as the creature retreated. "Looks like we're not alone here after all," he said. "Wonder what that was." "It couldn't have been very big," said Mark. "Big animals don't run away." "Not usually, unless they're smart, or they've met people before. I'll have to set traps." "Do you think maybe if you caught him you could sell him to a circus, Pop?" "I'll have to see what he's like first," said Sam. He looked around. "If there's one animal, there are likely to be others. It's strange that I didn't detect any sign of them." He put his arm absently over Mark's shoulder. He didn't notice the expression on the kid's face at this unexpected gesture. When they were inside the ship again, Mark said, "Guess I'd better get back to my arithmetic." "In a minute," said Sam. "I want to talk to you first." He dropped wearily into his seat, although he had done nothing that should have tired him out. His son looked at him expectantly. "Mark, do you like traveling around with me?" "Sure, Pop. I'd like to be with you." "Not seeing anybody else? No other kids, no people of any kind? Just being with me, learning your lessons from tapes, having your test papers corrected automatically? You don't get tired of it?" Mark hesitated despite himself. Then he said loyally, "I'd rather be with you than anybody else. When Mom died, I didn't want to see anybody." "I know how you felt. But that was 4 years ago. You can't grow up alone. Now, what you need to do is meet people, learn how they talk and think and feel. You can't learn those things from tapes, and you can't learn them from me." Mark said stubbornly, "I'd like to be with you." "I'm not much of a person to be with. Don't think I don't know it. I'm mean and surly, and my temper's getting worse by the day. I can't associate with people anymore, but you can. I was thinking maybe I'd leave you—" "No!" cried Mark. "Not in an orphanage or anything like that. But I have some friends whose kids are growing up." "No! I won't go. If you send me, I'll run away. I want to be with you." "Okay," said Sam. "That's that." But it wasn't, and he knew it. Even as he went about preparing his traps, he knew it. As it turned out, the only animals he caught in his traps were small ones, which tore themselves in two and then scampered off, each half running in a different direction. For the animal which had made those noises, no traps were necessary. Later on, he heard a noise outside again, and he went out cautiously, gun in hand. The animal backed away, but he saw it. Then he heard it bark. So did Mark, who had followed him. Mark's eyes almost popped. It was 4 years since he had heard the sound, but he knew at once what it was. "Gosh, a dog! How do you suppose he got here?" "I don't know," said Sam. "Your guess is as good as mine." "But if we're the first human beings to land here, it ain't possible." "I know that. But there he is." At the sound of their voices, the dog broke into a series of furious barks, backing away as it did so. "What kind is he, Pop?" "He looks like a mongrel to me. A bad-tempered, medium-sized mongrel with an ugly look about him." Maybe I ought to shoot him and get it over with." "Shoot him? Don't do that. I want him as a pet." "He looks too wild to make much of a pet." The dog gave one last bark of defiance, turned, and fled in the same general direction, Sam noticed, as he had run last time. "Maybe dogs do grow on other planets, Pop." "Only if men have brought them there." "Then that means there was a ship here?" "At some time or other, there was a ship. I don't think it was smashed up, or I'd have seen the wreckage when I cruised around before landing. That dog was either left here by mistake, or deliberately marooned." Maybe he's with somebody who's still here." "Not likely," said Sam thoughtfully. "He wanders around too freely, and he seems unused to the presence of human beings. Besides, no men would be likely to live here long without shelter, and I've seen no sign of any house or hut." "Could he belong to a being that wasn't human?" "No," replied Sam with certainty. "Only human beings have been able to domesticate dogs. If a dog is here, a human being was once here. That's definite." "He would make a good pet," said Mark longingly. "Not that one. Maybe I should have got you a dog long ago. It might have been just the kind of companionship you needed. But you can't make a pet of this animal. He's been away from people too long, and he's developed some mean habits." And he added mentally, "like me." "I could train him," said Mark. "He wouldn't be any trouble at all, Pop. I'd train him and feed him, and he'd be just like one of us. And like you say, Pop, it wouldn't be so lonely for me." Kids don't give up easily, thought Sam. All the same, he had an idea that, with this dog, all the persistence in the world would be useless. He shrugged and said simply, "We'll see." And then they went into the ship to eat. All through the meal, he could tell that Mark was thinking about the dog. The boy's thoughts seemed to affect his appetite. For the first time, he left some of his Protein-X on the plate. "I'm not very hungry today," he said apologetically. "Maybe—" He looked inquiringly at his father. "Go ahead and finish it," said Sam. "We've got plenty of food. I'll fix up something else for the dog." "But I want to feed him myself, Pop. I want him to get used to me feeding him." "I'll give you your chance later." Afterwards, Sam thriftily opened an old can of a less expensive variety of Protein-X and put half of it on a platter, which Mark carried outside the ship. He moved off about 100 yards in the direction the dog had taken and set the platter down on a rock. "The wind is blowing the wrong way," said Sam. "Let's wait a while." In 10 minutes the wind shifted, and if the dog was near, Sam felt certain that he had picked up both their scent and that of the food. That his feeling was correct was shown by the sudden appearance of the animal, who barked again, but this time not so fiercely. And he stopped barking to sniff hungrily, at the same time keeping his distance. "Here, Mutt," called Mark. "I'm afraid he won't come any closer while we're around," said Sam. "If you want him to have that food, you better go away from it." Mark reluctantly backed away with his father. The dog approached the food, finally rushing down upon it as if he feared it would escape, and gobbled it. In the days that followed, they continued to feed him, and the animal became relatively tame. He stopped barking at them, and at times let Mark come within a few feet of him. But he never allowed Mark to come close enough to touch him, and he was especially wary of Sam. The latter could see, however, that there was nothing around the smooth-furred neck. The collar, if it had ever existed, had evidently been worn away. "So we can't find out what his name is," said Mark in disappointment. "Here, Prince, here. Spot, here. Rover." The animal answered to none of the traditional dog names, nor to several of the newer ones that Mark recalled. After the dog had been with them for half an hour or so, he usually trotted off in the direction of what they had come to consider his lair. "He doesn't seem to be getting tame enough for a pet," said Sam. That's one idea I'm afraid you'll have to give up." "All he needs is a little more time," said Mark. "He's getting used to me." Then a sudden fear struck him, and he added, "You're not going to leave here yet, are you, Pop? I thought you wanted to catch some big animals." "There aren't any other big animals," replied Sam. "Just those small ones who came apart in the traps, and they're not worth catching. But I'll stay. This place is as good as any other. I won't leave it yet." In fact, the stay on the planet, bleak as the place was, seemed to be less unpleasant than cruising aimlessly through space. Mark had been starved for companionship of someone besides his father, and in a way, without making too many demands, the dog was a companion. Wondering about the beast and trying to tame him gave them something with which to occupy their minds. It had been several days, realized Sam, since he had last snapped at Mark. It had become quite certain now that there was no other human being around. The dog's eagerness for the food showed that no one else had taken care of him for a long time. Evidently, he had been forced to feed himself on the small and elusive native animals which he could run down. One of the things that puzzled Sam was the dog's obvious anxiety to leave the neighborhood of the ship after a short period and return to his lair. And one day, driven by curiosity, Sam followed him, with Mark coming along too. The dog had become sufficiently accustomed to them by now not to resent their presence, and it was easy to keep him in sight. He led the way for at least 2 miles, over rocky ground and past a small stream. Quite unexpectedly, he stopped and began to whine and sniff the ground. As Sam and Mark approached, he turned on them, barking furiously. The man and boy exchanged glances. "He's acting just like he did in the beginning," said Mark. "There's something in the ground," said Sam. "I'm going to find out what it is." And he drew his gun. "You're not going to kill him, Pop?" "I'll just put him to sleep. An anesthetic pellet of the kind I used for trapping ought to do the trick." But one pellet turned out not to be enough. It required the bursting of 3 pellets before the animal finally trembled, came to a halt, and with eyes glazed, fell over on the ground. When they approached closer, Sam caught sight of 6 stones, roughly piled together. He said, "Better get back, Mark. This may not be pleasant." You think somebody's buried here?" "Very likely. I'm going to see." Using a flat rock with a sharp edge as an improvised spade, he began to dig. The ground was hard, and the rock was not the best of tools. It took him half an hour to reach the first bone, and another half-hour to uncover the rest. Mark had come up behind him and was watching with no sign of revulsion. He said, I was afraid there might be a body, Pop." "So was I. It looks as if the man died so long ago that everything else has rotted away, except for a few metal clasps. No other sign of shoes or clothes, and no indication of how this happened." "You think he was the dog's master?" "Evidently." They both stared at the sleeping animal. Then Sam shrugged and began to fill the shallow grave again. Mark helped him push in the dirt and stamp it down into place. Finally, they moved the stones back. They were about to leave when Mark cried out, "Look at that rock!" Staring where his son pointed, he saw a great column about 4 feet high, with 4 smooth lateral sides. Rectangular prisms of this size were rare in nature. This was obviously the work of human hands, and of a blasting rod as well, to judge by the sides, which showed evidence of having been fused before weathering had cut into them. At first he had thought the column was a gravestone, but there was no inscription upon it. There was nothing but a thin, deep groove that ran horizontally around the 4 sides, several inches from the top. "What does it mean, Pop?" "Let's find out. It's obviously been put here as some sort of memorial. As for this groove—" He put his hands on top of the stone and lifted. As he had half expected, it separated at the horizontal groove. The top of the stone was the lid of a box. Inside lay a plastic container. "Some kind of plastic we don't make any more," muttered Sam. "Aren't you going to open it?" asked Mark eagerly. "Maybe it tells about the grave and the dog's name." The plastic came open at a slight tug. Inside were several strong sheets of paper. Sam stared at them and said, "It's writing, sure enough, but in some language I don't understand." "We could put it in our mechanical translator," said Mark. "That can tell us what it means." "That's what we'll do." "Aren't we going to take the dog with us, Pop?" "No, we'll leave him here. He'll come to in a little while." Walking back to their ship, Mark continued to show an excitement that was unusual for him. "You know what?" he said. "I'll bet we're going to learn what the dog's name is." "I doubt if whoever wrote this thing would bother with a trifle like that." "But that's important. You'll see, Pop, you'll see." At the ship, Sam inserted the sheets into the reader section of his translator and started the motor. The selector swung into action. "Before it can translate, it has to decide what language this is," he explained. "Will that take long?" "A few minutes if we're lucky, a couple of hours if we're not. After that, I think the translation itself shouldn't take more than a few minutes. While we're waiting, we might as well eat." "I'm not hungry," said Mark. "You'd better eat anyway." "Just a little bit, maybe. You know what I think, Pop? When I call the dog by his name, he'll know I'm his friend, and he'll come to me. Then he'll really be my pet." "Don't count too much on it," said Sam, and thought once more how lonely his son must be, to center so much hope in a half-wild beast. A light glowed suddenly in the translator. The selector had found the proper language. Now it began to translate. 20 minutes later, its work had been completed. As Sam silently began to read, Mark bumped against him, knocked the translation from his hand. Sam's first reaction was anger at the boy's clumsiness, then became aware of the hope and the fear that lay behind Mark's excitement, and bit back the angry words which had almost reached his lips. "Easy, Mark, easy," he said. He picked up the translation again and sat down. "You can read it over my shoulder if you want to." "I just want to find out the dog's name." "The important thing is his master's name. Julian Hagstrom, it says, and he was on a spaceship with his brother, Raoul." Mark's eyes had skipped ahead. "Look, Pop, here's the dog's name. Arkham. I never heard of a dog having a name like that. What does it mean?" "I wouldn't know," muttered Sam absently, still reading. But Mark wasn't actually interested in his answer. He ran outside. "Arkham!" he called. "Arkham!" There was nothing he could interpret as an answer. After a moment or two, he came into the ship again, his face betraying his disappointment. "I guess he doesn't hear me. He's too far away." Sam nodded. He put the translation down and was staring straight ahead of him, as if looking through the ship's side. "Is anything the matter, Pop?" "What? Oh, no, nothing's the matter. I was just thinking about what I read here." "They had an accident, didn't they? How did it happen?" "It happened because their ship wasn't as good as ours. Julian Hagstrom, the man who was killed, was buried here by his brother. Raoul put this record in the stone to mark his grave. I think he also engraved something on the stone itself, but that's been worn away." "It must have been a long time ago. Maybe years." "Yes, it was years ago. After he buried Julian, Raoul tried to make repairs, and headed in a direction where he hoped he'd find a civilized planet. He never made it." "How can you know that? He wrote the paper before he started out." "If he had made it, we'd have heard of him. We'd certainly have heard of him." Sam's face was bleak. "And Rhoda, your mother, would still be alive." Mark looked puzzled, and stared at the translation once more. "It says here, He tried to reverse the aging process. What does that mean? And what's immortality, Pop? Something he and his brother were looking for. Something to keep people from ever dying. They had a ship full of dogs and other animals. All died in their experiments, all but Arkham. They had high hopes of Arkham. He lived through a number of different treatments and became quite a pet of Julian's. Then came the crash. Their method wasn't proof against accidental death, and at any rate, they hadn't applied it yet to themselves. After Raoul buried his brother, the dog was miserable and howled so much that Raoul decided to leave him behind. He was helped to reach this decision by the fact that the ship had lost much of its air in the accident, and he knew that the air-purifying mechanism wasn't working too well. He figured he'd have a better chance of surviving if he stayed in the ship alone. But it didn't do him any good. He was lost in space, or we'd certainly have heard of him. From outside there came the sound of a low growl. "It's Arkham!" cried Mark. "Now you'll see. Wait till he hears me call his name." He ran out, and Sam followed slowly. "Don't expect too much, Mark," he said, almost with pity. Mark didn't hear him. "Arkham!" he called. "Arkham! Arkham!" The dog was watchful, keeping his distance and giving no sign of recognition. Sam put his arm around his son's shoulder. "Arkham! Arkham! Here, Arkham!" The dog snarled. There were tears in the boy's eyes. "He doesn't know his name. He doesn't even know his own name. Arkham!" "It's no use, Mark. He's forgotten he ever had a name. I'm afraid you'd better give up the idea of having him as a pet." "But you can't forget your own name." "You can in 800 years. Yes, Mark, that's when all this happened, 800 years ago. That's why the language had to be translated. Arkham is immortal, and during his long life he's forgotten not only his name, but the master for whose sake he was marooned here. If Julian Hagstrom were, by some miracle, to come back to life, I'm sure the dog wouldn't remember him. All he has is a vague but strong tie to that heap of stones. He no longer knows why he's protecting it. He's been away from live human beings so long that his brain is little more than a bundle of reflexes and instincts." "I'll train him," said Mark. "Sometimes you forget a thing at first, but it comes back to you later. He'll remember his name. Here, Arkham!" "It's no use," said Sam. "For 800 years he's been tied to that heap of stones. He'll never remember anything except that fact. I'll get you another dog for a pet." "You mean we're going back to Mars or Earth?" "Some place like that. Some place where there are people. Being alone in space is no good for you." "Oh, no, Pop. You can't get rid of me like that." "I'm not trying to get rid of you," said Sam. "Being alone in space is no good for me either. I'm going with you." "Gee, are you sure? You won't change your mind?" The delighted but uncertain look on his son's face shook Sam. He said carefully, "I won't change my mind. I've decided that it's possible to have too much of a good thing, if grief is a good thing." Suddenly, for no reason that they could detect, the dog barked at them and backed away, the fur rising in an angry ridge along his back. "Couldn't we take him along anyway?" asked Mark. "I don't like to think of him all alone here, year after year." "He'll be miserable here, but he'd be more miserable away from his heap of dirt and stones. Perhaps—" Mark didn't see as Sam pulled his gun, and then let it slip back into place. "No, that's none of my business. Maybe he'll be fortunate and have an accident." "What did you say, Pop?" "Nothing much. Come along, Mark. We're heading for civilization." An hour later, the ship rose into the air. through the blasting of the rockets, Sam thought, imagined he decided was a better word, that he heard the long, doleful whine of a creature whose mindless grief was doomed to last for all eternity. The End of Dead Man's Planet by William Morrison.
Spacemen Never Die by Morris Hirschman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Danny Maloney. Spacemen Never Die by Morris Hirschman. Henry Weller stood facing a huge, three-dimensional picture on the wall of his dining room. "Can't we get rid of it?" he asked, turning to his wife. "I mean, with all due respect, of course. No man enjoys coming home into his dining room and having to sit at meals and look at a full-sized picture of his wife's first husband arriving on Venus. Fair's fair, but such a setup is ridiculous." "No," Phoebe shook her blonde head. "Don Manton loved me, and he was famous. I like to be reminded of the days when my picture was in all the telepapers, and my face on so many telescreens." She might just as well have called him a tattered non-entity, though Henry was doing pretty well as a foreman in the local Humandroid factory. He was stopped from reminding her by Phoebe saying that she'd leave for a bit of shopping. She left abruptly. Henry watched her take off from the roof of their two-story fibroid house and went back to the dining room. Now, even his warmest admirers would give in that he had a streak of stubbornness in him a mile wide and 6 miles deep. Henry took the three-dimensional monstrosity off the wall, holding it hard by thumb and forefinger on its Luminex frame, and prepared to say goodbye to the picture of Don Manton. A foreman at one of the Humandroid shops has to be able to consider alternatives, and Henry had done this. If he only hid the picture, there'd be a domestic crisis, and the picture would sooner or later be back on the wall. If he destroyed it, there'd also be a crisis, but one that would eventually blow over. Unluckily for him, these three-dimensional wall pictures were made out of glassine, and when he tried setting fire to it, it nearly burned down the house. Upon feeding it to the old-fashioned fireplace, nothing grew hot except his temper. Ripping the picture to shreds would have been the next step, but you can't rip glassine. For maybe the 6 millionth time he cursed out Don Manton, the well-known explorer in the realm of outer space. Henry understood in a general way that Don Manton had been among the first to chart the cities of Mars and Venus, and had accidentally died on a planet named Amel, but Henry had no intention of living in Don Manton's shadow. The picture, which showed the late explorer talking with 3 Venusians, had been hung up again when Phoebe came through the ceiling door along the extension stairway which flicked up to meet her. "You've been trying to get rid of Don's picture." He'd hung it crookedly, and a diagonal slash of white wallpaper had given him away. "Just this one. You've got cans of telefilm in the cellar, but them I don't mind. This," he flicked it with a thumbnail, "I do mind." "As long as I stay," Phoebe said quietly, "my darling Don's picture stays." "But what about your darling Henry? Am I just a humandroid who looks and behaves and talks like a human being? Haven't I got feelings?" Henry strode around the room, hitting the fibroid floor like a prehistoric monster on a sandpaper bridge. "Either that picture goes," he said finally, definitely, "or I go." Phoebe shook out her blonde hair, letting it fall about her shoulders. "Too bad." Inside of an hour he had packed his suitcases. Phoebe cried bitterly, but he wouldn't budge about the picture. Henry took the plane. He put up at his club, went to the bar, and was gobbling down something called pressurized scotch when he heard a noise back of him. "Get away from me," said Henry, who was quite a few over the traditional 8 by this time. "I've had enough of Don Manton, let alone his helpers." Speed Roggs, who had taken a couple of trips with Manton, was tall and thin as the bar stool, and with a spaceman's ability to think fast when he had to. Loudly he ordered a Venus Whiz, explaining to a disgusted Henry After the barkeep mixes the drinks, he melts the swizzle stick and pours that in too. He gulped the stuff down gratefully, then said, "Tell me your troubles, Hank." Henry did. Speed Roggs looked disgusted. "Are you serious?" he asked, and when Henry swore to cut Speed's throat on asking that again, went on, "Women are space mad." As Henry agreed, Roggs said, "The one thing you don't understand about Don Manton is that he was maladjusted. He couldn't stay still. He always wanted what he couldn't have. That goes for his feelings for women, too." Henry looked up with bloodshot eyes nearly popping out of his head. Roggs kept going. "Don and Phoebe never got along once they were married. It was Manton's fault. Like all explorers, he was unhappy over his lot and looked beyond the rainbow. In fact, he told me once that the only reason he went in for exploring space was to get away from his wife." Henry Weller suddenly rocked with laughter. He got to his feet, took Roggs, and went to his room, still laughing. He lay on the bed for half an hour. At the end of that time, he sat up. "Tell the manager I won't be here for supper," he said to Speed. "I've got a little trip to make." "Where are you going?" "Home. To give the good tidings to my wife." Henry's fibroid house looked about the same. He parked the plane and let himself in by the roof door and down the extension staircase. He found Phoebe in the kitchen bent over a pot, and at the sound of him she turned. A near smile flickered in her blue eyes. "Phoebe? Henry?" They laughed together. Henry wanted to tell her what he knew as bitterly and maliciously as possible, but he simply opened his mouth a few times. He couldn't say it. Everyone is entitled to an illusion, and this was Phoebe, his blonde wench, his wife, his woman. He looked a bit sick. She smiled. "Come into the dining room." The three-dimensional picture had been rolled up into the corner. Henry promised to put it away in the cellar and clean up the cellar as soon as he could. Phoebe said that her first husband had never liked to stay home. He'd always been afraid to live normally. "I was wrong about the picture," she told him. "And I didn't know till I saw you leave the house." It goes without saying that Henry and his Phoebe lived happily ever after. But it is perhaps not so well known that Phoebe was left with a little disposal problem too. She had a rough time finding a buyer, in secret of course, for her brand new humandroid, who looked and behaved and talked so exactly like that well-known flyer, Speed Roggs. End of Spacemen Never Die by Morris Hirschman. Recording by Danny Maloney.
Susie by Watson Parker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Moline. Susie by Watson Parker. Susie! 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 Whit Claiborne looked at the luminous face of the bulkhead clock for the 100th time that day. Sweat started out on his forehead, and he gripped his face with a convulsed hand, moaning in helpless anguish. "Susie! Susie! Susie!" The clock clicked impersonally in the darkness, and Whit moaned again. The cold, the darkness, the quiet, and the solitude. But there was always Susie, linking him to the earth so many miles away. 143 days out, 407 to go. The ritual of the report designed to keep him thinking day after day. Nothing to report, sir. All equipment functioning. All graphs tracking. No abnormality of any kind. My health is good. In 407 days they would bring him down, nearly mad, nearly dead, but his record's well made on Earth, and the record was what counted. 550 days in an observation capsule, the economical human machine that did the work of 50 tons of unprojectable electronic equipment. 550 days of cold and quiet and solitude. The first 8 men had died in the cold and loneliness of space, until they thought of Susie, there in the whack-manned offices at Point Magoo. "Susie! My God, Susie, where are you?" Whit could stand the waiting until the time came close, then his mind would give away until her voice, bringing the space void, came to him and brought him peace. "Whit! Whit, wake up in case you're asleep. It's me. It's Susie." "Asleep? You know I'm not asleep. You know I stay awake for you. I'll always be awake, Susie. I wouldn't miss a minute with you, not a second." "Gee, Whit, you're nice. You're awful nice. Susie, for the 100th time, will you marry me?" "Aw, Whit, you know I can't. You know they made me promise that before I took the job." "Promise to be a talking floozy to 50 men in space, to hold 'em all at arm's length, let 'em love you, then leave 'em in the cold when they came back down to earth. They made you promise to keep us stringing along until we got back home safe and sound, then turn us loose with our love for you burning a hole in our hearts. They made you promise a thing like that, Susie?" "You can't handle the merchandise, Whit. When you come down, then we'll talk over things together." "Susie, I love you! I love you!" "I mustn't say that I love you too, Whit. They made me promise that I wouldn't say that. But, Whit, you're awful nice." Whit sat silent, and Susie kept on talking. She could always talk. No matter what you said to her, no matter how you felt, no matter where you were, Susie could always talk to you and make your life seem brighter, and the trip back home again worth fighting to make. You fell in love with Susie, they all did, but as she always said, they made her promise not to say she loved you back. Not until you got back home, safe and sound and sane. That was Susie's job on Earth, in a drab little office with an engineer who controlled her channels, and sometimes blushed at what he heard go out over them. She spoke sometimes gaily, sometimes gently, sometimes with all the frail strength of her body, into a microphone beamed to each capsule in turn, and in those capsules were men, who, but for her, would go mad before their time was up. And Susie never cheated, and she never lied, and she never changed. She was the love light of outer space, she and a dozen others at Point Magoo. She kept men sane, and she brought them home, and she kept her promise never to love and never to marry until they came back again. "Whit, what we were talking about yesterday, did you think about that?" "You mean about the gardenias?" "Uh-huh. My gardenias, to pin on my blouse." "Susie, I'll bring you 1,000, one each day, until you say you love me. I'm drawing them now, on paper, one every day, for you." "Aw, Whit, you're awful nice." Then, after frantic good-byes, shouting, screaming, pounding on the microphone, hoping that the dead metal would somehow speak once more, Whit would settle back for another day's dreaming of Susie, while he kept his tiny house in space, read his little gauges, and kept his dreams alive. It was only in the afternoon that madness came too close, and in the power-saving darkness he raged and cursed and pled and begged, until Susie's voice came winging out of space to comfort him for another day, when they talked of all the beautiful things that people talk about when there is love between them. For Susie loved her men, all 7 of them. To know them well, to listen time and again to their recorded conversations, to pick out points that were worth repeating, to avoid the subjects that depressed them, to say what would bring them home in love with her was a pleasure to her. And she worked hard at the job. All alone, late into the night, Susie would sit in her little office, listening to her records, and planning the next day's battle for the sanity of her men. "Now, Al," she'd muse, "he'll want to know how that recipe came out, the one with the mushrooms. Poor guy, he does like to eat. I'll tell him about the party I went to with Sheila, and how she ate up all the rum cakes, and could hardly find her way home again. He'll like that. And Jim. He'd like to have another problem, like the 12-coin one. I wish I had a mind like his. Maybe Miss Graham can find me a book on math problems that a man can do in his head. And I'll tell him how nice it would be to be a professor's wife, and a little college in the North. He doesn't want me yet, but he wants somebody. I guess I'll have to talk sex to Crazy Cat, too. It's about the only thing he likes to think about, and that's my job. I hope he doesn't realize I'm not the hellcat he seems to think I am. Maybe some of the girls could give me some ideas he'd like to think about. My dates are pretty dull. They really should have given Crazy Cat to somebody else. Some psychiatrist slipped up there, I guess. But I'll bring him down. I'll bring him down sane if I have to wade in filth up to my eyeballs. That's a joke. Whit's hopeless, he loves me so. I hope he doesn't go off the deep end and end up wacky. Maybe we'll have to relay him some instrument checks to keep him busy. Or maybe, if I told him I'd marry him, it would keep him leveled for a while. Can't say that too soon, though, or he'd go nuts from jealousy. I guess I'll just have to keep on letting him love me, just being me, just showing him I care about him as much as I can. He's a dear, really. That was the way Susie mused, in her drab little office, after hours, doing her job for her men, her hopes up in the sky where only her voice and her love could reach them. Miss Graham was stiff and stood tall in her prim tailored suit. Her dark man's necktie clashed with her hair and her complexion, but her face was kind, and her voice, although firm, was soft and understanding. "Susie, I want to talk to you. Don't get up." "Yes, Miss Graham." "I've been listening to some of your records. Some of this stuff you've been putting out is going to make us trouble, you know." "I'm sorry, Miss Graham. I try to do what I think is best, and you know I spend a lot of time planning. It's too late to shift poor Crazy Cat to anybody else, and it's the only thing that seems—" "I'm not talking about Crazy Cat Tompkins, Susie," interrupted Miss Graham. "I'm talking about Whit Clayborne." "I see. I know I shouldn't have said that I'd marry him, but gosh, he was just about to go to pieces, right while I was talking to him. I could hear him grit his teeth, and I could hear the mic squeak with the grip he had on it. It was awful, Miss Graham." "Couldn't you have waited? You could have asked me what to do, you know. Men ask our girls to marry them every day. It isn't as if it was a new problem that we hadn't handled before." "But he needed me, right then. I didn't think he could wait. I had to say I'd marry him, or he'd have been biting pieces out of his mattress." "I know you did your best, Susie. Those rules, well, they're not only for his protection, you know. What are you going to do when Whit Clayborne lands and comes in here to claim his bride? Had you thought of that?" "Honestly, Miss Graham, I didn't think of anything, except that he needed me at the time. But, of course, I'll let him go. I'd let him go even if the rules didn't say I had to." Miss Graham's voice was unexpectedly gentle. "You want to get married, don't you?" We could break a rule just this once." "Not like that, Miss Graham. Not like that. It wouldn't be fair to hold him to a promise that he made in space. Even if you'd let me do it, I wouldn't marry him. I couldn't live with myself. He doesn't know, well, about me. He wouldn't have loved me if I'd told him. He's never seen me. All he's in love with is a voice that understands how to keep him sane. I wouldn't hold him to that promise, Miss Graham, if he was the last chance to marry that I'd ever have." Miss Graham was silent for a few moments, then turned to the door. "You've figured out how to let him know that you won't marry him?" "I'll tell him when he comes down." "And you think that just telling him will do the trick, Suzy?" "The way I'll tell him, it'll stick. Oh, it'll stick all right." Suzy choked off the last words, and blinked back the tears that seemed to come into her eyes. "I'm glad you've got it figured out, dear," Miss Graham said approvingly. "His orbit got knocked loose somehow, and he'll be in this evening, to talk things over." Suzy gasped. "So soon? I mean, well, I've got it sort of figured, but, well—" She paused, collecting her thoughts. "As well now as ever, I guess. I'll wait for him." "Do you think he'd get violent? I could leave a couple of engineers in the closet, or maybe you'd like to have Sheila—" "No, I can handle him, and I'd rather not have Sheila here when he comes in. I'll handle him. And thank you, Miss Graham." The door closed on Miss Graham's back, and Suzy began to think of Whit Clayborne. The door opened slowly, and the pale young airman came into the office on unsteady feet, his hat in his left hand, and a small package tucked under his arm. "Is this Suzy's office? I mean, will she be in soon? Where can I find her?" The questions came eagerly. "I'm Suzy." For a minute the words meant nothing to him. He looked blankly round the office, then back to the seated figure. "You recognize the voice, don't you, Whit?" He gulped, and the expression drained from his face, leaving it blank and helpless. Suzy's heart went out to him, as her voice had gone to him through space. "I know, the wheel-chair, the rug to cover my knees, the brace on my arm. There wasn't any other way, Whit. I couldn't tell you. My voice, Whit, was all that counted, up there. Down on earth other things count, too. Forgive me, Whit." His head seemed to swim, and his unsteady feet fumbled with the floor as he came to her. "You could have told me. I'd have loved you. I'd have loved you anyway." "Would you?" Her face turned away from him as he came to her. "Would you, Whit? Would you have stayed alive for a broken girl like me? Would you have waited out your trip for the sake of a cripple in a wheel-chair? I know you, Whit. I know your heart and your soul, and I know you'd have never loved me if I had told you what I was from the beginning." Whit didn't speak, and Suzy continued. "It was a job for me, Whit. I had to bring you down. I lied to you and deceived you. And now you're free, and you can go away to live a better life than I can give you." "Suzy, you're saying that. You've thought it out, and you've written it down, and it's what you planned to say to me. Is it the truth, Suzy?" "Whit, go away. I've said my piece. I've turned you loose. Now go. Go away, and don't ever come back to me again." Whit's body seemed to straighten up, and he put his little green package down on the desk in front of her, then moved away. "Open it up, Suzy. It's a gardenia that I brought you. Sick or well, crippled or sound, I'll bring you another every day until you say you love me." Then he went away. Susie rose slowly, kicking the rug from her knees. She folded the wheelchair into a compact bundle, and stretching up on her toes, put it back on the highest shelf in the closet. Quietly she put her hat and coat on and went out of the office, locking the door behind her. The click of her high heels echoed bravely in the silence as she felt her way along the vacant hallway. "Sheila! Sheila! Come to me, girl!" she called. The big German shepherd shook herself as she rose from her bed beside the doorway, and with the practiced skill of years brought the handle of her harness beneath her mistress's groping hand. Susie knelt beside the big dog, and put her arms around her furry neck, weeping softly into the thick fur. "Sheila, Sheila, I think he's going to marry me," she said. The End. End of Susie by Watson Parker. Recording by Roger Moline.
Part 1 of The Seed of the Tok-Tok Birds by Francis Flagg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Seed of the Tok-Tok Birds by Francis Flagg. Part 1. Talbot had been working that day, far up in the Catalinas, looking over some mining prospects for his company, and was returning to the Mountain View Hotel in Oracle when, from the mouth of an abandoned shaft some distance back of that town, he saw a strange object emerge. "Hello," he said to Manuel, his young Mexican assistant. "What the devil can that be?" Manuel crossed himself swiftly. "Dios!" he exclaimed. "But it is a queer bird, senor." Queer it certainly was, and of a species Talbot had never before laid eyes on. The bird stood on the crumbling rim of the mining shaft and regarded him with golden eyes. Its body was as large as that of a buzzard, and its head had a flat reptilian look, unpleasant to see. Nor was that the only odd thing. The feathers glittered metallically, like blued copper, and a streak of glistening silver outlined both wings. Marveling greatly, and deciding that the bird must be some rare kind, escaped from a zoo, or a stray from tropical lands much farther south, Talbot advanced cautiously, but the bird viewed his approach with unconcern. 10 feet from it he stopped uneasily. The strange fowl's intent look, its utter immobility, somewhat disconcerted him. "Look out, senor!" warned Manuel. Involuntarily Talbot stepped back. If he had possessed a rifle he would have shot the bird, but neither Manuel nor himself was armed. Suddenly he had looked away for a moment. The bird was gone. Clutching a short miner's pickaxe, and a little ashamed of his momentary timidity, he strode to the edge of the abandoned shaft and peered down. There was nothing to see. Only rotting joists of wood, crumbling earth for a few feet, and then darkness. He pondered for a moment. This was the old Wiley claim. He knew it well. The shaft went down for over 200 feet, and there were several lateral workings, one of which tunneled back into the hills for a considerable distance. The mine had been a bonanza back in the days when Oracle boomed, but the last ore had been taken out in 1905, and for 27 years it had lain deserted. Manuel came up beside him and leaned over. "What is that?" he questioned. Talbot heard it himself, a faint rumbling sound, like the rhythmic throb of machinery. Mystified, he gazed blankly at Manuel. Of course it was impossible. What could functioning machinery be doing at the bottom of an abandoned hole in the ground? And where there were no signs of human activity to account for the phenomenon? A more forsaken-looking place it would be hard to imagine. Not that the surrounding country wasn't ruggedly beautiful and grand. The hills were covered with live oak, yucca grass, cholla, manzanita, and starred with the white blossoms of wild thistle. But this locality was remote from human habitation, and lonely. Could it be, Talbot wondered, the strange bird making that noise, or perhaps some animal? The noise sounded like nothing any creature, furred or feathered, could make, but, of course, that must be the explanation. However, it would be dark within the hour, with Oracle still 2 miles distant, so he turned reluctantly away, Manuel thwacking the bureaus from the grazing they had found. But that was not to be the end of the odd experience. Just before the trail swung over the next rise, Talbot glanced back. There, perching on the rim of the abandoned mining shaft, were not one, but 2 of the strange birds. As if cognizant of his backward glance, they napped their gleaming metallic wings, although they did not rise, and gave voice to what could only be their natural harsh cries, measured and somehow sinister. "Talk, talk, talk, talk." Talbot went to bed determined to investigate the old wily claim the next day, but in the morning an urgent telegram called him and Manuel to Phoenix, and so the matter was necessarily postponed. Moreover, on mature reflection, he decided that there was nothing much to investigate. The days went by, the matter slipped his mind, and he had almost forgotten the incident. It was an Indian who first brought news of the jungle to Oracle. His name was John Redpath, and he wasn't the average person's idea of an Indian at all. He wore store clothes and a wide-brimmed hat, and spoke English with the colloquial ease of one whose native language it was. It was 10 o'clock in the morning, the hour when people gathered at the local store and post office to gossip and get their mail, when he came driving into town in his Ford. His terrified wife and 3 children crowded into the back seat. "What's the matter, John?" asked Silby, the constable. "Matter?" said Redpath. "I'll tell you what's the matter." He held the attention of the crowd, which now began flocking around him. "You know me, Silby. I'm not easily frightened, but what's happened at my place has me scared stiff." He pulled out a handkerchief and mopped his brow. "When we went to bed last night, everything looked as usual. But this morning—" he paused. "Something overnight had grown up in my pasture. Don't ask me what it is. The whole hillside was filled with it. I went to the pasture to milk my goats, at some distance from the house and over a rise. You know how rugged my land is. And there was the stuff, acres of it, 20, 30 feet tall, like nothing I had ever seen before. And Silby," his voice was suddenly low, "I could see it growing." At this remarkable statement, everyone in sound of his voice gaped with astonishment. Had it been any other Indian, they would have said he was drunk, but not John Redpath. He didn't drink. "Growing?" echoed Silby stupidly. "Yes, the damn stuff was growing, but it wasn't that which stampeded me out of there. It was the globe." "The globe?" said Silby, more mystified than ever. "It was floating over the growing stuff like a black balloon. Just over my place the balloon began to sift down a shower of pebbles. Like beans they were, seeds rather, for when they hit the ground they started to sprout." "Sprout?" The constable was capable of nothing more than an echo. "I'm telling you the truth," continued Redpath, "incredibly fast. I had barely time to crank up the car and get out of there. I never would have done it if the strange grove hadn't left the way clear from the garage to the road. Silby, I had the devil of a time getting the wife and kid out of the house. When I looked back after going a quarter of a mile, the house had disappeared under a tangled mass." There was no time for anyone to question John Redpath further. Even as he finished speaking, a large automobile dashed up and out tumbled a well-dressed and portly red-faced stranger.
"What's the devil the matter with the road about here? Funniest thing I ever saw. The road to Mount Lemon's blocked. My family," he said inconsequentially, "is at Mount Lemon for the summer, and I want to get through to them."
Blocked? The crowd stared at him wonderingly. John Redpath threw in his clutch. "So long," he said. "I have a brother in Tucson. I'm going to his place until this blows over." As he left Oracle, John Redpath noticed several dark globes drifting down on it from the hills. The first inkling the outside world had of the terrible tragedy that was happening at Oracle came over the phone to Tucson, where John Redpath was still en route to that city. "Hello? Hello, is this the police station? Silby speaking. Silby, town constable at Oracle. For God's sake, send us help. We're being attacked. Yes, attacked from the air by strange aircraft, round globes discharging. Oh, I don't know what it is. Only it grows when it hits the earth. Yes, it grows. Oracle is hemmed in. And there are the birds. 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 There was a stifled cry. The voice suddenly ceased, and the wire went dead. "My God," said the chief of police of Tucson. "Somebody's raving." He lost no time in communicating with the sheriff's office and sending out his men. They soon returned, white-faced and shaken. "Chief," said the officer in charge of the party, "you know where the road to Oracle switches off the main highway? Well, it's impassable, covered with stuff 100 feet high." The chief stared. "Are you crazy?" "No. Listen, it's the queerest growth you ever saw. Not like vegetation at all. More like twisted metal." But now the city began to seethe with excitement. Farmers and their families flocked in from the Seep Springs district and from Johannes, telling weird tales of drifting globes and encroaching jungle. The Southern Pacific announced that traffic northward was disrupted. Extras appeared on the streets with shrieking headlines. Everything was in confusion. A flyer from the local airport flew over Oracle and announced on his return that he could see no signs of the town, that its immediate vicinity was buried under an incredibly tall and tangled mass of vegetation. "From the air it looks like giant stalks of spaghetti, twisted, fantastic," was his description. He went on to say that he noticed quite a few drifting globes and large birds with black, glistening wings, but these offered no hindrance to his flight. Now the wires hummed with the startling news. All the world was informed of the tragedy. The great cities of the nation stood aghast. An aroused Washington dispatched orders for the aerial forces of the country to proceed to Arizona without delay. The governor of Arizona mobilized the state militia. All border patrol officers proceeded to the area affected. And yet, in the face of what was happening, they were powerless to do a thing. At 2 o'clock of the day following the wiping out of Oracle, the first black globes approached Tucson. They floated down from the north, skirting the granite ridges and foothills of the Catalinas, and were met with a withering hail of lead from anti-aircraft guns, and burst, scattering wide their contents. When some 3 hours later the first squadron of the air fleet came to earth on the landing field a few miles south of the city, the northern environs of Tucson, all the area the other side of Speedway, and running east and west as far as the eye could see, was a monstrous jungle 100 or more feet tall, and still growing. Terrified residents fled for the uncanny invasion. People congested the streets. Thousands fled from the city in automobiles, and thousands of others thronged the railroad station and bus line offices seeking for transportation. Rumor ran from lip to lip that Russia was attacking the United States with a newly invented and deadly method of warfare. There wasn't Russia, but Japan, China, England, Germany, a coalition of European and Asiatic powers. Frantically, the city officials wired railroad companies to send in emergency trains. The mayor appealed to the citizens to be quiet and orderly, not to give way to panic, that everything was being done to ensure their safety. Hastily deputized bodies of men were set to patrolling streets and guarding property. Later, martial law was established. The south side of Speedway rapidly assumed the appearance of an armed camp. At the landing field, Flight Commander Burns refueled his ships and interviewed the flyer who had flown over Oracle. That worthy shook his head. "You're going out to fight, Commander," he said, "but God knows what. So far we have been unable to detect any human agency back of those globes. They just drift in, irrespective of how the wind's blowing. So far our only defense has been to shoot them down, but that does little good. It only helps to broadcast their seed. Then, too, the globes shot down have never been examined. Why? Because where they hit, a jungle springs up. Sometimes they burst of their own accord. One or two of them got by us in the darkness last night, despite our searchlights, and overwhelmed a company of National Guards." The flight commander was puzzled. "Well, look here," he said. "Those globes don't just materialize out of thin air. There must be a base from which they operate. Undoubtedly an enemy is lurking in those mountains." He got up decisively. "If it is humanly possible to locate and destroy that enemy, we shall do it." Flying in perfect formation, the bombing squadron clove the air. Looking down, the observers could see the gigantic and mysterious jungle which covered many square miles of country. Like sinuous coils of spaghetti, it looked, and also curiously like vast up-pointed girders of steel and iron. The rays of the late afternoon sun glinted on this jungle and threw back spears of intense light. Over the iron ridges of the Catalinas, the fleet swept at an elevation of several thousand feet. Westward, numerous huge globes could be seen drifting south. The commander signaled a half-dozen of ships to pursue and shoot them down. In the mountains themselves, there was surprisingly little of the uncanny vegetation. Mile after mile of billowing hills were quartered, but without anything of a suspicious nature being noted. Here and there, the observers saw signs of life. Men and women waved at them from isolated homesteads and shacks. At Mount Lemon, the summer colonists appeared unharmed, but in such rugged country it was impossible to think of landing. Oracle, and for a dozen miles around its vicinity, was deserted. Though the commander searched the landscape thoroughly with his glasses, he could detect the headquarters of no enemies, and yet the existence of the drifting globes would seem to presuppose a sizable base from which they operated. Mystified, he nevertheless subjected the Oracle area to a thorough bombing, and it was while engaged in doing so that he and his men observed a startling phenomenon. High in the heavens, seemingly out of nowhere, the mysterious globes grew. The aviators stared, rubbed their eyes in amazement, doubted the truth of what they saw. Their commander recollected his own words. Those globes don't just materialize out of thin air. But that actually seemed to be what they were doing. Out of empty space they leaped, appearing first as black spots and, in a moment, swelling to their huge proportions. One pilot made the mistake of ramming a globe, which burst, and he hurtled to earth in a shower of seed which seemed to root and grow and cover his craft with a mass of foliage even as it fell. Horrified, ammunition and explosives exhausted, the amazed commander ordered his ships back to Tucson. What he had to tell caused a sensation. "No," he said, finishing his report to the high military official who had arrived with Federal forces. "I saw nothing, aside from the globes, that could possibly account for the attack. Nothing." But nonetheless, the attack went on. Though hundreds of planes scoured the sky, though great guns bellowed day and night, and thousands of soldiers, state and federal, were under arms, still the incredible globes continued to advance, still more and more the countryside came under the sway of the nightmarish jungle. And this losing battle was not waged without loss of human life. Sometimes bodies of artillery were cut up by globes getting beyond their lines in the darkness and hemming them in. Then they had literally to hack their way out or perish, and hundreds of them perished. One company sergeant told of a thrilling race with 3 globes. "It was a close thing," he said, scratching his head, "and only a third of us made it." Fear gripped the hearts of the most courageous of men. It was terrifying and nerve-wracking to face such an unhuman foe. Weird, drifting globes and invading jungles whose very source was shrouded in mystery. Against this enemy no weapon seemed to prevail. All the paraphernalia of modern warfare was proving useless. And looking at each other with white faces, not alone in Arizona but in New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, men asked themselves these questions, and the newspapers posed them. What if this thing can't be stopped? What if it keeps on and invades every city and state? It is only starting now, but what will it be like a month from now? A year? The whole nation awoke to a realization of its danger. The administration of Washington solemnly addressed itself to the capitals of the world. If some power, jealous of the greatness of America, has perfected a new and barbarous weapon of warfare, and, without due warning and declaration of hostilities, has launched it against us, not only do we denounce such uncivilized procedure, but demand that such a power speak out and reveal to us and the world who our enemy is. But the powers of the world, as one, united in disclaiming any hand in the monstrous attack being made on the United States. As for that attack, it proceeded inexorably. On the 4th day, Tucson was evacuated. Then Winkleman awoke one morning to find that the drifting globes had reached the river. The town was abandoned. California mobilized citizen forces in cooperation with Nevada. The great physicist Miller was said to be frantically at work on a chemical designed to destroy the gigantic growths, specimens of which had been sent him. Such was the condition of affairs when, at Washington, Milton Baxter, the young student, told his incredible story to a still more incredulous Senate. The Senate had been sitting in anxious session for 5 days, and was little inclined to give ear to the stories of cranks. Fortunately for the world, young Baxter came of an influential family and had taken the precaution of having himself introduced by two prominent financiers who demanded that he be heard. "Gentlemen," he said earnestly, "contrary to current opinion, America is not being assailed by a foreign power. No, listen to me a moment, and I shall tell you what is attacking America." He paused, and held the assemblage with compelling eyes. "But first let me explain how I know what I am going to tell you. I was in London when I read of what is occurring in Arizona. Before the wire went dead on him, didn't the unfortunate constable of Oracle say something about birds?" The senators were silent. "Yes," said a press correspondent at length. "If I remember correctly, he said, 'Are the birds birds birds?'" "Well," exclaimed Senator Huffy, "the man was pretty well excited, and his words may have been misunderstood. What the devil have birds to do with these globes and jungles?" "More than you think," replied Baxter. "Listen." He fixed their attention with uplifted hand. "The thing I have to reveal is of such paramount importance that I must not be interrupted. You must bear with me while I go back some months, and even years in time, to make myself understood. You all remember the mysterious disappearance of Professor Rubens? Yes, I see that you do. It caused a sensation. He was the foremost scientist in the country. It would not be exaggerating too much to say in the world. His name was not as well known amongst the masses as that of Miller and Dean. In fact, outside of an exclusive circle, it wasn't known at all. But ask any scientist about Rubens. He was a tall, dour man of 60, with Scotch blood in his veins, and was content to teach a class in a college because of the leisure it afforded him for his own research work. That was at the University of Arizona in Tucson. The faculty of the college was proud to have him on its staff, and provided him with a wooden building back of the campus for a private laboratory and workshop. I understand that the Rockefeller Institute contributed funds towards Professor Rubens's experiments, but I am not certain. At any rate, he had a wonderfully well-equipped place. I was a pupil at the university, and attended his class in physics. A strong friendship grew up between us. How can I explain that friendship? I was not a particularly brilliant student, but he had few friends, and perhaps my boyish admiration pleased him. I think, too, that he was lonely, heart-hungry for affection. His wife was dead, and his own boy. But I won't go into that. Suffice it to say that I believe he bestowed on me some of the affection he had felt for his dead son. Indeed, I am sure he did. Be that as it may, I often visited him in his laboratory, and watched, fascinated, as he pored over some of his intricate apparatus. In a vague way, I knew that he was seeking to delve more deeply into the atom. Before Leeuwenhoek invented the microscope, the professor once said, "Whoever dreamed of the life in a drop of water? What is needed now is a super microscope to view the atom." The idea thrilled me. Do you believe, sir, that an instrument will ever be invented that will do that? Yes, why not? I am working on some such device myself. Of course, the whole thing has to be radically different. The present method of deducing the atom by indirection is very unsatisfactory. We can know nothing for certain until direct observation is possible. The atomic theory that likens the atom to our solar system, with planets revolving around a central nucleus, is very interesting. But I shall never be content, for one, until I can see such an atomic system in operation. Now I had every admiration for the capacity and genius of my teacher, but I couldn't forbear exclaiming, "Is that possible?" "Of course it's possible," he cried irritably. "Do you think I should be pursuing my experiments if I didn't think it possible? Only numbskulls think anything impossible." I felt rather hurt at his retort, and a certain coolness sprang up between us. The summer holidays came, and I went away without bidding him good-bye. But, returning for the new semester, my first act was to hurry to the laboratory. He greeted me as if there had never been any difference between us. "Come," he cried, "you must see what I have accomplished. It is marvellous, marvellous." In his workshop stood a mechanism, perhaps 3 feet square and 4 feet high. It was made of polished steel, and looked not unlike an Edison music box. "You are the first I've shown it to," he said excitedly. "Here, look into this." Stooping over the top of the box, I peered into the eyepiece indicated. It was so fashioned that it fitted the contour of the face snugly. "Now hold steady," warned the Professor. "This machine makes quite a noise, but it won't harm you at all." I sensed that he was fingering and arranging dials and levers on the side of the contrivance. Suddenly an engine in the box began to throb with a steady rhythm. This gradually increased in tempo until the vibration of it shook the room. "Don't move!" shouted the Professor. At first I could see nothing. Everything was intensely dark. Then the darkness began to clarify. Or rather, I should say, it seemed as if the darkness increased to such a pitch that it became... I can't describe it, but of a sudden I had the sensation of looking into the utter blackness and desolation of interstellar space. Coldness, emptiness, that was the feeling. And in this coldness and emptiness flamed a distant sun, around which 12 darker bodies the size of peas revolved. They revolved in various ellipses, and, far off, millions of light years away. The thought came to me involuntarily at the time. I could glimpse infinitesimal specks of light, a myriad of them. With a cry I jerked back my head. "That," shouted the Professor in my ear, "was an atomic universe." It never entered my head to doubt him. The realness, the vividness, the overwhelming loneliness and vastness of the sight I had seen, yes, and the suggestion of cosmic grandeur and aloofness that was conveyed, banished any other feeling but that of belief. "Inside that box," said Professor Rubens quietly, "and directly underneath the special crystal ray medium I have perfected, is a piece of matter no larger than a pinhead. But, viewed through the magnifying medium of the crystal ray, that insignificant piece of matter becomes as vast and as empty as all space. And in that space you saw an atomic system." An atomic system! Imagine my emotions! The tremendousness of the assertion took away my breath. I could only seize the Professor's hand and hold to it tightly. "Softly, my boy, softly," he said, smiling at my emotion. "What you have seen is but the least part of the invention. There is more to it than that." "More?" "Yes. Do you think I would be content with merely viewing at a distance? No. Consider that revolving around a central nucleus similar to our Sun are 12 planets, any one of which may be inhabited by intelligent creatures." I stared at him dumbly. "You mean—" "Why not? Size is only relative. Besides, in this case I can demonstrate. Please look again." Not without trepidation, I did as he bade. Once more I saw the black emptiness of atomic space, saw the blazing nucleus with its whirling satellites. Above the roaring noise of the machine came Professor Rubens's voice. "I am now intensifying the magnifying medium and focusing it on one of the planets you see. The magnifying crystal ray is mounted on a revolving device which follows this particular planet in its orbit. Now." I gazed, enthralled. Only one atomic planet, the size of a pea and seemingly motionless in space, now lay in my field of vision. And this planet began to grow, to expand, until beneath my staring eyes it looked like the full moon in all its glory. "I am gradually increasing the magnifying power of the crystal ray," came the voice of the Professor. The huge mass of the planet filled the subatomic sky. My hands gripped the rim of the box with excitement. On its surface began to form continents, seas. Good God! Was all this really materializing from a speck of matter under the lens of a supermicroscope? I was looking down from an immense height upon an ever-clarifying panorama. Mountains began to unfold, plains, and suddenly beneath me appeared a mighty city. I was too far away to see it distinctly, but it was no city such as we have on earth. And yet it was magnificent. It was like gazing at a strange civilization. Dimly I could see great machines labouring and sending forth glowing streamers of light. Strange buildings rose. It was all bizarre, bewildering, unbelievably weird. What creatures dwelt in this place? I strained my eyes, strove to press forward, and in that very moment the things at which I gazed seemed to rise swiftly to meet my descending head. The illusion was that of plunging earthward at breakneck speed. With a stifled cry I recoiled, rubbed my blinking eyes, and found myself staring stupidly into the face of Professor Rubens. He shut off the machine and regarded me thoughtfully. "In that atomic universe, on a planet swinging round a subatomic sun, the all of which lies somewhere in a speck of our matter, intelligent creatures dwell and have created a great machine civilization." And Baxter, he leaned forward and fixed me with eyes that gleamed from under heavy brows. Not only has my superatomic microscope revealed somewhat of that world and its marvels to human vision, but it has opened up another, a more wonderful possibility. He did not tell me what this wonderful possibility was, and a few minutes later I left the laboratory, intending to return after a late class. But a telegram from Phoenix was at my rooms calling me home. My father was seriously ill. It was June before he recovered his health. Consequently, I had to forego college until the next season. "Old Rubens is going dotty," said one of my classmates to me. Rather disturbed, I sought him out. I saw that there were dark circles of sleeplessness under his eyes, and that his face had grown thinner. Somewhat diffidently, I questioned him about his experiments. He answered slowly, "You will recollect my telling you that the superatomic microscope had opened up another wonderful possibility." I nodded, sharply curious now. "Look." He led the way into his workshop. The superatomic microscope, I noticed, had been altered almost out of recognition. It is hopeless for me to attempt describing those changes, but midway along one side of its length projected a flat surface like a desk, with a large funnel-shaped device resting on it. The big end of this funnel pointed towards a square screen set against the wall, a curious screen superimposed on what appeared to be a background of frosted glass. "This," said the Professor, laying one hand on the funnel and indicating the screen with the other, "is part of the arrangement with which I have established communication with the world in the atom." "No," he said, rightly interpreting my explanation, "I am not crazy. For months I have been exchanging messages with the inhabitants of that world. You know the wave and corpuscular theories of light. Both are correct, but in a higher synthesis. But I won't go into that. Suffice it to say that I broke through the seemingly insuperable barrier hemming in the atomic world and made myself known. But I see that you still doubt my assertion. Very well, I will give you a demonstration. Keep your eyes on the screen, so." Adjusting what seemed a radio headpiece to my ears, he seated himself at a complicated control board. Motors purred, lights flashed, every filament of the screen became alive with strange fires. The frosted glass melted into an infinity of rose-coloured distance. Far off, in the exact centre of this rosy distance, appeared a black spot. Despite the headpiece, I could hear the Professor talking to himself, manipulating dials and levers. The black spot grew, it advanced, it took on form and substance. And then I stared, I gasped, for suddenly I was gazing into a vast laboratory, but depicted on a miniature scale. But it wasn't this laboratory which riveted my attention. No, it was the unexpected creature that perched in the midst of it and seemed to look into my face with unwinking eyes of gold set in a flat reptilian head. The creature moved, its feathers gleamed metallically. I saw its bill open and shut. Distinctly, through the earphones came a harsh sound, a sound I can only describe by the words "tock tock, tock tock." Then, just as the picture had appeared, it faded. The lights went out. The purring of the motors ceased. "Yes," said the Professor, stepping to my side and removing the headpiece. "The inhabitants of the subatomic planet are birds." I could only stare at him dumbly. "I see that astounds you. You are thinking that they lack hands and other characteristics of the genus Homo. But perhaps certain faculties of manipulation take their place. At any rate, those birds are intelligent beings. In some respects further advanced in science than are we ourselves. Perhaps it would be more exact to say that their scientific investigations and achievements have been along slightly different lines. If such messages I sent them had come to our world from another planet or dimension, how readily they might have been misconstrued, ridiculed, or ignored." The Professor shrugged his shoulders. "But the beings in this subatomic world interpreted my communications without difficulty. In no time we were conversing with one another through means of a simplified code. I was soon given to understand that their scientists and philosophers had long recognized the fact that their universe was but an atom in an immeasurably greater dimension of existence. Yes, and had long been trying to establish contact with it." The Professor's voice fell. "And not that alone. They were eager to cooperate with me in perfecting a method of passing from their world to ours." "Yes," he cried, "much of what I have accomplished has been under their advice and guidance, and they on their part have laboured Until now. His eyes suddenly blazed into my fascinated face. Until now, after months of intensive work and experiment, success is nigh, and any day may see the door opened and one of them come through. "Gentlemen," cried Milton Baxter, "what more is there to say? I staggered from Professor Rubens's laboratory that afternoon, my head in a whirl. That was on a Monday. Come back Thursday, he said. But, as you know, Professor Rubens disappeared on a Wednesday night before. And stranger still, his machines disappeared with him. In his laboratory were signs of a struggle, and bloodstains were found. The police suspected me of a guilty knowledge of his whereabouts, in short, of having made away with my friend. When I told somewhat of the experiments he'd been engaged in, spoke of the missing inventions, they thought I was lying. Horrified at the suspicion levelled at myself, I finally left Tucson and went abroad. Months passed, and during all those months I pondered the mystery of the Professor's fate, and the fate of his machines. But my fevered brain could offer no solution until I read of what was happening in Arizona. Then... Milton Baxter leaned forward. His voice broke. "Then," he cried, "then I understood! Professor Rubens had succeeded in his last experiment. He had opened the door to Earth for the bird intelligences from the atom, and they had come through and slain him, and spirited away his machines and established them in a secret place." "God help us!" cried Milton Baxter. "There can be but one conclusion to draw. They are waging war against us with their own hideous methods of warfare. They have set out to conquer Earth." End of part 1. Read by Adam Wybrecht. Part 2 of The Seed of the Tok-Tok Birds by Francis Flagg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Seed of the Tok-Tok Birds by Francis Flagg. Part 2. Such was the amazing story Milton Baxter told the Senate, but that body placed little credence in it. In times of stress and disaster, cranks and men of vivid imaginations and little mental stability inevitably spring up. But the Washington correspondents wired the story to their papers, and the Associated Press broadcast it to the four winds. Talbot had just returned to Phoenix from New Mexico. He had been out of touch with civilization in newspapers, and it was with a feeling of stunned amazement that he learned of the evacuation of Tucson and Winkleman and the wiping out of Oracle. Reading Milton Baxter's incredible story, he leapt to his feet with an oath. "Tock, tock!" Why, that was the sound the strange birds had uttered in the hills back of Oracle, and there was the noise of machinery coming from the old shaft. Full of excitement, he lost no time in seeking an interview with the military commander whose headquarters were located in Phoenix, and related to him what Manuel and himself had witnessed and heard that day at the abandoned mine. Manuel corroborated his tale. The commander was more than troubled and doubtful. "God knows we cannot afford to pass up an opportunity of wiping out the enemy. If you will indicate on a map where the old shaft is, we will bomb it from the air." Talbot shook his head. "Your planes would have a tough job hitting a spot as small as that from the air. Besides, a direct hit might only close up the shaft and not destroy the workings underground. If the enemy be the creatures Milton Baxter says they are, what is to prevent them from digging their way out and resuming the attack? Then we will land troops in there somehow and overwhelm them with—" Talbot interrupted. "Pardon me, General, but the enemy would have no difficulty in spotting such a maneuver. What chance would your soldiers have against a shower of jungle seed? You would only be sending them to destruction. No, the only way is for someone familiar with those underground diggings to enter them, locate the birds and the machines, and blow them up." "But who?" "Myself. Listen, this is the plan. About 5 years ago my company mined for copper and other ores about half a mile above the Wiley claim. I was in charge of operations. That is how I know the ground so well. One of our northern leads broke through into a tunnel of the abandoned mine. When copper prices were shot to hell in the Depression of 1930, we quit taking out ore. But when I went through the place 18 months ago, it was still possible to crawl from one mine to another. And of course earth and rock may have fallen since then, but I don't believe the way is yet blocked. If I were dropped in that vicinity at night with another man and the necessary tools and explosives—" The General thought swiftly. "An autogyroscope could land you all right." There's one here now. But what about the second man who accompany you? Manuel said quickly, I'm going with the boss. You, Manuel, Talbot said roughly. Don't be a fool. If anything should happen to me, well, I've lived my life. But you're only a kid. Manuel's face set stubbornly. An experienced mining man you need, is it not? In case there should be difficulties. And I am experienced. Besides, senors, he said simply, my wife and child are somewhere in those mountains, above Oracle. Talbot gripped his hand in quick sympathy. All right, Manuel. Come if you like. A moonless sky hung above them as they swung over the dark and jungle-engulfed deserted city of Tucson, a sky blazing with a clarity of desert stars, and to the south and west shot through with the beams of great searchlights. Flying at a lofty altitude to avoid contact with drifting globes or betrayal of their coming with no light showing aboard their craft, save those carefully screened and focused on the instrument board, it was hard to realize that the fate of America, perhaps the world, hung on the efforts of two puny individuals. Everything seemed unreal, ghost-like, and suddenly the strangeness of it all came over Talbot, and he felt afraid. The noiseless engine made scarcely a sound. The distant rumble of gunfire sounded like low and muttered thunder. They had come by way of Tucson so as to pick up a 10-gallon tube of concentrated explosive gas at the military camp in the Tucson mountains. This gas, the general had assured them, has been secretly developed by the chemical branch of the War Department and is more powerful than TNT or nitroglycerin. It is odorless, harmless to breathe, and exploded by a wireless radio device. It showed them how to manipulate the radio device, and explained that in the metal tube was a tiny chamber from which gas could not escape, and a receiving detonating cap. If you can introduce the tube into the underground galleries where you suspect the enemy's headquarters to be, allow the contents to escape for 10 minutes, and a mile distant you can blow the mine and all in it to destruction. And you needn't be afraid of anything escaping alive, it added grimly. Talbot thought of his words as the dark and silent world slid by. He glanced at the luminous dial of his wristwatch. 11:15. The moon rose at 11:24. He studied the map. High over Mount Lemmon the craft soared. He touched the army pilot's arm. All right, he said. Throttle her down. Their speed decreased. Lower. Swiftly they sank, until the dark bulk of hills and trees lay blackly beneath, so near as to seem within the touch of a hand. Though he strained his ears, no alien sound came wafting upward. Keep circling here, he directed the pilot. The moon will be up in a minute, and then we can be sure of where we are. The pilot nodded. He was a phlegmatic young man. Not once during the trip had he uttered a word. The east glowed as if with red fire. Many a time before had Talbot watched the moon rise, but never under stranger circumstances. Now the night was illuminated with mellow glory. Hit the nail on the head, he whispered. Do you see that spot over there? To the left, yes. Can you land us there? Without a word, the pilot swung for the clearance. It was a close thing, requiring delicate manoeuvring, and only an autogyroscope could have made it without crashing. Hurriedly, Manuel and Talbot unloaded their gear. All right, said Talbot to the pilot. No need to wait for us. If we are successful, we'll send out the wireless signal agreed on. And if we aren't, he shrugged his shoulders. But tell the general to be sure and allow us the time stipulated on before undertaking another attack. Standing there on the bleak hillside, watching the autogyroscope run ahead for a few yards and then take the air, Talbot experienced a feeling of desolation. Now he and Manuel were alone, cut off from their own kind by barriers of impregnable jungle. And yet, on that lonely hillside, there were no signs of an enemy. For a moment he wondered if he weren't asleep, dreaming. If he wouldn't soon awake to find that all this was nothing but a nightmare. But Manuel, gathering up the tools, roused him from such thoughts. Not without difficulty were the necessary things conveyed to the abandoned mine back of the old Wiley claim. Their course lay along the bottom of a dry creek over a ridge, and so to the shaft halfway down the side of a hill. A second trip had to be made to bring the gas tube. It was 2 o'clock in the morning when Manuel stood at the foot of the 400-foot hole and signalled up that the air was good. Talbot lowered the tools to him, and the gas container, and lastly went down himself. As already stated, Talbot had explored the underground workings of the mine not 18 months before. Picking out the main tunnel, and keeping a close watch for rattlers with electric torches, the two men went cautiously ahead. In places earth had fallen and had to be cleared away, but the formation for the most part was a soft rock and shale. They went slowly, for fear of starting slides. At a spot taking an abrupt turn, and it was here that the newer tunnel had broken through into the older gallery of the Wiley claim, Manuel caught swiftly at Talbot's arm. "What is that?" To straining ears came the unmistakable throb of machinery. They snapped off their torches and crouched in Stygian darkness. Not a ray of light was to be seen. Talbot knew that in following the ore stratum, the Wiley gallery took several twists. Laboriously, he and Manuel advanced to the gas tube. It was stiflingly close. He counted the turns, 1, 2, 3. Now the roar of machinery was a steady reverberation that shook the tunnel. He whispered to Manuel, "Go back and wait for me at the mouth of the shaft. Only one of us must risk taking the gas tube any nearer the enemy. Here, take my watch. It is now 2:45. If I don't rejoin you by 4 o'clock, touch off the explosive." Manuel started to protest. "Do as I say," commanded Talbot. "The fate of the world is at stake. Give me an hour, but no longer. Remember." Left alone in the clammy darkness, Talbot wiped the sweat from his face. Grabbing one end of the rope sling in which the tube was fastened, he pulled it ahead. There was a certain amount of unavoidable noise. Rock rattled. Earth fell. But he reasoned shrewdly enough that the roar of the machinery would drown this. Beyond a crevice created by a cave-in, he saw an intense light play weirdly. He squirmed through the crevice and pulled the tube after him. His mind reconstructed the mine ahead. He recollected that when the lead of this mine had petered out, the owners had begun to sink the shaft deeper into the earth before abandoning the mine. This meant that the foot of the shaft, with the addition of an encroaching 20 feet to the southern gallery, was deeper by some several yards than the foot of the tunnel in which he stood. Here was the logical place to set the gas tube, nose pointed ahead. With trembling fingers he loosened the screwed-in nose of the tube with a wrench. A slight hiss told of the deadly gas's escape. It would inevitably flow towards the shaft, drawn by the slight suction of machinery, following the easiest direction of expansion. Now Talbot's work was done, and if he had immediately retreated, all would have been well. But the weird light fascinated him. Here he was, one man in the bowels of earth, pitting his strength, his ingenuity, against something incredible, unbelievable. Beings from an atomic universe, from a world buried within the atom, beings attacking his own earth with uncanny methods of destruction. Oh, it was impossible, absurd. But he must look at them. He must see. Scarcely daring to breathe, he squirmed, he crawled, and suddenly he saw. He was looking down into an underground crypt flooded with brilliant light. That crypt had been altered out of all recognition, its greater expanse of roof supported with massive pillars, the light screening away from the shaft. But it was not all this which riveted his staring eyes. No, it was the machines, strange, twisted things, glowing, pulsing, and, in the light of his knowledge, menacing and sinister. Talbot gasped. Almost at once he observed the birds, 12 of them, 2 standing in front of what appeared to be a great square of polished crystal, wearing metal caps and goggles, heads cocked forward intently. The others also perched in front of odd machines like graven images. That was the uncanny thing about the birds. They appeared to be doing nothing. Only the occasional jerk of a head, the filming of a hard golden eye, gave them a semblance of life. But nonetheless, there could be no mistaking the fact that they were the guiding, the directing geniuses back of all the pulsing, throbbing mechanisms. Half mesmerized by the sight, forgetful of time and place, Talbot leaned forward in awe. There was a great funnel, a shallow cabinet, and out of the cabinet poured an intense reddish beam, and out of the beam... It was a minute before he understood, and then comprehension came to him. Those dark spots shooting from the cabinet, no larger than peas, were the mysterious drifting globes whose scattered seed was fast covering miles of Arizonian soil with impenetrable jungle. From a universe in a piece of matter no larger than a pinhead, from a sub-atomic world, The weapons of an alien intelligence were ruthlessly being hurled against man, to conquer, to destroy him. And now it was made plain to him why the drifting globes had seemed to materialize out of thin air. Being infinitesimally small parts of an atom, these globes were released from the cabinet and soon assumed the size of peas. They were guided across the crypt, up the old Wiley shaft, and high in the air, somewhere in space, enlarged to immense proportions. How, Talbot could not guess. By some manipulation of science and machinery beyond that of Earth. Engrossed, he moved an inch forward, craned his head, and in that moment it happened. Beneath his weight a section of earth and rock crumbled, cracked, slid forward, and he plunged headlong to the floor below, striking his skull with stunning force. He came to himself, staring up into the dour-looking face of a tall man. He recollected pitching forward amongst the birds and the machines. But the birds and the machines had disappeared, and he was lying in an odd room without windows but lit with a soft radiance. Bewildered, he sat up. "Who are you?" he demanded. The man's beard looked scraggly, untrimmed. "My name," he said, "is Rubens. Professor Rubens." "Professor Rubens!" Talbot gasped. "Not the scientist who disappeared?" "Yes, as you've disappeared." "What?" "Through the machine." It was a moment before Talbot understood. "You mean—" "That you are a prisoner in a subatomic world." Talbot now realized with startling clearness what had happened to him. When he had fallen into the crypt, the weird birds had directly placed him in the cabinet and transported him to their own world. In other words, he and Rubens and everything he saw about him were infinitely small creatures in an atomic world. He and the Professor were trapped. And when Manuel blew up the only means of return. "How long have I been here?" Talbot asked hoarsely. 5 minutes at the most. Then, at the shortest, the way to Earth would exist 20 minutes longer. 20 minutes. Incoherently he told Rubens of what had happened in Arizona since his disappearance, of his own misadventure. "Aye," said the Professor, "I knew as much. Nor do these inhuman birds intend stopping with the use of seed globes. More devilish weapons than that they plan using against Earth. Oh, they are fiends. Fiends. Already have they wiped out civilization and intelligent life on other planets in this subatomic system and introduced their own." He stopped, shuddering. "Nor is it to be wondered at that no birds were seen after the first attack on Oracle," he went on. "They do not fight in person, as do we ourselves, but through proxy, directing machines from centers of control. In powers of destruction they are immeasurably ahead of man. Thank God you discovered their headquarters in the deserted mine and have spread the gas for its destruction. But the rage of the birds at such a defeat will be terrible. They will, undoubtedly, torture me in an effort to make me reveal the basis of my invention so that they can resume the attack on Earth. So we must escape. But how? Where? I've thought that out. It is one chance in 1,000. Undoubtedly we will be killed. But that is better than being tortured or living in this world. Look." He held up a pearl-handled penknife. "The birds are smart all right, but they don't understand clothes, wearing none themselves. They found your revolver, but overlooked this. Of what good is it? To cut our way out of this cell." Talbot laughed incredulously. The walls of the room were smooth and hard to the touch. "They're solid as concrete," he said, "but cut like cheese under a steel blade. I found that out. Watch." To Talbot's amazement, the point of the penknife sank into the wall, and in a moment a section of it was gouged out. The Professor said tensely, "I've been months in this place, been taken back and forth, and know the lay of the land. This room is in a great building that houses the laboratory from which the attack against Earth is being launched. Would you believe it, only the great scientist who kicked on my messages and helped me perfect my invention and a few of his assistants are concerned in that attack, and they'll be congregated at the machines. Follow me, and whatever I command, do it promptly." The Professor had been working feverishly as he spoke, and now he and Talbot crawled through the hole he had made in the wall and found themselves in a long, gloomy corridor. "Quick!" Rubens whispered. They darted down the passageway. Talbot had only time to see that the gleaming sides of the corridor were beveled and etched with strange designs. before they came to its end, where a curious device like a huge five-pointed star was revolving noiselessly, half sunk in a great hole in the floor. Without hesitation the Professor stepped onto one of the flat-tipped star points as it came level with where they stood, and Talbot did the same. Up turned the star point to a dizzy height, and over, but the tip swung on ball bearings, maintaining its passages in a perpendicular position, and from the highest point of elevation descended to another floor far below, where they disembarked. The huge revolving star wheel was nothing but an ingenious movable staircase, but the Professor gave Talbot no time to marvel, nor did the latter try to linger. The corridor below was wider, more richly bevelled and carved, and the statue of a heroic bird stood perched in the centre of it. The lighting was soft and mellow, but Talbot could perceive no windows or globes. Suddenly, from an open doorway hopped a bird. There was no chance to avoid it. Its wings were spread, and from its parted bill came a harsh cry. "Talk, talk, talk, talk!" Knife in one hand, the Professor hurled himself forward and caught the bird in the grip of the other. Instantly from the doorway sprang a monstrous mechanism on stilts, flexible tentacles of metal reaching out and wrapping themselves around the Professor. Talbot leaped to the Professor's assistance. The mechanism fought like a live thing. In vain he strove to wrench the tentacles free of the Professor. One of them lashed out and took him by the thighs in a crushing grasp, but the Professor had the bird by the throat. Both of his hands were free. Back he forced its head, back. The mechanism seemed to falter in the attack as if bewildered. Across the exposed throat the Professor drew the gleaming blade. Flesh, tendons, and arteries gave, blood spurted, and in the same moment the tentacles fell away from Talbot and the Professor, and withdrew with a dull clang. The Professor released the bird, and it dropped to the floor. "It is the bird's mentality that directs those mechanisms," said the Professor, pointing to the now harmless machine. Apparently the brief but terrific battle had passed unnoticed, no alarm being given. Now the corridor twisted. The two men came to where a deep well was sunk in the floor. To one side a star wheel revolved smoothly. Out of the depths came the steady throb of machinery. Cautiously peering over the edge, Talbot saw a sight he would never forget. He did not need the Professor's whispered words to tell him that here was the source of the deadly attack being waged against Earth. Motionless birds perched in front of bizarre machines. Lights waxed and waned. A cannon-like device or funnel shot a column of light into a screen, and through the column of light moved a steady procession of round objects the size of plums. "The drifting globes being shot through to Earth," whispered the Professor, "and our only hope. Listen, the birds are intent on their machines, their backs to the star wheel. We will descend, throw ourselves into the column of light, seize hold of the globe, and—" He did not need to finish. Talbot understood in a flash. They would be dragged to their own world by the weapons hurled at it. "Of course, that column of light may kill us," went on the Professor tensely. "Or we may be blown up on the other side. Your Mexican friend hasn't touched off that explosive gas yet for we've not a moment to lose. Follow me." The tip of the star wheel went up, over, descended. The blood was roaring in Talbot's ears. "Now!" hissed the Professor. "Now!" Together they rushed forward. Talbot's foot slipped. The heart leaped into his throat. He never remembered reaching the column of light, but suddenly he was in it, blinded, dazed. His clutching hand closed on something small and hard. The laboratory was a pinwheel going round and round. Through a sea of darkness he floated. A distant glow grew, expanded, became the crypt in the old Wiley mine. A moment he glimpsed the gleaming pillars, the pulsing machines, the startled birds, and then, oh, it was incredible, impossible, but the dark crumbling walls of the old shaft were around him. The globe in his hand, no larger than a pea, was lifting him towards life and safety. He wanted to shout, to sing, but even as the pale stars fell athwart his upturned face, even as the cool mountain air smote his fevered brow, the dark earth erupted beneath his feet. A whirlwind of smoke and wind beat and buffeted him, and in the midst of an overwhelming noise, consciousness was blotted out. It was bright daylight when Talbot regained his senses. Propped against a great rock, the Professor regarded him whimsically. Rubens looked badly bruised and battered. One arm hung loosely at his side. Talbot's head ached, and he knew that a leg was broken. "Yes," said the Professor, "we got through just in time. A few seconds before the explosive gas was touched off. Thank God. My invention has been destroyed. The world is safe. Yes, the world was safe. Talbot sank back with a sigh of relief. Overhead, a white plane was dipping towards Earth. End of Part 2, and end of The Seed of the Tok-Tok Birds by Francis Flagg. Read by Adam Wybreak.
Indirection by Everett B. Cole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Green. Indirection by Everett B. Cole. Elwar Forell leaned back in his chair, looking about the small dining salon. The usual couples were there, he noticed. Of course, the faces were different from those of last evening, but the poses were similar. And the people were there for the same reasons. They were enjoying the food and drinks, just as many others had enjoyed them before. But like all those others, their greater enjoyment was in the company of one another. Forell glanced at the vacant chair across the table from him, and sighed. It would be nice, he thought, if... But any arrangement involving a permanent companion would be hardly practical under his circumstances. After all, prudence dictated limits. He picked up his cup and drained it, then leaned back and beckoned the waiter over. "The reckoning, please," he ordered. He looked again at the letter on the table before him, then folded it and put it in his pocket. It was well, he thought. His latest book of fairy tales and fantasy had enjoyed good acceptance, and the cheque in the letter had been of satisfactory size. He smiled to himself. There were compensations in this job of his. It seemed to be profitable to have a purpose other than the obvious and usual one. He paid his bill and left the restaurant, to walk slowly along the street, enjoying the mild spring air. As he passed a sidewalk cafe, a man beckoned from one of the tables. "Oh, Forell," he called. "I was hoping I'd see you this evening." He held up a book. "Just finished your Tales of the Sorcerers," he added. "Some of those yarns of yours seem almost real." Elwar Forell nodded. They should, he thought. Factual material, however disguised, often shines through its fictional background. And he had an inexhaustible source of material, drawn from many sources. He twisted his face into a gratified smile. "That's my objective," he said aloud. "I do all in my power to place the reader inside the story." Charo and Dora nodded. "It's the secret of good fiction, I know," he admitted. "And every storyteller tries to do it, but I seem to see more than that in your stuff. There's an almost believable pattern." He hesitated. "You know, while I'm reading it, I can almost see beings of superior powers walking the earth. And sometimes I visualize us working with them." He laughed shortly. "Of course, I may be more credulous and imaginative than most, probably why I'm a critic. And I really should know better." He looked down at the book in his hands. "But that stuff of yours can be mighty convincing." He tilted his head. "Somehow I can't help but look at some of the old legends, and some of the things that have happened in more recent years, too. Can't help but wonder if we actually are babes of the cosmos, and if we haven't been visited and watched by some form of extraplanetary life at one time or another." Forell looked closely at his friend. Andorra, he knew, was a clear thinker in his own right, and he just might start a serious analysis and publish it. He grimaced. It wasn't time for that, he knew. Many years must pass before it would be time. He placed a hand on the back of Andorra's chair, remembering the words of one of the teachers. "Remember, Elwar," he had been told, "your objective is clear, but your methods must be most indirect, even unclear. Some things you must obscure in a mass of obviously imaginative detail, while you bring others to the fore. You must hint. You must suggest. You should never fully explain or deny, and you must never be guilty of definite direct falsehood. There may come a time when you will be directly questioned, when discovery of your real background and purpose seems imminent, and you will have to take a positive action. For such an eventuality, I cannot outline any steps or even any definite plan of action, since I neither fully understand many of the factors involved, nor have any way of knowing the circumstances which may arise. You'll have to prepare yourself for almost anything, always keeping in mind the peculiarities and capabilities of your own people." It looked as though the time might have come. If Andorra, a clever, influential critic, should guess at the real background and the sources of the Forell tales, and if he should misunderstand the motives behind those tales, he would probably publish his thoughts. And those thoughts would be widely read. Many would smile as they read and regard the thing as a hoax, but others might start their own analyses, and some of those might come to a highly undesirable conclusion and cause undesirable, even disastrous reactions. It would be many generations before clear explanations could be made, and definite principles outlined, without causing misunderstanding and serious damage. The Forell tales were evasive and preparatory as well as vaguely instructive. He recovered his self-discipline and waved his hand negligently. "You know, Charo," he said laughingly, "I've been thinking along similar lines for a long while. Of course, you know I must have built up some sort of fantasy world to base my yarns on." Andorra nodded. "Well, that's obvious. I've been wondering about some of your basic theory. Like to see your notes sometime." Forell spread his hands. "You're quite welcome to look them over," he said. "Come on up to my rooms now." He smiled. "As a matter of fact, I've been doing a little extension on my dream world. Built up a little sketch a while ago, and I'm not just sure what to do with it." As they entered the study, Forell walked across to his desk. He fumbled for a few seconds under the desk, then opened a drawer. For a moment he paused, looking inside, then pulled out a thin folder. Again he hesitated. At last he picked a small metallic object from the drawer and held it in his left hand. "Might need this," he told himself. "If I'm wrong, it'll take a sector patrolman to straighten out the mess. And I could be wrong 2 ways." Casually he placed his left hand in his pocket. Then he turned towards Andorra, holding out the folder. "Here," he said. "See what you think of this one." Andorra opened the folder, taking out a few sheets of paper. He read for a moment, then looked up quizzically. "A little different from your usual style, isn't it?" Forell nodded, watching the man tensely. "I'm trying something new," he said. "Go ahead and read it, then tell me what you think." He busied himself with a bottle and glasses. Informal Memo 130-263 From Explorations Officer Sector 9 to Ecological Officer. Subject: Incident Report. Enclosed is the file on that recent occurrence on planet 3-G3-9/4871, consisting of the certificates and statements of the various officers and guardsmen concerned, together with a digest of the interrogation of Elwar Forell, a young planetary native who appears to have been the instigator. It seems to me that something is seriously wrong with our system of operation, at least on the subject planet. After all, our operations have the purpose of research and observation, with a view to protection and development. Certainly we cannot create chaos, and knowledge of our existence by very young cultures would certainly cause just that. We've got to clear this up in a hurry. The Elder Galactics are most certain to be unhappy about it in any event, and I don't like to make them unhappy. Obviously, there was a chain of errors, and some of our people concerned will have to be reassigned for further training, but that's just the beginning. I've recalled all the observers from this planet, pending reorganization, and we've got to come up with an answer that'll prevent further occurrences of this nature, as well as covering this affair on the planet concerned. I realize that the situation has some of the elements of comedy, and I presume that it will eventually be regarded with considerable amusement. But right at the moment, my sense of humor is working very poorly. I have a few ideas of my own, but would like to have your recommendations and those of other section officers before I make any final decision or report. I am calling a conference on this incident at 280.1000, so make a full investigation on this and give me some practical recommendation as soon as possible. Sijourn. 6 enclosures. Statement. I, Floran Anremdor, am assigned to the Communications Branch, Exploratory Section, Sector 9. At 261.0196, I was on duty in the emergency communications room at Increment 4. A call came in from Residence Station number 14, Planet 3-G3-9/4871, requesting emergency condensation over the immediate station area. Coordinates were not given, and I checked the planetary coordinates with the call sign and the communications list. I added these to the message and forwarded the request to the patrol duty officer for his action. There was no visual on the call, but the voice sounded urgent. I relayed the request without requiring special authentication. Since the station was precisely on the correct settings, no inimical culture is known to be operating in this sector, and the coded call was correct. At the time, I had no way of suspecting that this was not a genuine emergency call. Florand and Remdor, Commander 1/C. Certificate. I, Captain Binkar Morankos, am assigned to the 334th Vector, which is presently under the orders of the Commander, Sector 9. I was assigned as Sector Patrol Duty Officer at 261.0200 when a message was relayed from Increment 4 requesting emergency condensation on a planet in that increment. I checked the coordinates and data furnished, consulted the situation chart, and instructed Cruiser P-4730, Captain Clorantel commanding, to carry out the mission. Since the message came through normal channels, I had no doubt as to its authenticity, and treated it as routine. I felt that the cruiser commander could deal with the matter at his discretion. Binkar Morankos, Captain, Stellar Guard (C). Certificate. I, Captain Corrado Clorantel, am in command of the Stellar Guard cruiser Myloren, number P-4730. I am assigned to duty with the 334th Vector, which is operating in Sector 9. The Myloren was on routine patrol in the 4th increment at 261.0203 when a message was received from Sector Headquarters giving coordinates on planet 3-G3-9/4871 with a request for emergency condensation. I proceeded to the subject planet and took position outside the atmosphere. Visual checks failed to show any emergency condition on the surface, though a burned out area was noted in a forest a short distance to the planetary south of the station concerned. A call was made to the resident station requesting clarification of the request, and the answer proved to be unsatisfactory. There was no visual transmission, and the voice was strongly accented. The message gave insufficient data for action, contained no identification, and was in improper form for station-to-ship contact. I decided to make contact by other means, and shifted my secondary communicator to the guardsman's personal settings, requesting further information, suitable identification, and confirmation of the request. Guardsman Jaeger immediately informed me that the call was spurious, stating that he was away from his station, and that he would return immediately. During the conversation, I noted that full condensation was taking place to atmospheric limits. I called auxiliary, and Technician Melran stated that his control circuits were inoperative, and that he was tracing the difficulty. He cleared the trouble, but condensation had already been established, and precipitation had commenced. I ordered reabsorption, which was started as soon as repairs had been accomplished. At the request of Guardsman Jaeger, we stood by to render aid if necessary, maintaining contact with his station. At 0572, Jaeger requested immediate evacuation for himself and for one other person. I entered atmosphere, made planetfall with nullified visibility, and took off the guardsman and a young native. During the evacuation, I noted a number of natives armed with various implements, who were attempting to break their way into the station. Guardsman Jaeger fired his demolitions as he left, firing the screen generator with his last flare. For a few minutes the natives fell back before the flames, but they were entering the station by the time we cleared the planet. It is believed that the installation was completely destroyed. Corrandau Clorantel, Captain, Stellar Guard (C), Commanding, P-4730. Statement. I, Danao Melran, am assigned to the patrol cruiser Myloren, number P-4730, for duty. At 261.0204 I was on duty in auxiliary equipment when Captain Clorantel called, informing me that a request had come in for emergency condensation. He told me to set up and await execution order. I preset 2 forward radiators for 40 kilometers at low condensation, with a 3 kilometer radius at surface. I then put the controls on automatic trigger, notified the captain, and went on with my normal duties. At 0221 we came out of translight, and I adjusted my equipment for slow drive operation. At 0223 my indicators showed activity on the forward radiators. I checked and discovered that full power was being applied. Attempts to override the automatics were unsuccessful, and while I was attempting to clear the trouble, the captain called again, saying that the request was false, and asking why I had turned the radiators on. I told him that the controls were jammed, and he instructed me to make repairs and set up reabsorption. I discovered a short between the automatic trigger and the ship's secondary communication antenna. After clearing this, I found trouble in the control section of the condensation driver. The automatic trigger had become fused, and the control paths were shorted to full drive throughout. The sub-assemblies were replaced, and trouble cleared by 0300. I then set up reabsorption as ordered. Danao Melran, Equipment Technician 3/C. Statement. I, Franz Jaeger, am resident guardsman at Station 14, Planet 3-G3-9/4871. I have been assigned to my station for 8 planetary years for survey and observation duty. During the past 5 years, I have employed Elwar Forel, the son of a local peasant, to keep the living quarters clean and to do general work about the station. I have never discussed the possibilities of extraplanetary civilizations with him, and I have been careful to exclude him from knowledge of my technical equipment, which I have kept in a secure room in accordance with regulations. I have presented myself to him, as well as to all the villagers in my area, as a scholar, tired of city life and desirous of a quiet existence. There has been a drought in part of my area for the entire season. We have suffered from one forest fire, and there is a strong possibility of others. Crops are doing very badly, and the peasants have been complaining bitterly. This is not an unheard of situation, but it has caused considerable discomfort and worry, since there is a very definite threat of famine. There have been numerous attempts to obtain rain by occult means, and I have been personally approached on the matter. For some time the villagers in the immediate area of the station have regarded me as a sorcerer, and I have been asked to cast a spell to cause rain. I had considered a request for light condensation, but had hesitated to make such a request, since I felt that rain, closely following the villagers' petition to me, would confirm their supernatural beliefs, which I have attempted to discourage. At 261.0223, I was on a routine tour of my area. I received a call from the cruiser Myloren, Captain Clorantel commanding, asking for further information on a request for emergency condensation. I informed him that I had made no such request, adding that a light rain would be desirable if he were in a position and prepared to radiate. During the conversation with Captain Clorantel, I noted that the sky was darkening. There were several flashes of lightning, and I felt signs of imminent heavy rain. I promptly started back to my station. Upon my arrival, I discovered that Elwar had managed to open the communications room, and had been using the equipment. He was extremely frightened, and made incoherent remarks about talking to a demon. When I attempted to question him as to how he had opened the room, and where he had learned the operation of the communications equipment, he became hysterical, and I could find out precisely nothing. By this time it was raining violently. There was a high wind, several trees had been blown down, and lightning was frequent. A flood was starting down the mountain side towards the village, threatening severe damage. It was quite apparent that crops, such as they were, would be almost completely destroyed. At the time I could do little to remedy the situation. I re-established contact with the cruiser, informed Captain Clorantel of the situation, and requested that he stand by. I then turned on my viewsphere to keep watch on the village from the communications room. Since Elwar had been in the room on several previous occasions, I saw no reason for excluding him. On the contrary, I thought it would be advisable to keep him with me, since I felt that he would be seriously injured if he were turned loose in the village. I do not believe that he would have survived the fury of the villagers, who had taken shelter and were watching the destruction of their crops. The flood had become a torrent which overflowed the banks of the village brook, tore at the bridge, and swept through the lanes. In the fields grain was beaten into the ground, and it was clear that the villagers would have little or no harvest to celebrate during the approaching festival. The wind grew in force, lashing at the tall festival pole, which bent, crashed down in the village square, and partially demolished the front of the inn. During this period there was no human activity, since everyone had taken what shelter he could find. At 0448 the rain slackened, the wind died down, and people started gathering in the square. For a time they milled about, wading through the ebbing flood. They examined the damage, then they gathered in groups, talking earnestly. The dry wind came up at 0510, and by 0550 the entire village was on the march towards my station. Their intentions were quite easy to determine. They were armed with pitchforks, scythes, axes, and other tools which could be converted to offensive use. I established a protective screen, but realized that to set up a permanent defense would be impractical and even harmful. I therefore called the cruiser, requesting evacuation for myself and for young Forell. Prior to evacuation, I demolished all my fixed equipment, so that the only things left for the villagers to find when they entered the station were damaged remains of those things normal for a recluse scholar of their era. Franz Jaeger, Observer 2/C. Informal Memo 130-265. From Evaluations Officer to Explorations Officer. Subject: Interrogation. Enclosed is a digest of the interrogation of one Elwar Forell, who was evacuated from 4871, in company with Guardsman Jaeger. This boy was abjectly terrified, and had to be calmed several times during questioning. He was pitiably hysterical when recalling his conversation with Captain Klorantel, who, you will remember, is a capriform humanoid. The subject appears to be an intelligent specimen of his race, and when he had conquered his hysteria, was extremely cooperative, showing active interest in his surroundings. I believe he would be able to assimilate training, and would make a valuable addition to the Stellar Guard. I recommend his retention and training. If Elwar is a typical son of a simple peasant, and if the planet from which he comes has any considerable number of simple peasants with sons like him, I can foresee some strangely interesting problems in connection with further dealings on that planet. Fonzek. 1 enclosure. Digest. Interrogation of Elwar Forell, native of planet 3-G3-9/4871.
My masters, I did mean no harm, but only good. I have long known that my master was possessed of power denied to most men. When I was apprenticed to him 5 years ago, I thought I would one day learn some of the dark secrets of the hidden worlds, but never did my master mention aught of those secrets he so surely knew. He taught me only of those things known to the scholars. He told me of reading, of writing, and of ciphering, and taught me many facts of our world which are known to the learned. I wished to know of many other things, but of these he was silent. Even so, I am grateful for his teachings, for how else could the son of a simple peasant gain the knowledge of the scholars? I saw that my master often repaired to a room which I was never allowed to enter. This room he cleaned himself, and he always entered in the greatest of secrecy, being quite cross with me when I once betrayed curiosity. I remained curious, however, and fell at last to watching him in secret as he opened the door. He slid aside a secret panel, and then turned a wheel this way and that, finally pushing a handle. I watched, at last learning to what numbers he did turn the wheel, and how he pushed the handle. During his absences I went sometimes to that room of magic, and I read the books of power, though there was much I could not read, since much of the writing was in strange tongues, and I dared not ask my master the meanings of the strange words. But for his own convenience my master had written many instructions plainly, and these I read. I did learn that there were powers beyond those of men. I learned that these strange instruments on the table did have the strange ability to call forth demons and spirits, but never until that day did I dare touch other than the books and the papers, and those I took great care to restore to their original condition. For 3 months past, my father's land and the fields of his neighbours have been dry. During this time there has been no rain, nor hint of rain, and the peasants have cried out for relief. They have appealed even to my master, who has told them that he has no strange powers, that he can do naught to call up rain, but they did not believe him, nor did I, Elwar, who knew better than this. I had seen the books of power, and I knew the demons could cause the skies to deliver water if rightly asked. So I visited the room of magic upon the occasions of my master's absence, and I tried to decipher his writings that I might find the means to ask for the skies to open. Always when I felt my master's presence approaching, I left the room, taking care to properly lock the door, and to hide all the evidence of my entry. On that day of direful events, I found a paper in my master's hand. It mentioned fire in the forests, it mentioned rain, and it had on it words of power. For a time I practiced the strange syllables. Many times did I speak them aloud. Then I pressed the bosses on the table, as shown by one of the books. There was a light. Then the great ball glowed with color to show me the first demon. He spoke, and I conquered my fear to repeat the syllables I had labored to learn. Once again he spoke, and I could not understand him. I could think of nothing but to say again those words which I hoped would bring the rain we so badly needed. I took my hands from the bosses and stood, wondering what would happen. The ball became dark. I stood waiting, and nothing happened. Finally, thinking nothing was to occur, I turned and started to leave the room. Then a great voice spoke. Again the wall was alight. Within it was a fearsome demon, who glared at me ferociously and demanded something in that tongue of power. I could not think. I stood, trembling fearfully, and he spoke again. Then I did repeat again the words I had learned, and ran from the room. It became dark. The lightnings flashed, the rains fell, and my master came, but not as I had ever seen him before. He did not walk from the forest as was his wont, but appeared before me from the air. I started back in fright, for now I was certain beyond doubt that he was a man of great wizardry. I thought he would beat me, or possibly cast me under a spell. Never has he beaten me, always saying that it was wrong to beat an apprentice, and that those who so did were lacking in their senses. And this is but another proof of his sorcery. For who, other than a sorcerer, could handle his servants without beating them? I dared do nothing other than to tell him of my misdoing, and he rushed to the room, taking me with him. He pressed the bosses, turning one that I had not known of, and the demon appeared again and talked with him. Then my master made strange passes about the instruments, and the village was shown in the ball. At last the rain stopped. A wind blew, hot and dry, as from the pit. And the people came and did try by violence to enter, but they could not. At last the great machine came, and though we could not at first see it, we entered and were carried away through the sky. The people watched the house burn, then entered to scatter the ashes, and I am here, and afraid. Der Queros flipped off the playback and gazed at the unresponsive wall. He rubbed the back of his head, looked at the viewsphere, and then checked the playback index and tapped the rewind. Oh me, he complained sorrowfully. How do we get into these things? He looked towards the communicator controls unhappily, then reached out and dialed a number. The sphere lit and an alert face looked at him inquiringly. How is that Forell boy? Soaking up information like a sponge, sir. Queros nodded. Gathered he might, he remarked. Send him up here, will you? And have Jaeger come with him. Yes, sir. Queros snapped the communicator off, sat back to drum idly on his desk, then got up and walked over to his master file control board. He glanced at the index, then punched out a sequence on the buttons. There was a subdued hum, and a door opened. Queros reached into the compartment to take out several tape reels. He glanced at them, nodded, and went back to the desk, where he spread them out and looked from one to the other. Finally he selected one of the smaller reels and started to thread it into the playback. There was a light tap on the door, and he looked up. So soon. Come in. A tall, sharp-featured guardsman entered, and stood at attention. Beside him was a boy who looked curiously and a little fearfully at the officer, who waved to chairs. Sit down, both of you. I'm not going to claw you. Just want to go over a few things. I've some ideas, but I want to be sure of a couple of points. The captain glanced at the reels before him. One thing puzzles me, Jaeger. Why did you have notes in the planetary language in your communications room? Jaeger stirred uneasily. I started doing that some time ago, sir, he explained. You see, their language is quite dissimilar to either my own or to Galactica, and I have yet to learn to think in it. I wanted to avoid any possibility of lapsing away from it, so I translated my instructions and notes, hoping to keep myself constantly reminded to refrain from using Galactica at any time. He spread his hands. I suppose... Queros waved. Logical, I presume, he admitted. Anyway, that's done, and we can't do much about it now. Now for another thing, he glanced at the tape reels. I noticed that the villagers in your area regarded you as a sorcerer. What cause did they have to form such an opinion? None, sir, that I know of. Jaeger shook his head. Queros looked at the boy.
Elwar? Why, all the village knew it, Master. The boy shook his head. One had but to be near Master Jaeger for a time, and he could feel the power, just as I can feel it now. He shook his head again. But it is very strong, Master. You must be one of the ones of truly great power. Queros looked speculatively at Jaeger. I understood they were non-telepaths. All the reports agree on that. Definitely, sir, they are. They're absolutely mute. Not a trace of radiation, even when they're close. And they don't receive. You can try it now, sir. It's just like punching into space itself. No resistance, no reflection, just nothing. Shield? No, sir, just no indication. Makes me feel as though I were in free space with a dead drive. Queros looked for a moment at Jaeger, then sent out a probing thought, searching for some indication of mental activity from the boy. But there was nothing. It wasn't anything like a shield, he thought. It seemed more like an infinite baffle. But there was some reaction. The boy shrank back in terror. Please, Master, he begged, do not place me under enchantment. He held up his hands in a peculiar gesture. What made you do that? Queros raised a hand, slowly, palm out. I have no intention of harming you. But I could feel you trying to cast me under a spell. You felt me? To be sure, Master, just as I have felt the same power from my Master Jaeger. But this was far stronger. It hurt, and it seemed as though you wanted me to do something. Queros nodded. I think I'm getting an idea, he remarked, and it scares me a little. They're not really non-telepathic, any more than the Kira-Wellens, for example, are non-vocal. I think we've got something here that's almost unique in the galaxy. He rubbed his neck. Excuse me a few minutes. I want to check something in one of these tapes. Jaeger nodded and leaned back in his chair, looking curiously at the boy beside him, then back at his superior, who had selected a tape reel. He threaded it into the playing heads, put on a headband and snapped a switch. Jaeger and the boy watched as Queros leaned back. The officer's face became vacant, then twisted, seeming to reflect painful mental effort. Slowly he leaned forward again, touching another switch. Then he sank back to concentrate on his thoughts. Jaeger looked again at the boy, who was sitting tensely, his hands gripping the arms of his chair, his eyes fastened fearfully on the officer before him. As Jaeger watched, Elwar half rose from his chair, then sank back, his face appearing to mirror Queros's efforts. Long time since I checked that tape, he said. Pretty rugged stuff and highly speculative. Always gives me a headache. He shook his head as he looked at Elwar. And this makes it even worse. It was bad enough as a pure speculation, but we've got something real here, something rough. For one thing, we have got a planet where no one but native operatives stand a chance of working. For another, we... He cupped his hands and his chin and examined Elwar closely. Do you really want to learn the secrets you looked for in the books, youngster? Do you still want the secrets you first thought you might learn? The boy seemed to withdraw a little. I have great fear, he admitted tremulously. You haven't been injured or mistreated, have you? No, Master, but... Elwar looked towards the door. And you won't be, he was told reassuringly. Now just you go ahead on back to your quarters. As the door closed, Queros turned to Jaeger. Think we'll put you on special assignment. For the next few cycles, you'll act as private tutor. Then you can go back to main base with Elwar while they give him his training. Jaeger raised his eyebrows. Yes, sir, he said doubtfully. You think the boy will develop? Queros nodded. I'm quite sure of it, he said. And he's got a big job ahead of him. He may be instrumental in preventing a major disaster. He waved at the tape reels. I got that little tape out just on an off chance, he added. Didn't really expect to find anything, but... He flipped his hands out. Anyway, I pulled it. He leaned forward, looking at Jaeger. We may have run into a second or even third growth culture, he said slowly. Once, before some ancient war of destruction, the people of this planet might have been normally telepathic. He closed his eyes for an instant. Possibly they were unable to use their telepathic power, and equally possibly they could have had a highly developed mechanical civilization. Something went wrong. He waved at the tape reel. In this reconstruction, there's an hypothesis on just such a situation. Here a race reaches high development and wrecks itself, leaving no trace of its accomplishments. Growth starts over from the most meager of beginnings. Survival becomes a matter of the most bitter conflict, with everyone becoming a hunter and being hunted in his turn. In this situation, detection of an enemy becomes vital. He grinned wryly. Can you imagine what would happen to someone who radiated his thoughts? Jaeger ran a finger over his lips. He'd be easy to locate, he mused. And he'd have a hard time evading an enemy. Precisely, Quaros nodded. And he'd never be able to approach his prey. In short, he'd fail to survive. Complete telepathic blankness would have a high survival value. But an ability to detect mental radiation would still be a big help. He waved a hand. So, a race like this one could evolve. And the author of this tape extrapolated from there. A normal telepathic reception will be accompanied by slight feedback. A completely black body, however, will neither radiate nor feed back. It merely absorbs energy, and unless it's superimposed on a reflective background, it leaves no trace. Since nothing in nature other than a telepathic mind can reflect telepathy, no background would survive for long. He frowned a little. Of course, no mind we are familiar with could act as a telepathically black body, but this author hypothesized a race that could do just that. Plus, there's a further hypothesis of an ability to detect and localize radiations as such, without bothering to resolve them. Sounds like just what we have here, Jaeger admitted. It does, doesn't it? Quaros nodded. And there's a further extrapolation. Some of the members of the elder races have speculated on a sort of second-order telepathy, undetectable to the normal telepath, but capable of noting normal radiation. And some of the speculations seem to make sense, although they're a little confusing. If you don't have a specific sense, it's difficult to visualize it, or even to speculate on its presence. He drew a deep breath. That leads us into a real problem. Our people roamed around this planet for several cycles this time, and there may have been others before us who didn't record their visits, other than in the minds and legends of the natives. And there may be other legends from that other older culture, he shrugged. We picked up what we could on the culture, but we didn't get the full story on them. And we've probably left 1,000 legends behind us, including that beautiful mess at your station, he grinned. Right now their folklore is loaded with sorcerers, warlocks, wizards and whatnot. After all, whatever their past is, they're primitive now, so those stories are going to grow and continue. Eventually, long before they really develop a stabilized ethic, someone's going to collate that whole mess. And do you know what he'll come up with? Us? Us. Yes, us in a distorted form. Quaros nodded emphatically. They will come to a full realization that there are advanced entities running around the cosmos, entities that have all kinds of mysterious powers, and they'll invent still more powers and characteristics, mostly bad. He spread his hands, then laid them on the desk in front of him. That way they could develop a hopeless planet-wide trauma, a sort of super-inferiority complex, and they could contract on themselves, devote their time to an intensive study of demonology, and very possibly come apart at the seams. Or they could do something else. I was watching Elwar while I was checking that tape. Did you notice anything peculiar? He seemed disturbed. As though he were sensing my thoughts. Something like that, but... Quaros nodded. But I had a shield up. You could detect no trace of mental action, right? Yes, sir. That's what I thought. Quaros shook his head and looked closely at Jaeger. Can you imagine, he added, a primitive race with the power to detect a galactic by his thoughts? And can you imagine that power developing until that detection is possible at interstellar ranges, with members of that race being able to pick up faint impressions from received thoughts, distorted impressions? And can you imagine that same race, ignorant of the humanic equations, devoid of a stable ethic, superstitious, distrustful and fearful of advanced entities? They would be undetectable by normal telepathic means, you know. And suppose they were disposed to destroy what they could not understand? He frowned. Jaeger looked back at him, his eyes becoming wide. Suddenly his gaze defocused and he looked aside to stare unseeingly at the floor. Something's got to be done, sir, he said reluctantly. Quaros nodded. Something's got to be done, he agreed. Of course, there's another side to the picture. If this race develops and learns, they'll be just as valuable to the galaxy as they would otherwise be dangerous. He looked towards the door. And our boy out there is one of the few who can help in this situation. He's going to have to work out counter-stories, amusing stories, about all those magical creatures his people tell about. He's going to have to hint at the possibilities of close coordination and cooperation between members of his own species. And he's going to have to suggest the possibility of friendly cooperation between his species and others. He drew a deep breath. And he's going to have to do all this without taking any risk of exposing the existence of other, more advanced species in the galaxy. He brushed a hand across his head and then pressed the back of his neck, kneading the skin. These stories of his he'll have to publish. He'll have to get them circulated all over the planet if he can. Possibly we can give him some indirect help, but he's going to have to carry a good share of the load. He knows his own people as we could never hope to. And he'll have to be thoroughly educated so he can say what he wants to. And he'll have to be fully aware of the humanic equations and all their connotations. If he's to have any direct help, he'll have to choose his helpers from among his own people, and he'll have to choose carefully. Queros thrust at his temple with the heel of a hand, then shook his head violently. Somehow he's going to have to accentuate any legends he may be able to find which present a favorable light on coordination and cooperation, and he'll have to invent more. And all those other legends, the ones which treat of superstition and destructive force, will have to be reduced to the realm of the storybook, submerged under a layer of amused condemnation, and kept there. All these things that youngster is going to have to do. It's your job to help teach him. Forell watched his friend closely as the critic laid aside the last page. Andorra sat for a moment, his head cocked in thought. Then he picked up the last page and looked at it again. Finally he laid the sheet aside. He looked at his friend with a wry smile, then picked up his wine-glass, looking at it quizzically. "Do you always give your own name to one of your characters?" Forell's grip tightened on the small object in his hand. "Oh, sure," he said. "Gives me better identification. If I can get into the story, it's easier to draw the reader in." He forced a casual smile. "I'll change that name later, of course." "I see what you mean." Andorra sipped from his glass. "You know," he added, "a couple of hours ago, I was almost ready to get excited about the idea of a cosmos full of super beings, and I even might have dreamed up something like this myself, and more than half believed it." He shook his head. "But when a fantasist like yourself comes up with it, and makes it look so nicely possible, the idea almost looks foolish. After all, Elwar, if you actually were the guy in that little sketch of yours, you'd hardly be asking me to read it now, would you?" He looked down at the papers and then raised his head again, frowning. "He'll have to choose his helpers from among his own people," he quoted. "All these things that youngster is going to have to do." He sipped again from his glass, keeping a searching gaze on his friend. "And on the other hand, if your story here should be true, you might just be asking me to read it, for one reason or another." He raised his glass, examining the bright liquid within it. Elwar tensed, his hand coming part way out of his pocket. Suddenly Andorra set the glass down and leaned forward, hands gripping his knees. "Tell me, Elwar," he begged. "This isn't a hoax, is it? Surely no one could be so warped as to present a friend with something like this and then laugh it off." Forell drew a deep breath and examined his companion closely. At last his left hand relaxed a little. "It's no hoax," he admitted. Andorra sighed and leaned back. "And you can use help. You're asking me." He paused, waiting as Forell nodded, then spread his hands. "You know," he said, "it shouldn't take me too long to fix it so I would not be missed too much for a few years." He looked at the wall. "It must be quite a training course." End of Indirection by Everett B. Cole. Read by Kevin Green.
Security Risk by Ed M. Clinton, Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Security Risk by Ed M. Clinton, Jr. At moments like this, General David Walker always thought fleetingly of the good old days when he had hated the army. As usual, he smashed the thought out of his mind with a distinct sense of remorse. He looked up again at the seamed face of the Chief of Staff, General Marcus Merryweather. "This could be serious," he said slowly, with a sick sense of the statement's inadequacy. An old tic suddenly returned, tugging at the left corner of his mouth. The deadly, unsmiling expression on Meriwether's face did not change as he slid more tightly into his chair. "You know as well as I that it means the Interplanetary Confederation is ready to go to war with us." Walker stared at the typed statement on his desk. It was a decoded intelligence message from United Terra's prime agent in the Interplanetary Confederation, and it was very brief. The Confederation had developed a long-range neural weapon effectively cancelling out every armament development achieved by United Terra in 15 years of Cold War that of late had become bitter cold. The all but autonomous colonies of Mars and Venus, united now for 20 years in an economic league, had been itching for independence for a quarter of a century. The itch had developed into a mighty burning. "You are fully aware," Meriwether continued, his face still set, "of our feeling that the Confederation has been eager to take on Terra. They've clearly been waiting for some positive advantage to offset our pure strength in numbers." It was a touchable touching an untouchable. Both scientist and general were doing their own version of right. Walker forced his eyes upward and stared at his superior. "Your tone says that such a war might be—" "Unwelcome at this time. Unwelcome at this time." Meriwether shifted around in his chair and scratched at his leather arms with the manicured tips of his gnarled fingers. "Walker, I don't have to tell you that this weapon, if it is what our agent infers, and there is no reason to believe otherwise, that this weapon makes it impossible for us to go to war with the Confederation, unless, as Chief of Weapons Development, you can tell me that we have something in our arsenal to combat it." Walker rubbed at the tick. "Nothing," he said quietly. Meriwether leaned forward, his hands crooked backward against the chair arms like catapult springs. "That answer is unacceptable. There are other questions you must answer, Walker, questions in some ways even more important than that basic one. Why haven't we developed this weapon ourselves? Why haven't we been aware of its potential existence? Where are the defensive devices which would naturally develop from such cognizance? These things are all your department, Walker." His voice pitched upward an hysterical fraction. "It just doesn't make sense, you know. We've 100 times the personnel, 10 times the facilities, unlimited funds, but they've beaten us to it." He stood up and pushed his chair back, eyes squinting out of a reddening face that seemed on the point of bursting. "Why, Walker?" Once again Walker thought about how he had hated the army when he was a bright young physics student. That was a long time ago. So much had happened. The doors had closed around him one at a time, doors closing on the scientific mind. And so now, instead of a research scientist in white smock with textbook, he was a military administrator in smart grays with glittering stars of military rank. "I'll say this, Walker," Meriwether shouted, his voice breaking again. "We'd better catch up quick, mighty quick. Let's put it this way. It might mean your rank and your job, Walker, but you won't give a damn because we'll have lost the war. We'll have lost the colonies. And you know what that would mean, Walker?" He bent forward across the desk, his face exploding into Walker's eyes. "Only a fool believes that United Terra can survive in an economy without triplanetary hegemony. Walker, you've all the authority within my power to grant. You will have no trouble getting money, but get the answer quick." Walker blinked after him as he strode to the door. "I'll try to hold off a federal investigation as long as I can," Meriwether added, turning from the half-open door. "But I can't guarantee a thing." Walker sat alone in a cubicle of light in the darkened city and gulped down his 20th cup of coffee. It had grown cold in the cup, and with a grimace he pushed it aside. There was no doubt about it. He thumbed through the sheaf of scribbled notes he had transcribed from stacks of documents and racks of spools from security files. Clearly he had the answer to Meriwether's questions, but having it, he did not quite know what to do with it. There was, however, no doubt at all. United Terra had been on the track of the neural weapon 10 years earlier, could have had it, and had lost the chance. He rubbed his thumbs hard against his tired eyes and tried to remember back that 10 years. At that time he had been chief of weapons development for perhaps 3 years. His own name, though, had appeared in none of the files he had examined, so apparently he had not been directly involved in the security hearings. But he should remember. Dr. Otto Millet. Otto Millet! He let the name roll around his brain until shortly an image began to form. An image of a smiling man, graying at the temples, wearing a flamboyant sports shirt and affecting a very close haircut. A man, perhaps 40. In the image he was a laughing man. He remembered now. Dr. Otto Millet, into government service on the inertia of a fantastic reputation as a research physicist specializing in magnetic field studies. A man he had instantly disliked. He bent forward and read what he had scrawled in his last notes, a verbatim extract from the report of the Security Committee. It is clear that Dr. Millet's conversations and letters with Professor Grayman, together with his unrepentant attitude, render him a security risk. His various security clearances are therefore revoked, and he is hereafter prohibited access to all classified files and to any government research and development laboratory. Since virtually all laboratories were government supported, that was to all intents and purposes the end of Millet's career as an experimental physicist. Where had Millet gone? What had he done since? Walker scraped a cigarette out of the half-empty pack in his pocket. More important, what was he doing now? He inhaled deeply and sent clouds of smoke skewing across the room. Had the man really been a traitor? Walker tried to place himself in the time of Millet's hearing. He'd been not too many years out of school then, with the bitterness of his frustrated ambition to be a research physicist still rankling him. Perhaps this had colored his view of Millet. He stared at his desk, almost shocked that this thought should have occurred to him. It shook him, for it told him something about himself which he did not particularly care to know. Nowhere had he been able to find any evidence as to what had happened to Millet since. Banished, the government seemed to forget him. But one thing was clear to Walker, and he pondered it deeply as he sucked on the last quarter-inch of his cigarette and poured himself another cup of cold black coffee. One big thing: Millet had been directing development along lines that would have led to the neural weapon. He had even signed a report early in his project effort which had referred to the possibility of a neural device. Had he gone over to the Confederation? It would account for their possession of the weapon now. But surely this fact would have been observed and reported by Terran intelligence agents. Walker, infinitely tired, forgot his coffee and began to tidy up the desk, filing everything he wanted to keep in an electronically locked cabinet, shoving everything else into the destruction of the vibrator. He pondered for a moment the powdered secrets that were heaped like black dust in the bottom of the canister, a symbol of safety to a terrified world. Step 1. Find Millet. Find Millet. It took Secret Service exactly 29 hours to locate Dr. Otto Millet. 30 minutes later, Walker was climbing out of a government helicopter and staring at Millet's small house through squinted eyes, which he shielded with both hands against the blazing desert sun. The house was fronted by a neat lawn and a white fence entwined with red roses, there appeared to be a rather large garden in the rear. The style of the house bothered him a little. It had passed out of popularity 30 years before. Its lack of a conventional roof port had forced them to land the copter on the desert itself. He straightened and pushed through the creaking gate. Flagstone steps curved towards the porch, and he minced along them, uncertain now that he had arrived, of what he would say to Millet. The damned house, he thought, so different from what he had expected. It had thrown his whole thinking out of order. He hated himself for feeling uneasy. There was neither warder nor contact system of any kind at the door, and he brushed his hand against his forehead in a gesture of frustration. He stared at his palm. It had come away wet with sweat, and he wondered if it were all because of the desert sun. Tentatively he banged on the door with his fist. There was no answer. Damn Millet, he thought, wiping his forehead again. Why couldn't the man have a videophone like any normal person, so you could find out if he were home without taking a trip halfway across the country? He turned, stamping angrily as he did so, and was startled to see a man, wearing work clothes and holding a pair of heavy soiled gloves in his left hand, standing on the ground by the end of the porch. He was nearly bald, intensely bronzed, and he was smiling. "Wondered when you'd see me?" He nodded toward the gate. "I was standing right there when you came up. You just breezed right past." His smile broadened. "You were so interested in being surprised that you couldn't see what you came for." "It must have been that damned glare," muttered Walker, shaking his head. Then, impolitely, "Are you Millet?" "Otto Millet," the other replied, inclining his head slightly. "You're from the government. I can tell because of the uniform, you see." Walker flushed. "The government hasn't thought about me in a number of years," the scientist added. He came up onto the porch and peered at the symbol on the left lapel of Walker's jacket. "Ah, Alma Mater, weapons development." He squinted at Walker. "David Walker, I presume?" He chuckled loudly, but Walker failed to see the humor. "I remember you, you see. What a shame you can't return the compliment." "It's hot out here," complained Walker in growing discomfort. Millet opened the door. "Won't you come in? It's better inside." There it was again, thought Walker. The insolence, the imperturbable smile. He grunted and went in. It was mercifully considerably cooler. He looked around. It was a very cluttered living room, not messy, but tossed about with the artifacts that the man obviously liked to have around him. There was an ancient painting by Bonestell hanging on one wall, a startlingly accurate 20th century concept of the appearance of Mars, several long pipe racks filled to overflowing in various spots around the room, a typewriter on a table in a corner, and piles of paper, books lining the walls and stacked on the floor in heaps, and on the table beside the typewriter, a map of the earth on the wall above the typewriter, a three-dimensional Waterson projection. The furniture was clean, but not old, lived with. Walker went over to the wall map and peered closely. "One of Waterson's first," remarked Millet, closing the door. "Sit down, Walker, and tell me all about weapons development. How is the mass murder department doing these days?" Walker felt his ears redden, and he was arrested in the very act of sitting down. "Really," he said, "it is not something we like to think about, you know." "Suppose not." Millet fiddled with several pipes in a rack beside his chair, selected one, and began filling it with the rough-cut tobacco from a battered canister. "To business, then. Why the visit?" Walker cleared his throat and tried to remember the little prefatory weasel words he had painfully assembled during the flight from Omaha. "First of all, Dr. Millet, I find myself a little embarrassed. After all, your parting from the government service was not of the happiest nature for you." "Don't be foolish. Happiest day of my life, Walker." Walker had a sudden sense of being impaled, and the rest of the little speech was dissipated in the wave of shock which swept over him. He forced his mouth shut and gaped. "You're not serious?" Millet shook out his second match and puffed until the pipe bowl glowed warmly, edge to edge. "Of course I am serious." He jabbed his pipe at Walker. "You like your job?" "It's a job that has to be done." Millet smiled and shrugged. "You haven't really answered my question." Walker, sensing that he had already lost control of the conversation, waved his hands in dismissal. "Well, that is not really important. The fact remains you did leave weapons development at the request of the government." Talk on, talk on. You'll get to the point eventually. When you're through, I'd like to show you around the place. I'm very proud of my gardens. You're sort of responsible for them, you know." Walker set his jaw and bored ahead. "However, at the time you left government service, you were pursuing certain lines of research." Millet leaned back and began laughing, his eyes squinted shut. "Walker, don't tell me they want me back." It seemed his chance to dominate the discussion again. "I don't think you'd be allowed back." "Good," said Millet, looking up, his laughter fading into a smile. "I was a bit concerned for a moment." There was silence in the room. Walker began to wish that he were somewhere else. Millet simply baffled him. He obviously did not care about his disgrace. Walker felt a resurgence of the old resentment. Millet's face suddenly became very kindly. "Perhaps as a fellow scientist?" Walker almost winced, and knew furiously that his response had shown. "You would be interested in knowing what I've been doing since my unhappy marriage with the bureaucracy ended?" It was a welcome gambit, and Walker accepted it eagerly. "I certainly would. One of the reasons I came here, as a matter of fact—" Millet waved his pipe. "Good. Afterwards you can stop beating around the bush, eh?" "Yes, of course," mumbled Walker. "You know," said Millet, as he got up and went to a bookcase, "a man's got to earn a living. Do much reading?" "Not these days. Used to." He scratched a cigarette on the sole of his shoe and inhaled hugely. "Not enough time these days for reading." Millet reached into the bookcase and came out with a stack of magazines. "Well, that's how I make my living." He handed the stack to Walker. "Writing. Use a pen name, of course." He chuckled. "Write everything. Always happiest doing science fiction, though." Walker flipped through the magazines. He looked up. "Obviously you're doing rather well at it." "Have been for the last 7 or 8 years. Lot of fun." "And this has been your life since you left us?" Walker set the stack of magazines aside. "Seems a waste of genius, somehow." "As a matter of fact, this is not my life's work. As I said, a man's got to earn a living. This is just a lucrative hobby that pays the way. You see, I've been involved in an expensive research program." "Ah!" Walker sat forward and smashed out his cigarette. "This may be important." "Oh, it is, it is. But not, I'm afraid, in the way you mean." "You can never tell. What have you been doing?" "Completing a unified theory of life. Why a crystal grows but isn't alive. Why an organism that dies isn't like a crystal. What is the process we call life? What is its relationship to the space-time continuum?" He said it so casually that Walker was caught off his guard completely. "Are you serious, Millet?" he said. "Certainly. I expect to publish in about 2 years." "Is this an independent effort?" "Not entirely. Others have contributed, some pioneers long dead, some among the living." His eyes twinkled. You see, important things beside the development of weapons of destruction do continue in the scientific world. Did you think that was the end of everything for me 10 years ago?" He shook his head in mock gravity. "It was just the beginning. I wanted out, you see." "You wanted out?" Walker leaned forward, unwilling to believe what he had heard. "Are you trying to tell me that you arranged your discharge?" Millet shrugged. "Why, of course. Nobody ever has bothered to ask me about that up to now. But I certainly did arrange it. It wasn't hard, you know. All I had to do was set up some sort of relationship with a so-called security risk, and I was on my way out." "Why, that's damn near treason." "Don't be silly. I had other important things to do. In order to do them, to continue work on the unified life theory, it was necessary for me to contact scientists with whom professional relationships were made illegal by security regulations. The choice was simple. Besides, I didn't enjoy the idea of spending my life developing ways of destroying the very thing I wanted most to understand." "This is fantastic, Millet, utterly fantastic." "But true nonetheless. Walker, you look like you could use a drink." "By all means." He stared emptily into the air, thinking about the good old days. "Walker, a toast," said Millet, holding a tall glass out to him. "To scientific freedom." Walker blinked. "By all means," he repeated hoarsely, and there was a blurriness to his vision. "To scientific freedom." They drank, and Walker said, "I feel a bit freer to say what I have come for." "Shoot," nodded Millet, sipping his drink. "For security reasons, I'll talk in generalities. But the basic fact is, United Terra is faced with a serious situation. It is most desirable that the research you were conducting when you left us be continued. There are a lot of other capable physicists, both eager to be a part of such activity and blessed with security clearances." "You know very well, Millet, that this was an unique, almost independent line of development that comes to a stop in your brain. Besides," and suddenly he felt silly, "the lines of communication for research which might enable us to pick up where you left off in time, too much time, are somewhat entangled in security." He glared. "Don't laugh, Millet. It's a fact of life which must be faced." Millet finished his drink and set the glass on an end table. "What you're doing is asking me to come back if you can arrange it." Walker spread his hands. "Dr. Millet, you have put it in a nutshell." Millet shook his head, and for the first time since their conversation had started, he frowned. "Walker, you know how I feel about developing weapons. I'm just plain opposed to it." "The soldier is opposed to losing his life, but many have to do just that in the interests of civilization." "That's serious, eh?" Walker crumpled under the weight of his fear. "That's serious," he said wearily. Millet thoughtfully relit his pipe. "Of course, I'm not at all sure that United Terra is very right in this thing." "In times like these, that kind of thought is out of bounds," snapped Walker. "Whether you like it or not, you're a part of this culture. You might disapprove of many things in it, but you don't want to see it fall." Millet puffed gently. "No, I suppose not." Again the frown flickered across his face. "I've been very happy. I don't want my work interrupted. It is too important, Walker." "Undoubtedly this would more than interrupt your work. It would replace it." Millet's eyes drifted affectionately about the room. "Most unpleasant." A smile curled his lips. "Frankly, though, I don't think you can clear me again." "My problem." "Indeed." A weary resignation seemed to settle over Millet, and Walker suddenly felt very miserable. I suppose I'll have to accept, Millet said, pulling his pipe out of his mouth and staring unhappily at its trail of smoke. Walker put his hands flat on his desk and sighed deeply. Some of the pressure, at least, was off. He had managed to cancel part of the Confederation's advantage. Terran industrial strength and technological supremacy, coupled with Millet's genius, might yet equate, or at least circumvent, the frightful weapon the Confederation held. However, he still had to get Millet back into the government. Though, on the basis of the information he had gained regarding the scientist's motivations, and considering the critical nature of the situation, it shouldn't be too difficult. He clicked on his video and dialed a secret line into security data. Gyrating colors danced across the screen before it went black. He scowled, depressed the cancel button, and dialed again. This time the black was finally replaced by a recorded image, which said sweetly out of pouting red lips, "This line is not cleared for the security information you seek. The problem you are handling should be routed through an individual permitted access to this information." The image faded into blackness, the soundtrack into static. Walker stared stupefied. No line, no contact, no source of information had been denied to him in over 12 years. His door swung open. He came to his feet abruptly, furious that someone should enter unannounced. He felt sickness strike him like a fist in the stomach. Merriweather, flanked by 2 security guards, pushed through the door. His voice slashed across the office like a broadsword.
"Walker, I'm shocked, and at a time like this."
Walker pounded his desk. "What the hell is going on? I can't get security data. You come marching in here with security men. What gives?" Merriweather gestured to the guards, and they came forward and each took one of Walker's arms.
"You're out of a job, Walker,"
snarled General Marcus Merriweather. "In the name of God, why?"
"You know very well. Take him to security detention, Sergeant."
And suddenly he knew. Merriweather stared indignantly when he started laughing. It was a hell of a thing to laugh at, but it was also the most hilarious tragedy he ever hoped to encounter. Millet, security risk, untouchable. Millet would finish his great unified theory and go down in history as neither Walker, nor Merriweather, nor the genius who invented the Confederation's neural weapon would. Millet was as safe as he could possibly want to be. And so was the Interplanetary Confederation. End of The Security Risk by Ed M. Clinton Jr. Read by Lars Rolander.
Beyond Lies the Wub by Philip K. Dick. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Beyond Lies the Wub by Philip K. Dick. They had almost finished with the loading. Outside stood the Optus, his arms folded, his face sunk in gloom. Captain Franco walked leisurely down the gangplank, grinning. "What's the matter?" he said. "You're getting paid for all this." The Optus said nothing. He turned away, collecting his robes. The captain put his boot on the hem of the robe. "Just a minute, don't go off, I'm not finished." "Oh?" The Optus turned with dignity. "I am going back to the village." He looked toward the animals and birds being driven up the gangplank into the spaceship. "I must organize new hunts." Franco lit a cigarette. "Why not? You people can go out into the veldt and track it all down again. But when we run out halfway between Mars and Earth—" The Optus went off, wordless. Franco joined the first mate at the bottom of the gangplank. "How's it coming?" he said. He looked at his watch. "We got a good bargain here." The mate glanced at him sourly. "How do you explain that?" "What's the matter with you? We need it more than they do." "I'll see you later, Captain." The mate threaded his way back up the plank, between the long-legged Martian go-birds, into the ship. Franco watched him disappear. He was just starting up after him, up the plank toward the port, when he saw it. My God! He stood staring, his hands on his hips. Peterson was walking along the path, his face red, leading it by a string. "I'm sorry, Captain," he said, tugging at the string. Franco walked toward him. "What is it?" The wub stood, sagging, its great body settling slowly. It was sitting down, its eyes half shut. A few flies buzzed about its flank, and it swished its tail. It sat. There was silence. "It's a wub," Peterson said. "I got it from a native for 50 cents. He said it was a very unusual animal, very respected." "This?" Franco poked the great sloping side of the wub. "It's a pig! A huge dirty pig!" "Yes, sir, it's a pig. The natives call it a wub." "A huge pig! It must weigh 400 pounds." Franco grabbed a tuft of the rough hair. The wub gasped. Its eyes opened, small and moist. Then its great mouth twitched. A tear rolled down the wub's cheek and splashed on the floor. "Maybe it's good to eat," Peterson said nervously. "We'll soon find out," Franco said. The wub survived the takeoff, sound asleep in the hold of the ship. When they were out in space and everything was running smoothly, Captain Franco bade his men fetch the wub upstairs, so that he might perceive what manner of beast it was. The wub grunted and wheezed, squeezing up the passageway. "Come on," Jones grated, pulling at the rope. The wub twisted, rubbing its skin off on the smooth chrome walls. It burst into the anteroom, tumbling down in a heap. The men leaped up. "Good Lord!" French said. "What is it?" "Peterson says it's a wub," Jones said. "It belongs to him." He kicked at the wub. The wub stood up, unsteadily, panting. "What's the matter with it?" French came over. "Is it going to be sick?" They watched. The wub rolled its eyes mournfully. It gazed around at the men. "I think it's thirsty," Peterson said. He went to get some water. French shook his head. "No wonder we had so much trouble taking off. I had to reset all my ballast calculations." Peterson came back with the water. The wub began to lap gratefully, splashing the men. Captain Franco appeared at the door. "Let's have a look at it." He advanced, squinting critically. "You got this for 50 cents." "Yes, sir," Peterson said. "It eats almost anything. I fed it on grain, and it liked that. And then potatoes and mash, and scraps from the table, and milk. It seems to enjoy eating. After it eats, it lies down and goes to sleep." "I see," Captain Franco said. "Now, as to its taste, that's the real question. I doubt if there's much point in fattening it up any more. It seems fat enough to me already. Where's the cook? I want him here. I want to find out—" The wub stopped lapping and looked up at the captain. "Really, Captain," the wub said, "I suggest we talk of other matters." The room was silent. "What was that?" Franco said. "Just now." "The wub, sir," Peterson said. "It spoke." They all looked at the wub. "What did it say? What did it say?" "It suggested we talk about other things." Franco walked toward the wub. He went all around it, examining it from every side. Then he came back over and stood with the men. "I wonder if there's a native inside it," he said thoughtfully. "Maybe we should open it up and have a look." "Oh, goodness!" the wub cried. "Is that all you people can think of? Killing and cutting?" Franco clenched his fists. "Come out of there! Whoever you are, come out!" Nothing stirred. The men stood together, their faces blank, staring at the wub. The wub swished its tail. It belched suddenly. "I beg your pardon," the wub said. "I don't think there's anyone in there," Jones said in a low voice. They all looked at each other. The cook came in. "You wanted me, Captain?" he said. "What's this thing?" "It's a wub," Franco said. "It's to be eaten. Will you measure it and figure out—" "I think we should have a talk," the wub said. "I'd like to discuss this with you, Captain, if I might. I can see that you and I do not agree on some basic issues." The captain took a long time to answer. The wub waited, good-naturedly, licking the water from its jowls. "Come into my office," the captain said at last. He turned and walked out of the room. The wub rose and padded after him. The men watched it go out. They heard it climbing the stairs. "I wonder what the outcome will be," the cook said. "Well, I'll be in the kitchen. Let me know as soon as you hear." "Sure," Jones said. "Sure." The wub eased itself down in the corner with a sigh. "You must forgive me," it said. "I'm afraid I'm addicted to various forms of relaxation. When one is as large as I—" The captain nodded impatiently. He sat down at his desk and folded his hands. "All right," he said. "Let's get started. You're a wub, is that correct?" The wub shrugged. "I suppose so. That's what they call us, the natives, I mean. We have our own term." "And you speak English? You've been in contact with Earthmen before?" "No." "Then how do you do it?" "Speak English? Am I speaking English? I'm not conscious of speaking anything in particular. I examined your mind." "My mind?" "I studied the contents, especially the semantic warehouse, as I refer to it." "I see," the captain said. "Telepathy, of course." "We are a very old race," the wub said. "Very old and very ponderous. It is difficult for us to move around. You can appreciate that anything so slow and heavy would be at the mercy of more agile forms of life. There was no use in our relying on physical defenses. How could we win? Too heavy to run, too soft to fight, too good-natured to hunt for game." "How do you live?" "Plants, vegetables. We can eat almost anything. We're very Catholic. Tolerant, eclectic, Catholic. We live and let live. That's how we've gotten along." The wub eyed the captain. "And that's why I so violently objected to this business about having me boiled. I could see the image in your mind. Most of me frozen in the food locker, some of me in the kettle. A bit for your pet cat." "So you read minds," the captain said. "How interesting. Anything else? I mean, what else can you do along those lines?" "A few odds and ends," the wub said absently, staring around the room. "A nice apartment you have here, Captain. You keep it quite neat. I respect life forms that are tidy. Some Martian birds are quite tidy. They throw things out of their nests and sweep them." "Indeed," the captain nodded. "But to get back to the problem." "Quite so. You spoke of dining on me. The taste, I am told, is good. A little fatty, but tender. But how can any lasting contact be established between your people and mine, if you resort to such barbaric attitudes? Eat me? Rather, you should discuss questions with me. Philosophy, the arts—" The captain stood up. "Philosophy. It might interest you to know that we will be hard put to find something to eat for the next month. An unfortunate spoilage." "I know," the wub nodded. "But wouldn't it be more in accord with your principles of democracy if we all drew straws, or something along that line? After all, democracy is to protect the minority from just such infringements. Now, if each of us casts one vote—" The captain walked to the door. "Nuts to you," he said. He opened the door. He opened his mouth. He stood frozen, his mouth wide, his eyes staring, his fingers still on the knob. The wub watched him. Presently it padded out of the room, edging past the captain, and went down the hall, deep in meditation. The room was quiet. "So you see," the wub said, "we have a common myth. Your mind contains many familiar myth symbols. Ishtar, Odysseus." Peterson sat silently, staring at the floor. He shifted in his chair. "Go on," he said. "Please, go on. I find in your Odysseus a figure common to the mythology of most self-conscious races. As I interpret it, Odysseus wanders as an individual, aware of himself as such. This is the idea of separation from family and country, the process of individuation. But Odysseus returns to his home." Peterson looked out the port window, at the stars, endless stars, burning intently in the empty universe. "Finally he goes home. As must all creatures. The moment of separation is a temporary period, a brief journey of the soul. It begins, it ends. The wanderer returns to land and race." The door opened. The wub stopped, turning its great head. Captain Franco came into the room, the men behind him. They hesitated at the door. "Are you all right?" French said. "Do you mean me?" Peterson said, surprised. "Why me?" Franco lowered his gun. "Come over here," he said to Peterson. "Get up and come here." There was silence. "Go ahead," the wub said. "It doesn't matter." Peterson stood up. "What for?" "It's an order." Peterson walked to the door. French caught his arm. "What's going on?" Peterson wrenched loose. "What's the matter with you?" Captain Franco moved toward the wub. The wub looked up from where it lay in the corner, pressed against the wall. "It is interesting," the wub said, "that you are obsessed with the idea of eating me. I wonder why." "Get up," Franco said. "If you wish." The wub rose, grunting. "Be patient. It is difficult for me." It stood, gasping, its tongue lolling foolishly. "Shoot it now," French said. "For God's sake!" Peterson exclaimed. Jones turned to him quickly, his eyes gray with fear. "You didn't see him. Like a statue, standing there, his mouth open. If we hadn't come down, he'd still be there." "Who? The captain?" Peterson stared around. "But he's all right now." They looked at the wub standing in the middle of the room, its great chest rising and falling. "Come on," Franco said. "Out of the way." The men pulled aside toward the door. "You are quite afraid, aren't you?" the wub said. "Have I done anything to you? I am against the idea of hurting. All I have done is try to protect myself. Can you expect me to rush eagerly to my death? I am a sensible being like yourselves. I was curious to see your ship, learn about you. I suggested to the native." The gun jerked. "See?" Franco said. "I thought so." The wub settled down, panting. It put its paw out, pulling its tail around. "It is very warm," the wub said. "I understand that we are close to the jets. Atomic power. You have done many wonderful things with it, technically. Apparently, your scientific hierarchy is not equipped to solve moral, ethical—" Franco turned to the men, crowding behind him, wide-eyed, silent. "I'll do it. You can watch." French nodded. "Try to hit the brain. It's no good for eating. Don't hit the chest. If the rib cage shatters, we'll have to pick the bones out." "Listen," Peterson said, licking his lips. "Has it done anything? What harm has it done? I'm asking you. And anyhow, it's still mine. You have no right to shoot it. It doesn't belong to you." Franco raised his gun. "I'm going out," Jones said, his face white and sick. "I don't want to see it." "Me too," French said. The men straggled out, murmuring. Peterson lingered at the door. "It was talking to me about myths," he said. "It wouldn't hurt anyone." He went outside. Franco walked toward the wub. The wub looked up slowly. It swallowed. "A very foolish thing," it said. "I am sorry that you want to do it. There was a parable that your savior related." It stopped, staring at the gun. "Can you look me in the eye and do it?" the wub said. "Can you do that?" The captain gazed down. "I can look you in the eye," he said. "Back on the farm we had hogs, dirty razor-back hogs. I can do it." Staring down at the wub, into the gleaming moist eyes, he pressed the trigger. The taste was excellent. They sat glumly around the table, some of them hardly eating at all. The only one who seemed to be enjoying himself was Captain Franco. "More?" he said, looking around. "More? And some wine, perhaps?" "Not me," French said. "I think I'll go back to the chart room." "Me too." Jones stood up, pushing his chair back. "I'll see you later." The captain watched them go. Some of the others excused themselves. "What do you suppose the matter is?" the captain said. He turned to Peterson. Peterson sat staring down at his plate, at the potatoes, the green peas, at the thick slab of tender, warm meat. He opened his mouth. No sound came. The captain put his hand on Peterson's shoulder. "It's only organic matter now," he said. "The life essence is gone." He ate, spooning up the gravy with some bread. "I myself love to eat. It's one of the greatest things that a living creature can enjoy. Eating, resting, meditation, discussing things." Peterson nodded. 2 more men got up and went out. The captain drank some water and sighed. "Well," he said, "I must say that this was a very enjoyable meal. All the reports I had heard were quite true. The taste of the wub, very fine. But I was prevented from enjoying this pleasure in times past." He dabbed at his lips with his napkin and leaned back in his chair. Peterson stared dejectedly at the table. The captain watched him intently. He leaned over. "Come, come," he said. "Cheer up. Let's discuss things." He smiled. "As I was saying before I was interrupted, the role of Odysseus in the myths." Peterson jerked up, staring. "To go on," the captain said, "Odysseus, as I understand him." End of Beyond Lies the Wub by Philip K. Dick. Read by Megan Good.
The Diamond Lens by Fitz James O'Brien. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Karina Schultz. The Diamond Lens by Fitz James O'Brien. 1. From a very early period of my life, the entire bent of my inclinations had been toward microscopic investigations. When I was not more than 10 years old, a distant relative of our family, hoping to astonish my inexperience, constructed a simple microscope for me by drilling in a disc of copper a small hole in which a drop of pure water was sustained by capillary attraction. This very primitive apparatus, magnifying some 50 diameters, presented, it is true, only indistinct and imperfect forms, but still sufficiently wonderful to work up my imagination to a preternatural state of excitement. Seeing me so interested in this rude instrument, my cousin explained to me all that he knew about the principles of the microscope, related to me a few of the wonders which had been accomplished through its agency, and ended by promising to send me one regularly constructed immediately on his return to the city. I counted the days, the hours, the minutes that intervened between that promise and his departure. Meantime, I was not idle. Every transparent substance that bore the remotest resemblance to a lens I eagerly seized upon and employed in vain attempts to realize that instrument the theory of whose construction I as yet only vaguely comprehended. All panes of glass containing those oblate spheroidal knots familiarly known as bull's eyes were ruthlessly destroyed in the hope of obtaining lenses of marvelous power. I even went so far as to extract the crystalline humor from the eyes of fishes and animals, and endeavored to press it into the microscopic service. I plead guilty to having stolen the glasses from my Aunt Agatha's spectacles, with a dim idea of grinding them into lenses of wondrous magnifying properties, in which attempt it is scarcely necessary to say that I totally failed. At last the promised instrument came. It was of that order known as Field's Simple Microscope, and had cost perhaps about $15. As far as educational purposes went, a better apparatus could not have been selected. Accompanying it was a small treatise on the microscope, its history, uses, and discoveries. I comprehended then for the first time the Arabian Nights' entertainments. The dull veil of ordinary existence that hung across the world seemed suddenly to roll away, and to lay bare a land of enchantments. I felt toward my companions as a seer might feel toward the ordinary masses of men. I held conversations with nature in a tongue which they could not understand. I was in daily communication with living wonders, such as they never imagined in their wildest visions. I penetrated beyond the external portal of things, and roamed through the sanctuaries. Where they beheld only a drop of rain slowly rolling down the window glass, I saw a universe of beings, animated with all the passions common to physical life, and convulsing their minute sphere with struggles as fierce and protracted as those of men. In the common spots of mold, which my mother, good housekeeper that she was, fiercely scooped away from her jam pots, there abode for me, under the name of mildew, enchanted gardens, filled with dells and avenues of the densest foliage and most astonishing verdure, while from the fantastic boughs of these microscopic forests hung strange fruits, glittering with green and silver and gold. It was no scientific thirst that at this time filled my mind. It was the pure enjoyment of a poet, to whom a world of wonders has been disclosed. I talked of my solitary pleasures to none. Alone with my microscope, I dimmed my sight, day after day and night after night, poring over the marvels which it unfolded to me. I was like one who, having discovered the ancient Eden still existing in all its primitive glory, should resolve to enjoy it in solitude, and never betray to mortal the secret of its locality. The rod of my life was bent at this moment. I destined myself to be a microscopist. Of course, like every novice, I fancied myself a discoverer. I was ignorant at the time of the thousands of acute intellects engaged in the same pursuit as myself, and with the advantage of instruments 1,000 times more powerful than mine. The names of Leeuwenhoek, Williamson, Spencer, Ehrenberg, Schultz, Dujardin, Schacht, and Schleiden were then entirely unknown to me, or, if known, I was ignorant of their patient and wonderful researches. In every fresh specimen of cryptogamia which I placed beneath my instrument, I believed that I discovered wonders of which the world was as yet ignorant. I remember well the thrill of delight and admiration that shot through me the first time that I discovered the common wheel animalcule, Rotifera vulgaris, expanding and contracting its flexible spokes, and seemingly rotating through the water. Alas, as I grew older, and obtained some works treating of my favorite study, I found that I was only on the threshold of a science to the investigation of which some of the greatest men of the age were devoting their lives and intellects. As I grew up, my parents, who saw but little likelihood of anything practical resulting from the examination of bits of moss and drops of water through a brass tube and a piece of glass, were anxious that I should choose a profession. It was their desire that I should enter the counting house of my uncle, Ethan Blake, a prosperous merchant, who carried on business in New York. This suggestion I decisively combated. I had no taste for trade. I should only make a failure. In short, I refused to become a merchant. But it was necessary for me to select some pursuit. My parents were staid New England people who insisted on the necessity of labor, and therefore, although, thanks to the bequest of my poor Aunt Agatha, I should, on coming of age, inherit a small fortune sufficient to place me above want, it was decided that, instead of waiting for this, I should act the nobler part, and employ the intervening years in rendering myself independent. After much cogitation, I complied with the wishes of my family, and selected a profession. I determined to study medicine at the New York Academy. This disposition of my future suited me. A removal from my relatives would enable me to dispose of my time as I pleased, without fear of detection. As long as I paid my academy fees, I might shirk attending the lectures if I chose, and as I never had the remotest intention of standing an examination, there was no danger of my being plucked. Besides, a metropolis was the place for me. There I could obtain excellent instruments, the newest publications, intimacy with men of pursuits kindred with my own, in short, all things necessary to ensure a profitable devotion of my life to my beloved science. I had an abundance of money, few desires that were not bounded by my illuminating mirror on one side, and my object glass on the other. What, therefore, was to prevent my becoming an illustrious investigator of the veiled worlds? It was with the most buoyant hope that I left my New England home and established myself in New York. 2. My first step, of course, was to find suitable apartments. These I obtained, after a couple of days' search, in Fourth Avenue, a very pretty second floor, unfurnished, containing sitting room, bedroom, and a smaller apartment which I intended to fit up as a laboratory. I furnished my lodging simply, but rather elegantly, and then devoted all my energies to the adornment of the temple of my worship. I visited Pike, the celebrated optician, and passed in review his splendid collection of microscopes. Field's compound, Hingham's, Spencer's, Natchett's binocular, that founded on the principles of the stereoscope, and at length fixed upon that form known as Spencer's Trunnion microscope, as combining the greatest number of improvements with an almost perfect freedom from tremor. Along with this, I purchased every possible accessory: draw tubes, micrometers, a camera lucida, lever stage, achromatic condensers, white cloud illuminators, prisms, parabolic condensers, polarizing apparatus, forceps, aquatic boxes, fishing tubes, with a host of other articles, all of which would have been useful in the hands of an experienced microscopist, but, as I afterward discovered, were not of the slightest present value to me. It takes years of practice to know how to use a complicated microscope. The optician looked suspiciously at me as I made these valuable purchases. He evidently was uncertain whether to set me down as some scientific celebrity or a madman. I think he was inclined to the latter belief. I suppose I was mad. Every great genius is mad upon the subject in which he is greatest. The unsuccessful madman is disgraced, and called a lunatic. Mad or not, I set myself to work with a zeal which few scientific students have ever equaled. I had everything to learn relative to the delicate study upon which I had embarked, a study involving the most earnest patience, the most rigid analytic powers, the steadiest hand, the most untiring eye, the most refined and subtle manipulation. For a long time half my apparatus lay inactively on the shelves of my laboratory, which was now most amply furnished with every possible contrivance for facilitating my investigations. The fact was that I did not know how to use some of my scientific implements, never having been taught microscopies, and those whose use I understood theoretically were of little avail until by practice I could attain the necessary delicacy of handling. Still, such was the fury of my ambition, such the untiring perseverance of my experiments, that, difficult of credit as it may be, in the course of 1 year I became theoretically and practically an accomplished microscopist. During this period of my labors, in which I submitted specimens of every substance that came under my observation to the action of my lenses, I became a discoverer. In a small way, it is true, for I was very young, but still a discoverer. It was I who destroyed Ehrenberg's theory that the Volvox globator was an animal, and proved that his monads with stomachs and eyes were merely phases of the formation of a vegetable cell, and were, when they reached their mature state, incapable of the act of conjugation, or any true generative act, without which no organism rising to any stage of life higher than vegetable can be said to be complete. It was I who resolved the singular problem of rotation in the cells and hairs of plants into ciliary attraction, in spite of the assertions of Wenham and others that my explanation was the result of an optical illusion. But, notwithstanding these discoveries, laboriously and painfully made as they were, I felt horribly dissatisfied. At every step I found myself stopped by the imperfections of my instruments. Like all active microscopists, I gave my imagination full play. Indeed, it is a common complaint against many such that they supply the defects of their instruments with the creations of their brains. I imagined depths beyond depths in nature which the limited power of my lenses prohibited me from exploring. I lay awake at night constructing imaginary microscopes of immeasurable power, with which I seemed to pierce through all the envelopes of matter down to its original atom. How I cursed those imperfect mediums which necessity through ignorance compelled me to use! How I longed to discover the secret of some perfect lens, whose magnifying power should be limited only by the resolvability of the object, and which at the same time should be free from spherical and chromatic aberrations. In short, from all the obstacles over which the poor microscopist finds himself continually stumbling. I felt convinced that the simple microscope, composed of a single lens of such vast yet perfect power, was possible of construction. To attempt to bring the compound microscope up to such a pitch would have been commencing at the wrong end, this latter being simply a partially successful endeavor to remedy those very defects of the simplest instrument which, if conquered, would leave nothing to be desired. It was in this mood of mind that I became a constructive microscopist. After another year passed in this new pursuit, experimenting on every imaginable substance, glass, gems, flints, crystals, artificial crystals formed of the alloy of various vitreous materials, in short, having constructed as many varieties of lenses as Argus had eyes, I found myself precisely where I started, with nothing gained save an extensive knowledge of glass making. I was almost dead with despair. My parents were surprised at my apparent want of progress in my medical studies. I had not attended one lecture since my arrival in the city, and the expenses of my mad pursuit had been so great as to embarrass me very seriously. I was in this frame of mind one day, experimenting in my laboratory on a small diamond, that stone, from its great refracting power, having always occupied my attention more than any other, when a young Frenchman who lived on the floor above me, and who was in the habit of occasionally visiting me, entered the room. I think that Jules Simon was a Jew. He had many traits of the Hebrew character, a love of jewelry, of dress, and of good living. There was something mysterious about him. He always had something to sell, and yet went into excellent society. When I say sell, I should perhaps have said peddle, for his operations were generally confined to the disposal of single articles, a picture, for instance, or a rare carving in ivory, or a pair of dueling pistols, or the dress of a Mexican caballero. When I was first furnishing my rooms, he paid me a visit, which ended in my purchasing an antique silver lamp, which he assured me was a Cellini. It was handsome enough even for that, and some other knickknacks for my sitting room. Why Simon should pursue this petty trade, I never could imagine. He apparently had plenty of money, and had the entree of the best houses in the city, taking care, however, I suppose, to drive no bargains within the enchanted circle of the upper ten. I came at length to the conclusion that this peddling was but a mask to cover some greater object, and even went so far as to believe my young acquaintance to be implicated in the slave trade. That, however, was none of my affair. On the present occasion, Simon entered my room in a state of considerable excitement. "Ah, mon ami!" he cried, before I could even offer him the ordinary salutation. "It has occurred to me to be the witness of the most astonishing things in the world. I promenade myself to the house of Madame—how does the little animal, Le Renard, name himself in the Latin?" "Vulpes," I answered. "Ah, yes, Vulpes. I promenade myself to the house of Madame Vulpes." "The spirit medium?" "Yes, the great medium. Great heavens, what a woman! I write on a slip of paper many of questions concerning affairs of the most secret, affairs that conceal themselves in the abysses of my heart the most profound, and behold, by example, what occurs? This devil of a woman makes me replies the most truthful to all of them. She talks to me of things that I do not love to talk of to myself. What am I to think? I am fixed to the earth. Am I to understand you, Monsieur Simon, that this Mrs. Vulpes replied to questions secretly written by you, which questions related to events known only to yourself?" "Ah, more than that, he answered, with an air of some alarm. "She related to me things. But," he added after a pause, and suddenly changing his manner, "why occupy ourselves with these follies? It was all the biology, without doubt. It goes without saying that it has not my credence. But why are we here, mon ami? It has occurred to me to discover the most beautiful thing, as you can imagine, a vase with green lizards on it, composed by the great Bernard Palissy. It is in my apartment. Let us mount. I go to show it to you." I followed Simon mechanically, but my thoughts were far from Palissy and his enameled ware, although I, like him, was seeking in the dark a great discovery. This casual mention of the spiritualist, Madame Vulpes, set me on a new track. What if, through communication with more subtle organisms than my own, I could reach at a single bound the goal which perhaps a life of agonizing mental toil would never enable me to attain? While purchasing the Palissy vase for my friend Simon, I was mentally arranging a visit to Madame Vulpes. 3. 2 evenings after this, thanks to an arrangement by letter and the promise of an ample fee, I found Madame Vulpes awaiting me at her residence alone. She was a coarse-featured woman, with keen and rather cruel dark eyes, and an exceedingly sensual expression about her mouth and under jaw. She received me in perfect silence, in an apartment on the ground floor, very sparsely furnished. In the center of the room, close to where Mrs. Vulpes sat, there was a common round mahogany table. If I had come for the purpose of sweeping her chimney, the woman could not have looked more indifferent to my appearance. There was no attempt to inspire the visitor with awe. Everything bore a simple and practical aspect. This intercourse with the spiritual world was evidently as familiar an occupation with Mrs. Vulpes as eating her dinner or riding in an omnibus. "You come for a communication, Mr. Linley," said the medium in a dry, businesslike tone of voice. "By appointment, yes." "What sort of communication do you want? A written one?" "Yes, I wish for a written one." "From any particular spirit?" "Yes." "Have you ever known the spirit on this earth?" "Never. He died long before I was born. I wish merely to obtain from him some information which he ought to be able to give better than any other." "Will you seat yourself at the table, Mr. Linley," said the medium, "and place your hands upon it?" I obeyed. Mrs. Vulpes being seated opposite to me, with her hands also on the table. We remained thus for about a minute and a half, when a violent succession of raps came on the table, on the back of my chair, on the floor immediately under my feet, and even on the window panes. Mrs. Vulpes smiled composedly. "They are very strong tonight," she remarked. "You are fortunate." She then continued, "Will the spirits communicate with this gentleman?" Vigorous affirmative. "Will the particular spirit he desires to speak with communicate?" A very confused rapping followed this question. "I know what they mean," said Mrs. Vulpes, addressing herself to me. "They wish you to write down the name of the particular spirit that you desire to converse with. Is that so?" she added, speaking to her invisible guests. That it was so was evident from the numerous affirmatory responses. While this was going on, I tore a slip from my pocket-book and scribbled a name under the table. "Will this spirit communicate in writing with this gentleman?" asked the medium once more. After a moment's pause, her hand seemed to be seized with a violent tremor, shaking so forcibly that the table vibrated. She said that a spirit had seized her hand and would write. I handed her some sheets of paper that were on the table, and a pencil. The latter she held loosely in her hand, which presently began to move over the paper with a singular and seemingly involuntary motion. After a few moments had elapsed, she handed me the paper, on which I found written, in a large, uncultivated hand, the words, "He is not here, but has been sent for." A pause of a minute or so ensued, during which Mrs. Vulpes remained perfectly silent, but the raps continued at regular intervals. When the short period I mention had elapsed, the hand of the medium was again seized with its convulsive tremor, and she wrote, under this strange influence, a few words on the paper which she handed to me. They were as follows: "I am here. Question me. Leeuwenhoek." I was astounded. The name was identical with that I had written beneath the table, and carefully kept concealed. Neither was it at all probable that an uncultivated woman like Mrs. Vulpes should know even the name of that great father of microscopes. It may have been biology, but this theory was soon doomed to be destroyed. I wrote on my slip, still concealing it from Mrs. Vulpes, a series of questions which, to avoid tediousness, I shall place with the responses in the order in which they occurred. I. Can the microscope be brought to perfection? Spirit. Yes. I. Am I destined to accomplish this great task? Spirit. You are. I. I wish to know how to proceed to attain this end. For the love which you bear to science, help me. Spirit. A diamond of 140 carats, submitted to electromagnetic currents for a long period, will experience a rearrangement of its atoms, inter se, and from that stone you will form the universal lens. I. Will great discoveries result from the use of such a lens? Spirit. So great that all that has gone before is as nothing. I. But the refractive power of the diamond is so immense that the image will be formed within the lens. How is that difficulty to be surmounted? Spirit. Pierce the lens through its axis, and the difficulty is obviated. The image will be formed in the pierced space, which will itself serve as a tube to look through. Now I am called. Good night." I cannot at all describe the effect that these extraordinary communications had upon me. I felt completely bewildered. No biological theory could account for the discovery of the lens. The medium might, by means of biological rapport with my mind, have gone so far as to read my questions and reply to them coherently, but biology could not enable her to discover that magnetic currents would so alter the crystals of the diamond as to remedy its previous defects and admit of its being polished into a perfect lens. Some such theory may have passed through my head, it is true, but if so, I had forgotten it. In my excited condition of mind, there was no course left but to become a convert, and it was in a state of the most painful nervous exaltation that I left the medium's house that evening. She accompanied me to the door, hoping that I was satisfied. The raps followed us as we went through the hall, sounding on the balusters, the flooring, and even the lintels of the door. I hastily expressed my satisfaction, and escaped hurriedly into the cool night air. I walked home with but one thought possessing me: how to obtain a diamond of the immense size required. My entire means multiplied 100 times over would have been inadequate to its purchase. Besides, such stones are rare, and become historical. I could find such only in the regalia of Eastern or European monarchs. 4. There was a light in Simon's room as I entered my house. A vague impulse urged me to visit him. As I opened the door of his sitting room unannounced, he was bending, with his back toward me, over a Carcel lamp, apparently engaged in minutely examining some object which he held in his hands. As I entered, he started suddenly, thrust his hand into his breast pocket, and turned to me with a face crimson with confusion. "What!" I cried, "poring over the miniature of some fair lady? Well, don't blush so much. I won't ask to see it." Simon laughed awkwardly enough, but made none of the negative protestations usual on such occasions. He asked me to take a seat. "Simon," said I have just come from Madame Vulpes." This time Simon turned as white as a sheet, and seemed stupefied, as if a sudden electric shock had smitten him. He babbled some incoherent words, and went hastily to a small closet where he usually kept his liquors. Although astonished at his emotion, I was too preoccupied with my own idea to pay much attention to anything else. "You say truly when you call Madame Vulpes a devil of a woman," I continued. "Simon, she told me wonderful things to-night, or rather was the means of telling me wonderful things. Ah, if I could only get a diamond that weighed 140 carats!" Scarcely had the sigh with which I uttered this desire died upon my lips, when Simon, with the aspect of a wild beast, glared at me savagely, and, rushing to the mantelpiece, where some foreign weapons hung on the wall, caught up a Malay creese and brandished it furiously before him. "No!" he cried in French, into which he always broke when excited. "No, you shall not have it. You are perfidious. You have consulted with that demon, and desire my treasure. But I will die first. Me, I am brave. You cannot make me fear." All this, uttered in a loud voice, trembling with excitement, astounded me. I saw at a glance that I had accidentally trodden upon the edges of Simon's secret, whatever it was. It was necessary to reassure him. "My dear Simon," I said, "I am entirely at a loss to know what you mean. I went to Madame Vulpes to consult with her on a scientific problem, to the solution of which I discovered that a diamond of the size I just mentioned was necessary. You were never alluded to during the evening, nor, so far as I was concerned, even thought of. What can be the meaning of this outburst? If you happen to have a set of valuable diamonds in your possession, you need fear nothing from me. The diamond which I require you could not possess, or, if you did possess it, you would not be living here." Something in my tone must have completely reassured him, for his expression immediately changed to a sort of constrained merriment, combined, however, with a certain suspicious attention to my movements. He laughed, and said that I must bear with him, that he was at certain moments subject to a species of vertigo which betrayed itself in incoherent speeches, and that the attacks passed off as rapidly as they came. He put his weapon aside while making this explanation, and endeavored, with some success, to assume a more cheerful air. All this did not impose on me in the least. I was too much accustomed to analytical labors to be baffled by so flimsy a veil. I determined to probe the mystery to the bottom. "Simon," I said gaily, "let us forget all this over a bottle of Burgundy. I have a case of Lesueur's Clos Vougeot downstairs, fragrant with the odors and ruddy with the sunlight of the Côte d'Or. Let us have up a couple of bottles. What say you?" "With all my heart," answered Simon smilingly. I produced the wine, and we seated ourselves to drink. It was of a famous vintage, that of 1848, a year when war and wine throve together, and its pure but powerful juice seemed to impart renewed vitality to the system. By the time we had half finished the second bottle, Simon's head, which I knew was a weak one, had begun to yield, while I remained calm as ever, only that every draught seemed to send a flush of vigor through my limbs. Simon's utterance became more and more indistinct. He took to singing French chansons of not very moral tendencies. I rose suddenly from the table just at the conclusion of one of those incoherent verses, and, fixing my eyes on him with a quiet smile, said, "Simon, I have deceived you. I learned your secret this evening. You may as well be frank with me. Mrs. Vulpes, or rather one of her spirits, told me all." He started with horror. His intoxication seemed for the moment to fade away, and he made a movement toward the weapon that he had a short time before laid down. I stopped him with my hand. "Monster!" he cried passionately. "I am ruined! What shall I do? You shall never have it, I swear by my mother!" "I don't want it," I said. "Rest secure, but be frank with me. Tell me all about it." The drunkenness began to return. He protested with maudlin earnestness that I was entirely mistaken, that I was intoxicated, then asked me to swear eternal secrecy, and promised to disclose the mystery to me. I pledged myself, of course, to all. With an uneasy look in his eyes, and hands unsteady with drink and nervousness, he drew a small case from his breast and opened it. Heavens! How the mild lamplight was shivered into 1,000 prismatic arrows as it fell upon a vast rose diamond that glittered in the case. I was no judge of diamonds, but I saw at a glance that this was a gem of rare size and purity. I looked at Simon with wonder, and, must I confess it, with envy. How could he have obtained this treasure? In reply to my questions, I could just gather from his drunken statements, of which I fancy half the incoherence was affected, that he had been superintending a gang of slaves engaged in diamond washing in Brazil, that he had seen one of them secrete a diamond, but, instead of informing his employers, had quietly watched the negro until he saw him bury his treasure, that he had dug it up and fled with it, but that as yet he was afraid to attempt to dispose of it publicly, so valuable a gem being almost certain to attract too much attention to its owner's antecedents, and he had not been able to discover any of those obscure channels by which such matters are conveyed away safely. He added that, in accordance with Oriental practice, he had named his diamond with the fanciful title of the Eye of Morning. While Simon was relating this to me, I regarded the great diamond attentively. Never had I beheld anything so beautiful. All the glories of light ever imagined or described seemed to pulsate in its crystalline chambers. Its weight, as I learned from Simon, was exactly 140 carats. Here was an amazing coincidence. The hand of destiny seemed in it. On the very evening when the spirit of Leeuwenhoek communicates to me the great secret of the microscope, the priceless means which he directs me to employ start up within my easy reach. I determined, with the most perfect deliberation, to possess myself of Simon's diamond. I sat opposite to him while he nodded over his glass, and calmly revolved the whole affair. I did not for an instant contemplate so foolish an act as common theft, which would of course be discovered, or at least necessitate flight and concealment, all of which must interfere with my scientific plans. There was but one step to be taken: to kill Simon. After all, what was the life of a little peddling Jew in comparison with the interests of science? Human beings are taken every day from the condemned prisons to be experimented on by surgeons. This man, Simon, was by his own confession a criminal, a robber, and I believed on my soul a murderer. He deserved death quite as much as any felon condemned by the laws. Why should I not, like government? contrive that his punishment should contribute to the progress of human knowledge. The means for accomplishing everything I desired lay within my reach. There stood upon the mantelpiece a bottle half full of French laudanum. Simon was so occupied with his diamond, which I had just restored to him, that it was an affair of no difficulty to drug his glass. In a quarter of an hour he was in a profound sleep. I now opened his waistcoat, took the diamond from the inner pocket in which he had placed it, and removed him to the bed, on which I laid him so that his feet hung down over the edge. I had possessed myself of the Malay crease, which I held in my right hand, while with the other I discovered as accurately as I could by pulsation the exact locality of the heart. It was essential that all the aspects of his death should lead to the surmise of self-murder. I calculated the exact angle at which it was probable that the weapon, if leveled by Simon's own hand, would enter his breast. Then with one powerful blow I thrust it up to the hilt in the very spot which I desired to penetrate. A convulsive thrill ran through Simon's limbs. I heard a smothered sound issue from his throat, precisely like the bursting of a large air bubble sent up by a diver when it reaches the surface of the water. He turned half round on his side, and, as if to assist my plans more effectually, his right hand, moved by some mere spasmodic impulse, clasped the handle of the crease, which it remained holding with extraordinary muscular tenacity. Beyond this there was no apparent struggle. The laudanum, I presume, paralyzed the usual nervous action. He must have died instantly. There was yet something to be done. To make it certain that all suspicion of the act should be diverted from any inhabitant of the house to Simon himself, it was necessary that the door should be found in the morning locked on the inside. How to do this, and afterward escape myself? Not by the window. That was a physical impossibility. Besides, I was determined that the windows also should be found bolted. The solution was simple enough. I descended softly to my own room for a peculiar instrument which I had used for holding small slippery substances, such as minute spheres of glass, etc. This instrument was nothing more than a long slender hand vise, with a very powerful grip and a considerable leverage, which last was accidentally owing to the shape of the handle. Nothing was simpler than, when the key was in the lock, to seize the end of its stem in this vise through the keyhole, from the outside, and so lock the door. Previously, however, to doing this, I burned a number of papers on Simon's hearth. Suicides almost always burn papers before they destroy themselves. I also emptied some more laudanum into Simon's glass, having first removed from it all traces of wine, cleaned the other wine glass, and brought the bottles away with me. If traces of 2 persons drinking had been found in the room, the question naturally would have arisen, who was the second? Besides, the wine bottles might have been identified as belonging to me. The laudanum I poured out to account for its presence in his stomach, in case of a post-mortem examination. The theory naturally would be that he first intended to poison himself, but after swallowing a little of the drug, was either disgusted with its taste, or changed his mind from other motives, and chose the dagger. These arrangements made, I walked out, leaving the gas burning, locked the door with my vise, and went to bed. Simon's death was not discovered until nearly 3 in the afternoon. The servant, astonished at seeing the gas burning, the light streaming on the dark landing from under the door, peeped through the keyhole, and saw Simon on the bed. She gave the alarm. The door was burst open, and the neighborhood was in a fever of excitement. Everyone in the house was arrested, myself included. There was an inquest, but no clue to his death beyond that of suicide could be obtained. Curiously enough, he had made several speeches to his friends the preceding week that seemed to point to self-destruction. One gentleman swore that Simon had said in his presence that he was tired of life. His landlord affirmed that Simon, when paying him his last month's rent, remarked that he should not pay him rent much longer. All the other evidence corresponded: the door locked inside, the position of the corpse, the burned papers. As I anticipated, no one knew of the possession of the diamond by Simon, so that no motive was suggested for his murder. The jury, after a prolonged examination, brought in the usual verdict, and the neighborhood once more settled down to its accustomed quiet. 5. The 3 months succeeding Simon's catastrophe I devoted night and day to my diamond lens. I had constructed a vast galvanic battery, composed of nearly 2,000 pairs of plates. A higher power I dared not use, lest the diamond should be calcined. By means of this enormous engine, I was able to send a powerful current of electricity continually through my great diamond, which it seemed to me gained in luster every day. At the expiration of a month I commenced the grinding and polishing of the lens, a work of intense toil and exquisite delicacy. The great density of the stone, and the care required to be taken with the curvatures of the surfaces of the lens, rendered the labor the severest and most harassing that I had yet undergone. At last the eventful moment came. The lens was completed. I stood trembling on the threshold of new worlds. I had the realization of Alexander's famous wish before me. The lens lay on the table, ready to be placed upon its platform. My hand fairly shook as I enveloped a drop of water with a thin coating of oil of turpentine preparatory to its examination, a process necessary in order to prevent the rapid evaporation of the water. I now placed the drop on a thin slip of glass under the lens, and throwing upon it, by the combined aid of a prism and a mirror, a powerful stream of light, I approached my eye to the minute hole drilled through the axis of the lens. For an instant I saw nothing save what seemed to be an illuminated chaos, a vast luminous abyss. A pure white light, cloudless and serene, and seemingly limitless as space itself, was my first impression. Gently, and with the greatest care, I depressed the lens a few hairbreadths. The wondrous illumination still continued, but as the lens approached the object, a scene of indescribable beauty was unfolded to my view. I seemed to gaze upon a vast space, the limits of which extended far beyond my vision. An atmosphere of magical luminousness permeated the entire field of view. I was amazed to see no trace of animalculous life. Not a living thing, apparently, inhabited that dazzling expanse. I comprehended instantly that, by the wondrous power of my lens, I had penetrated beyond the grosser particles of aqueous matter, beyond the realms of infusoria and protozoa, down to the original gaseous globule, into whose luminous interior I was gazing as into an almost boundless dome filled with a supernatural radiance. It was, however, no brilliant void into which I looked. On every side I beheld beautiful inorganic forms, of unknown texture, and colored with the most enchanting hues. These forms presented the appearance of what might be called, for want of a more specific definition, foliated clouds of the highest rarity. That is, they undulated and broke into vegetable formations, and were tinged with splendors compared with which the gilding of our autumn woodlands is as dross compared with gold. Far away into the illimitable distance stretched long avenues of these gaseous forests, dimly transparent and painted with prismatic hues of unimaginable brilliancy. The pendant branches waved along the fluid glades, until every vista seemed to break through half-lucent ranks of many-colored, drooping silken pennons. What seemed to be either fruits or flowers, pied with 1,000 hues, lustrous and ever varying, bubbled from the crowns of this fairy foliage. No hills, no lakes, no rivers, no forms, animate or inanimate, were to be seen, save those vast auroral copses that floated serenely in the luminous stillness, with leaves and fruits and flowers gleaming with unknown fires, unrealizable by mere imagination. How strange, I thought, that this sphere should be thus condemned to solitude. I had hoped, at least, to discover some new form of animal life, perhaps of a lower class than any with which we are at present acquainted, but still some living organism. I found my newly discovered world, if I may so speak, a beautiful chromatic desert. While I was speculating on the singular arrangements of the internal economy of nature, with which she so frequently splinters into atoms our most compact theories, I thought I beheld a form moving slowly through the glades of one of the prismatic forests. I looked more attentively, and found that I was not mistaken. Words cannot depict the anxiety with which I awaited the nearer approach of this mysterious object. Was it merely some inanimate substance, held in suspense in the attenuated atmosphere of the globule? Or was it an animal, endowed with vitality and motion? It approached, flitting behind the gauzy colored veils of cloud foliage, for seconds dimly revealed, then vanishing. At last the violet pennons that trailed nearest to me vibrated. They were gently pushed aside, and the form floated out into the broad light. It was a female human shape. When I say human, I mean it possessed the outlines of humanity, but There the analogy ends. Its adorable beauty lifted it illimitable heights beyond the loveliest daughter of Adam. I cannot, I dare not, attempt to inventory the charms of this divine revelation of perfect beauty. Those eyes of mystic violet, dewy and serene, evade my words. Her long, lustrous hair, following her glorious head in a golden wake, like the tracks sown in heaven by a falling star, seems to quench my most burning phrases with its splendors. If all the bees of Hybla nestled upon my lips, they would still sing but hoarsely the wondrous harmonies of outline that enclosed her form. She swept out from between the rainbow curtains of the cloud trees into the broad sea of light that lay beyond. Her motions were those of some graceful naiad, cleaving by a mere effort of her will the clear, unruffled waters that fill the chambers of the sea. She floated forth with the serene grace of a frail bubble ascending through the still atmosphere of a June day. The perfect roundness of her limbs formed suave and enchanting curves. It was like listening to the most spiritual symphony of Beethoven the Divine, to watch the harmonious flow of lines. This, indeed, was a pleasure cheaply purchased at any price. What cared if I had waded to the portal of this wonder through another's blood? I would have given my own to enjoy one such moment of intoxication and delight. Breathless with gazing on this lovely wonder, and forgetful for an instant of everything save her presence, I withdrew my eye from the microscope eagerly. Alas, as my gaze fell on the thin slide that lay beneath my instrument, the bright light from mirror and from prism sparkled on a colorless drop of water. There in that tiny bead of dew, this beautiful being was forever imprisoned. The planet Neptune was not more distant from me than she. I hastened once more to apply my eye to the microscope. Animula, let me now call her by that dear name which I subsequently bestowed on her, had changed her position. She had again approached the wondrous forest, and was gazing earnestly upward. Presently one of the trees, as I must call them, unfolded a long ciliary process, with which it seized one of the gleaming fruits that glittered on its summit, and, sweeping slowly down, held it within reach of Animula. The sylph took it in her delicate hand and began to eat. My attention was so entirely absorbed by her that I could not apply myself to the task of determining whether this singular plant was or was not instinct with volition. I watched her, as she made her repast, with the most profound attention. The suppleness of her motions sent a thrill of delight through my frame. My heart beat madly as she turned her beautiful eyes in the direction of the spot in which I stood. What would I not have given to have had the power to precipitate myself into that luminous ocean, and float with her through those groves of purple and gold? While I was thus breathlessly following her every movement, she suddenly started, seemed to listen for a moment, and then cleaving the brilliant ether in which she was floating, like a flash of light, pierced through the opaline forest and disappeared. Instantly a series of the most singular sensations attacked me. It seemed as if I had suddenly gone blind. The luminous sphere was still before me, but my daylight had vanished. What caused this sudden disappearance? Had she a lover or a husband? Yes, that was the solution. Some signal from a happy fellow being had vibrated through the avenues of the forest, and she had obeyed the summons. The agony of my sensations, as I arrived at this conclusion, startled me. I tried to reject the conviction that my reason forced upon me. I battled against the fatal conclusion, but in vain. It was so. I had no escape from it. I loved an animalcule. It is true that, thanks to the marvelous power of my microscope, she appeared of human proportions. Instead of presenting the revolting aspect of the coarser creatures that live and struggle and die in the more easily resolvable portions of the water drop, she was fair and delicate and of surpassing beauty. But of what account was all that? Every time that my eye was withdrawn from the instrument it fell on a miserable drop of water, within which, I must be content to know, dwelt all that could make my life lovely. Could she but see me once! Could I but for one moment pierce the mystical walls that so inexorably rose to separate us, and whisper all that filled my soul, I might consent to be satisfied for the rest of my life with the knowledge of her remote sympathy. It would be something to have established even the faintest personal link to bind us together, to know that at times when roaming through these enchanted glades She might think of the wonderful stranger who had broken the monotony of her life with his presence and left a gentle memory in her heart. But it could not be. No intervention of which human intellect was capable could break down the barriers that nature had erected. I might feast my soul upon her wondrous beauty, yet she must always remain ignorant of the adorning eyes that day and night gazed upon her, and, even when closed, beheld her in dreams. With a bitter cry of anguish I fled from the room, and flinging myself on my bed, sobbed myself to sleep like a child. 6. I arose the next morning almost at daybreak, and rushed to my microscope. I trembled as I sought the luminous world in miniature that contained my all. Animula was there. I had left the gas lamp, surrounded by its moderators, burning when I went to bed the night before. I found the sylph bathing, as it were, with an expression of pleasure animating her features, in the brilliant light which surrounded her. She tossed her lustrous golden hair over her shoulders with innocent coquetry. She lay at full length in the transparent medium, in which she supported herself with ease, and gambolled with the enchanting grace that the nymph Salmacis might have exhibited when she sought to conquer the modest Hermaphroditus. I tried an experiment to satisfy myself if her powers of reflection were developed. I lessened the lamplight considerably. By the dim light that remained, I could see an expression of pain flit across her face. She looked upward suddenly, and her brows contracted. I flooded the stage of the microscope again with a full stream of light, and her whole expression changed. She sprang forward like some substance deprived of all weight. Her eyes sparkled and her lips moved. Ah, if science had only the means of conducting and reduplicating sounds as it does rays of light, what carols of happiness would then have entranced my ears! What jubilant hymns to Adonis would have thrilled the illumined air! I now comprehended how it was that the Count de Cabalis peopled his mystic world with sylphs, beautiful beings whose breath of life was lambent fire, and who sported forever in regions of purest ether and purest light. The Rosicrucian had anticipated the wonder that I had practically realized. How long this worship of my strange divinity went on thus, I scarcely know. I lost all note of time. All day from early dawn and far into the night I was to be found peering through that wonderful lens. I saw no one, went nowhere, and scarce allowed myself sufficient time for my meals. My whole life was absorbed in contemplation as rapt as that of any of the Romish saints. Every hour that I gazed upon the divine form strengthened my passion, a passion that was always overshadowed by the maddening conviction that, although I could gaze on her at will, she never, never could behold me. At length I grew so pale and emaciated from want of rest and continual brooding over my insane love and its cruel conditions, that I determined to make some effort to wean myself from it. "Come," I said, "this is at best but a fantasy. Your imagination has bestowed on Animula charms which in reality she does not possess. Seclusion from female society has produced this morbid condition of mind. Compare her with the beautiful women of your own world, and this false enchantment will vanish." I looked over the newspapers by chance. There I beheld the advertisement of a celebrated danseuse who appeared nightly at Niblo's. The Signorina Caradolce had the reputation of being the most beautiful as well as the most graceful woman in the world. I instantly dressed and went to the theater. The curtain drew up. The usual semicircle of fairies in white muslin were standing on the right toe around the enameled flower bank of green canvas, on which the belated prince was sleeping. Suddenly a flute is heard. The fairies start. The trees open. The fairies all stand on the left toe, and the queen enters. It was the Signorina. She bounded forward amid thunders of applause, and, lighting on one foot, remained posed in the air. Heavens! Was this the great enchantress that had drawn monarchs at her chariot wheels? Those heavy muscular limbs, those thick ankles, those cavernous eyes, that stereotyped smile, those crudely painted cheeks. Where were the vermeil blooms, the liquid, expressive eyes, the harmonious limbs of Animula? The Signorina danced. What gross, discordant movements! The play of her limbs was all false and artificial. Her bounds were painful athletic efforts. Her poses were angular and distressed the eye. I could bear it no longer. With an exclamation of disgust that drew every eye upon me, I rose from my seat in the very middle of the Signorina's pas de fascination, and abruptly quitted the house. I hastened home to feast my eyes once more on the lovely form of my sylph. I felt that henceforth to combat this passion would be impossible. I applied my eyes to the lens. Animula was there. But what could have happened? Some terrible change seemed to have taken place during my absence. Some secret grief seemed to cloud the lovely features of her I gazed upon. Her face had grown thin and haggard, her limbs trailed heavily. The wondrous luster of her golden hair had faded. She was ill, and I could not assist her. I believe at that moment I would have forfeited all claims to my human birthright if I could only have been dwarfed to the size of an animalcule and permitted to console her from whom fate had forever divided me. I racked my brain for the solution of this mystery. What was it that afflicted the sylph? She seemed to suffer intense pain, her features contracted, and she even writhed, as if with some internal agony. The wondrous forests appeared also to have lost half their beauty. Their hues were dim, and in some places faded away altogether. I watched Animula for hours with a breaking heart, and she seemed absolutely to wither away under my very eye. Suddenly I remembered that I had not looked at the water drop for several days. In fact, I hated to see it, for it reminded me of the natural barrier between Animula and myself. I hurriedly looked down on the stage of the microscope. The slide was still there, but, great heavens, the water drop had vanished. The awful truth burst upon me. It had evaporated until it had become so minute as to be invisible to the naked eye. I had been gazing on its last atom, the one that contained Animula, and she was dying. I rushed again to the front of the lens and looked through. Alas, the last agony had seized her. The rainbow-hued forest had all melted away, and Animula lay struggling feebly in what seemed to be a spot of dim light. Ah, the sight was horrible. The limbs, once so round and lovely, shriveling up into nothings. The eyes, those eyes that shone like heaven, being quenched into black dust. The lustrous golden hair now lank and discolored. The last throe came. I beheld that final struggle of the blackening form, and I fainted. When I awoke out of a trance of many hours, I found myself lying amid the wreck of my instrument, myself as shattered in mind and body as it. I crawled feebly to my bed, from which I did not rise for many months. They say now that I am mad, but they are mistaken. I am poor, for I have neither the heart nor the will to work. All my money is spent, and I live on charity. Young men's associations that love a joke invite me to lecture on optics before them, for which they pay me, and laugh at me while I lecture. Linley, the mad microscopist, is the name I go by. I suppose that I talk incoherently while I lecture. Who could talk sense when his brain is haunted by such ghastly memories, while ever and anon among the shapes of death I behold the radiant form of my lost Animula? End of The Diamond Lens by Fitz James O'Brien.
The Untouchable by Stephen A. Callis, Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Untouchable by Stephen A. Callis, Jr. You can see it, you can watch it, but mustn't touch. And what could possibly be more frustrating when you need most violently to get your hands on it for just 1 second? The man finally entered the office of General George Garvers. As the door closed behind him, he saw the general, who sprang from his chair to greet him. "Max, you finally came." "Got here as soon as I could." I wager half my time was taken up by the security checkpoints. You are certainly isolated in here." "All of that," agreed the General. "Have a seat, won't you?" he asked, indicating a chair. His friend sank into it gratefully. "Now, what's this vital problem you called me about? You weren't too specific." "No," said Garvers, "I wasn't. This is a security matter, after a fashion. It is vitally important that we get technical help on this thing, and since you and I are friends, I was asked to call you in." "Well?" "I'm afraid I'll have to make a story of it." "Quite all right by me. But don't mind if I interject a question now and then. Mind if I smoke?" "Go right ahead," said Garvers, fumbling out a lighter. "Just don't spill ashes on the rug. This all began on the 3rd of May. I was working here on some top security stuff. I had suddenly got the feeling of being watched. I know it seems silly, what with all the checkpoints that a potential spy would have to go through to get here, but that's just how I felt. Several times I glanced around the office, but, of course, it was empty. Then I began to think that it was my nerves." "You always were a bit of a hypochondriac," observed his friend. "Be that as it may," continued Garvers, "it was the only explanation I had at the time. Either someone was watching me, which seemed impossible, or I was beginning to crack under the strain. Well, I put my papers away and tried to take a short break. I was reaching into my drawer where I keep magazines when, so help me, a man stepped out of the wall into my office." "What? It seems as if you just said a guy stepped out of the wall." "That's just what I did say. It sounds crazy, but let me finish, will you? I'm not kidding, and I'll show you proof later if necessary. Anyway, this bird stepped straight out of the wall, as if it had been a waterfall or something, but the wall itself was undamaged. The only proof I had that he had actually done it was the fact that he was in my office, but that was proof enough. To put it mildly, I was thunderstruck. After jumping to my feet, I could only stand there like an idiot. I was so shaken that I couldn't speak a word. But he spoke first. "General Garvers?" he asked, just as if he had run into me at a cocktail party or on the street. I told him he was correct, and asked him who he was, and what he wanted, and how he got into my office. He identified himself as a Henry Bush, and explained that he was acting in behalf of a good friend of his, the late Dr. Hyman Duval. Have you ever heard of Duval, Max? His friend twisted his face in thought. "Can't say that I have, offhand, but the name seems to ring a bell somewhere." "Well, anyway, he said that Duval had perfected an invention of great national importance shortly before his death, and asked Bush to deliver it to the government if anything should happen to him. Then Duval died suddenly of a heart attack." "And what was this invention?" "Isn't it obvious? A machine that would enable a man to walk through walls. And Bush has no idea how the thing works, other than the general explanation that Duval gave him. And Bush was poles apart from Duval. They were friends from college, but not because of professional interests. It seems they were both double-crossed by the same girl. Duval was a brilliant but obscure nuclear and radiation physicist. He was one of those once-in-a-lifetime fellows like Tesla. He was so shy that he didn't bring himself to anybody's attention, save for a few papers he published in the smaller physical societies' magazines. It was only because he had inherited a considerable amount of money that he could do any research whatsoever. I seem to remember a paper about wave propagation in one of the quarterlies. Quite unorthodox, as I recall," said Max. "Could be. But anyway, about Bush. Bush majored in psychology at college, but took special courses after he had graduated and took a master's in English. He has written 2 novels and 3 collections of poems under various pen names. At the time of Duvall's death, he was working on the libretto of an opera. He has had no technical training, unless you want to count a year of high school general science, so he wasn't too much help in explaining how Duvall's instrument works. And just to make matters more juicy, Duvall kept no notes. He had total recall and a childlike fear of putting anything into writing that had not been experimentally verified. And this machine, how is it supposed to work? Garvers got up and began to pace. According to Bush, Duvall devised the instrument after stumbling into an entirely new branch of physics. This device of Duvall's is a special case of a new theory of matter and energy. Matter is made up of subnuclear particles, electrons, protons, and the like. However, Duvall said that these particles are in turn made up of much smaller particles grouped together in aggregate clouds. The size ratio of these particles to protons is somewhat like the ratio of an individual proton to a large star. They seem to be composed of tiny clots of energy from a fantastically complex energy system, in which electromagnetism is but a small part. Each energy segment is represented by a different facet of each particle, and the arrangement of the individual particles to each other determines what superparticle they will form, such as an electron. Duvall called these subparticles LEMS. Bush says he was told that a field of a special nature could be generated, so as to make the individual LEMS in the particles of matter rotate in a special way that would introduce a polarization field, as Duvall called it. This field seems to be connected somehow with gravity, but Bush wasn't told how. The upshot is that matter in the initial presence of the field is affected so that it is able to pass through ordinary matter. Hold on, interrupted Max. If a device can do that, then the user would immediately fall towards the center of the earth. Just you hold on. You didn't let me finish. A single plane of atoms at the base of the treated object is the point of contact. It remains partially unaffected because it is closest to the gravitostatic field center, which I guess is the Earth's center of attraction. This plane of semi-treated atoms can be forced through an object if it is moved horizontally, but its untreated aspect prevents the subject wearing the device from falling through the floor. Bush demonstrated this device to me, turning it on and strolling through various objects in this room. Think of it, no soldier could be killed or held prisoner and— Now hang on, objected Max. Let's not run away with ourselves. He may have perfected a device that would enable a soldier to avoid capture, but there would certainly be other ways to kill him than by bullets. Let's see now. Suppose that the enemy shot a flamethrower at him. The burning materials might pass through him, but he would be cooked anyway. Or poison gas. As far as gas goes, I suppose a gas mask would be necessary. Bush doesn't know about the breathing mechanism, except that he had to take breaths. But as far as fire or radiation goes, the man's protected. If the radiation is either harmful by nature or by amount, the field merely reflects it. It is something called the lemic stress of the field that causes the phenomenon. That's why we need your help. Max scratched his head thoughtfully. I don't understand. Garvers looked pained. When Bush had finished his demonstration, he carelessly tossed the device on my desk. The thing skidded and hit my paperweight so that the switch was thrown on again. So now the device and my desk are both untouchable. Go over to the desk and try to touch it, said Garvers dryly. His friend got up and ambled over to the desk. There he saw a small black box resting near a paperweight. Its toggle switch was on the on position, and it was lying on its side. He tried to pick the box up, but his hand slid effortlessly through it as if it were so much air. "Well," Max said. He passed his hand through the desk again. "Well, well. Are you sure Bush told you everything?" "Bush? He honestly wants to help, and we have taken him through the mill. Pentothal, scopolamine, and the like, hypnotism, and the polygraph. We've dug that man deeper than we have ever dug anybody before." "And have you conducted any experiments of your own?" "Certainly. That's what is so frustrating. We try to X-ray the thing and we don't get a thing. We bombarded it with every radiation we could think of, from radio to gamma, and it just reflected them. We can detect no radiation coming out of it. Magnetic fields don't affect it, nor do heat and cold. Nuclear particles are ignored by it. It just sits there, thumbing its nose at us, and we can't even wait for it to run down. According to Bush, the power requirements of the thing are funny, and once the field is established, it takes no additional energy to maintain it. And the collapsing power remains indefinitely until it is time to turn the machine off, but it's unreachable by any means we have. It's pure frustration. There's no way we can analyze it until we can handle it, and no way we can handle it until we can turn it off. And there's no way we can turn it off until we have analyzed it. If it were alive, I'd think that it was laughing at us." "Do you have any ideas?" asked Garvers hopefully. "Nothing that would help a solution at present," said Max. "But do you remember the legend of King Tantalus?" "Slightly. What about it?" "Well, if he were here," said Max thoughtfully, "he'd sympathize." End of The Untouchable by Stephen A. Cullis, Jr. Read by Lars Rolander.